Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗧𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. In the morning around 9 in Shizuoka, 4 men enter wearing a mask covering their entire face. One of them carries an assault rifle and fires it off on the rooftop, startling all the bank employees and customers. They went immediately down on the floor to avoid the gunshots and lowered their head. One of them, who seems to be the leader with the rifle, yelled out to the quiet, empty bank and continued to fire off his gun in the air. "Get down. Everybody get down." The other 3 of the masked figures came towards the bank employee behind the counter and led them out from there. Men and women start to walk in the middle and gather among the scared crowd of people. "You can't break through the safe. It's way too thick." One of the workers warned the robbers about the safe with both of his hands on the back of his head, but the masked figure ignored his warning and punched him in the face as he grunted, "Shut up." The 3 robbers looked at their front and saw the vault door with a large wheel. The vault itself looks brand new and shines in the bright room. One of the masked figures nodded to the other 2, pressing his palm to the steel door and glowing with a red light. Heat began to glow around their palm and slowly melted the large round door of the vault, and the door melted away to reveal a fluorescence light flick around inside the vault. A tidy rectangular stack of cash the size of a twin bed stands in the middle of the vault. The 3 masked figures grabbed a bundle of cash and placed the money in a duffel bag as quickly as they could before the alarms started to turn. A red light beeps with the sound of sirens in the entire room. They glanced and continued to stack the cash as quickly as they could before hearing the sound of the police car parked in front. They grabbed the duffel bag and headed towards the door. The 2 robber carries 2 duffel bag on their shoulder, and the other 2 stand, their hands starts to glow and flames flickers around their hand. One of the masked men points his hand on the wooden door of the banks and flames start to erupt from it. The door shattered as the police and pro-heroes outside began to take cover behind their police car. Out in the door, the masked men began to walk out from the bank and steal one of the police cars parked among them. Fly, who's among the pro-heroes on the scene, tries to get up and chase after the masked man, but a bullet comes flying and heads straight to the cop from the bank and shuts him down on the ground, screaming in pain with his chest covered in blood. The car quickly drove off, leaving the injured cop on the scene with 3 other pro-heroes and half-dozen police officers laying on the ground looking defeated over their loss. Izuku came walking down the stairs after finishing his report for this week's class. He sits on his computer working and typing in the teacher's room with Vlad and Midnight also at their own desk. He looked at the time, knowing that he only had a couple of minutes left before his meeting with Masamori regarding his action with Uehara a couple of days ago. After what happened at the warehouse, Izuku has ignored Masamori's call and meeting in the last couple of days. Knowing that all he did was just lecture him about how he did his job, he decided to continue his teaching with his class. Aizawa is looking at him sometimes during class or in the gym, knowing that Masamori has asked him to talk to him, but the man seems to be conflicted with the decision itself, so he hasn't made any approach just yet. That is until 2 days ago when he decided to talk to him about the whole incident, and Masamori wanted him to be at the warehouse. He says that there's an urgent matter that he needs to discuss. So reluctantly, Izuku complies, only because he tries to get Masamori off his back with his constant harassment from work. He read over the news report on the computer about Uehara's tremendous donation to the victim he sued and surrendered himself to the police after the attack. CEO landlord of Yasushi Corp is admitting to a series of fraud, embezzlement, corruption, and multiple allegations. He's being led to the authority to face his charge and facing multiple lawsuits. Yasushi Corp is being raided by the police and multiple pro-hero, and all of the staff, including the executive, is being charged with falsifying evidence. He smirks over the news of his arrest report made by the media, knowing that people like him would evade their punishment and think that the law is above them. So it's a good thing for him to see that both Ryota and Uehara are facing their punishment. The clock on his desk ticks, showing the time of 9:50, seeing he's only left with 10 minutes to finish his assignment. While he was doing his paperwork, he turned his head on the open door and immediately regretted turning it. Toshinori came towards his desk looking sad for no apparent reason. 2. Excuse me, what do you think you're doing to my student? He came to ask while slamming his desk with his hand but didn't get any reaction from Izuku at all. 1. He stopped with his work before turning his head towards the blonde-haired man. What? I heard that you stole all of my students for no apparent reason, he screeched almost like some ape. 3. Izuku directed his eye toward Toshinori making a disgusted face. If you're talking about 𝗧𝗵𝗲 then it's yours. I don't want to waste my time teaching a bunch of worthless individuals without any potential. 1. How dare you disrespect those young promising heroes? I meant about Class B. The heroics class is under my responsibility. So you can just write your resignation letter to the principal and let yourself out. Toshinori slammed a pen and paper to his desk for him to write, but Izuku didn't take the pen from the desk. 3. Those are my class and my employment here is because someone in the teacher faculty isn't doing his job, which I assumed is you. So if you had any problem, then take it up with Nizu. Until then, walk away with your tail tucked between your legs. He replied casually while continuing to type on his keyboard. 1. But that doesn't give you the right to do that. Those are my students and you don't have the proper authorization to teach them. Toshinori continued to ramble, but he didn't listen to him talking at all and continued to type his keyboard. 2. Young man. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Toshinori yelled out, trying to get a reaction out of him but found him unhinged. 1. Out of rage, he grabbed a glass of water from Izuku's desk and poured the water over to his desk filled with stacks of paper. Resembling of a chimpanzee who shows their 𝗕𝗏𝗄 by aggression and coalitionary behavior. Izuku watched the wet paper start to soak from his desk. He looks over and sees that the report for his class this week is already drenched in water. He exhaled his breath for a second before rising from his desk and locked eyes with the skeleton man. 3. Good, now that I have your attention Toshinori went on to talk when suddenly he got punched and knocked over the floor. 1. He groans on the floor with a few of the papers from Izuku's desk scattered around the floor. He kicks Toshinori in the ribs twice while he groaning and gasping for air. Toshinori squeezed his eyes shut and grimaced in pain, holding his chest and stomach to block off the assault. 3. Izuku grabbed his jacket over his chair and put it on. Toshinori lies on the floor, clutches his ribs, and his head is wet from the leftover coffee from his batch this morning poured by Izuku. The pot on top of Toshinori's head and cleaned his sleeve from the spilling. 4. Thanks for the talk, Izuku replied. He steps over to Toshinori and leaves the room. Toshinori grunts in pain, struggling to gasp for air, and lies on the floor with the rest of the staff in their seat watching his stupid action come to fruition. 4. A black SUV car is parked right in front of the warehouse where Izuku lives for now. Masamori steps out from the car wearing his usual suit and carries an envelope folder to his right. He enters the warehouse and finds Izuku sitting on the chair with his feet on the desk, looking straight at the door, almost hoping and waiting for him to enter. Good, you're already here, Masamori replied. I've got something for you. Izuku took his feet away from the desk and Masamori dropped his folder to the desk for Izuku to pick up. What's this? He opened the file and saw it. A stack of papers about an inch tall is piling on the desk. All of them came from one source with images of 4 masked men in a black and white photo. Multiple reports all across the city, saying a bunch of masked men went to terrorizing the neighborhood across the Shizuoka prefecture. They went to cause chaos all over the neighborhood, especially the riches, over the last 3 weeks. And it took you this long to finish the job. Where's Endeavor or Hawks? The other top 10? Izuku asked, since he hasn't heard or seen any of the top 10 heroes since he came to Japan on any news report. They were busy scattered across Japan trying to take out other major players. Right now, Mizudafu is defenseless and in need of help. The police were busy and didn't have the manpower to conduct this kind of operation. Which is why you're coming in. Masamori went on to explain the situation. We need you to take down this group of terrorists before they start to cause some serious damage. This attack has continued over the last 3 weeks, and if this goes on, there's gonna be some major war happening right on the street. We. Izuku raised his eyebrow, emphasizing the we part. Last I check, I'm the one that goes on the field risking my neck while you sit comfortably on your office desk waiting for the report of the mission. Look, it may have escaped your notice, but I'm the one that provides this intel for you. So from the way I see it, this partnership remains 50-50. 𝗵𝗃 looked towards Izuku, slamming his remaining folder down to the desk. Izuku looked over the files and scattered them all over the table. He sees all of the reports that have been made by the police. Attack pattern, MO, possible quirk. But what caught him by surprise was the way they dressed. All of them wear dark trench coats the same as him during his time while still operating under the alias of Demon of Mizudafu, with a slight difference that they all wear a mask to cover their faces. Recognized the look. Guess you started a movement. 𝗵𝗃 said. One Izuku looked over the picture and found that these people here were calling themselves the demons. From what the media have gathered, they're a group of 4 people who operate by targeting the riches and robbing their wealth. There's a video over the internet about their statement and Izuku types the link of the video on his computer. You have failed all of us, Prime Minister. A male figure stood in the dark room with one light hanging on his top. Japan has descended into hell on your watch. You swore to protect all the citizens of Japan, not just the wealthy. 3 more figures starts to walk to the camera shots, capturing all 4 of them on the video. Each of them wearing a trench coat with only their eyes visible from the video. We are the demons. And what was taken from us, we will take back. Izuku finished watching the video and paused on the play button before looking over the photograph of their last operation, robbing the banks worth at least 7 million yen. This morning, they hit Mizudafu Bank. Shot a police in the bank. He's in a coma. Doctors say it's a 50-50 chance whether he'll make it. 𝗵𝗃 showed the news report from his tab to Izuku with the headline, Police Shot in Bank Heist. If he's a cop, the police will be over it, Izuku stated, tossing the file back on his desk, and 𝗵𝗃 went on trying to convince him. Overwhelmed, underfunded. These guys don't hit one time, they hit 2 or 3 per month, even weeks. Right now they're planning their next job. Izuku turned his head over in 𝗵𝗃's direction. I think you have the wrong impression about what I do here. Burning people and taking out the bad guys, he asked. 1. I don't fight street crime. Or become the rich attack dog. Izuku went and grabbed his jacket hung on the chair and put it on. Find something worth my time, or better yet don't bother me at all. He heads towards the door before 𝗵𝗃 goes and tries to block his path. Look, there's more than one way to make a change. Now you say you wanted to make a difference, trying to fix this world. Whether you like it or not, you have your assignment. Izuku locked eyes with 𝗵𝗃 and glared him down to his pupil. Crime happens in this city every day before I show up. What do you want me to do? Stop all of it? I'm not All Might. 3. It sounds like you have a narrow definition of being a hero, he said. Izuku made his way toward the door and left the warehouse before saying his final word. I'm not a hero. The world made it clear to me right from the start before I put on this jacket. One flashback start behind their hideout in the open, Izuku could be seen practicing using his gun. After a lot of thinking, he decided to carry one in case things went bad while he was here. After getting attacked on multiple occasions and getting his butt saved multiple times, he needs to be able to stand on his own 2 feet. So he grabs a revolver from Jack's crates and asks him to train him. But when he asked him for some training, he declined, saying that he had things to do and was too busy. Luckily, Claire, who's in the room, volunteered to accompany him for his training. Izuku, however, didn't know how to react since this was the first time he's gonna be alone with Claire, who he barely had any interaction with. From what Jack told him, her method is a bit rougher than he is and she could tend to get a bit hot-headed when dealing with incompetent. Having been raised in America and born in it, she tends to get a bit emotional and has a great temper. But other than that, she's a great leader with a tactical genius that even Jack himself respected. So right now, Izuku is practicing some shots, firing off on a plastic mascot doll from a fast food restaurant hanging on the rope, swinging left and right. Claire watches as bullets begin to fire and miss from the target. She went towards the figurine and checked it to find nothing had been damaged. You missed, she told him after finished checking. The Izuku clicks his tongue in annoyance. The target's too small. Come on, that's CRP. Half-hour ago, I saw you nail a bullseye at 10 feet, she told him, remembering about the shot he made from a couple of days ago. 1, it wasn't moving. I'm hitting an empty beer bottle. Izuku points out the target that he shoots. You think those guys gonna hold still for you? she questioned him while looking for his answer. Focus and reload, go again. Claire swings the figurine once more as Izuku pps his gun once again and aims his gun at the swinging mascot figurine. He aims his gun over to the figurine, trying to pierce the mascot's stupid face with the bullet. He pulls the trigger and fires off a shot only to find it's missed once again. Come on, you've got enemies all around you. They're on the rooftop. They're in the street. You're gonna need more than a diamond fist to beat them up. Claire walks around trying to give Izuku a vivid image of their situation is gonna be out there. Izuku started to get annoyed and felt the tingling sensation once again in the back of his head. Stop badgering me, would you? He starts to get annoyed over the constant complaints. It reminds him of what Bakugo did to him, or her sister, or one of her lackeys. It set him over right at the top and wanted to just shut it all away. Not only that, but the rage and emotion he felt when he let 𝗵𝗃 away is nothing but adding another pain to his plate. You're too DMN emotional. You need to shut it down. Take all that guilt, take that fear, that being set off, take it out. She starts to berate him, mentioning the guilt and anger bottled up inside of him, right? 'Cause you're so calm and collected. Izuku points out, thinking that all she did was only lecture him. Claire pulled out her gun from her holster and quickly shot it at the figurine's eyeball perfectly. The bullet remains in the eye as it continues to swing around. Izuku watched the bullet in disbelief with his mouth agape. See that? See, I can be set off. I could close my eyes and I'll always hit the target. Izuku stands watching the figurine. But you, God, you shoot like a demon girl. Izuku grits his teeth from the inside of his mouth, trying to withhold the anger within over her mockery and ridicule. You stand here and you point your weapon. Point like you point your finger. Do not think about it. I'm talking about muscle memory. Muscle memory. Claire swings the mascot one more time as Izuku aims his gun to shoot it down. But no matter how many times he tried, it won't hit the target. The smile on the mascot is only adding to the rage within him right now. He tried to imagine that the mascot itself was 𝗵𝗃 coming right after him. Now go on, shoot that son of a bitch. He shoots another bullet but misses the mark. However, Claire remains in her position and tries to badgering him. The sound of the bullet combined with Claire's voice blinded him from the outside world, almost like he was in his own zone right now. He's coming for you. He's 10 feet away. He's 9 feet. He's 5 feet away. Right there, that's 𝗵𝗃 right over there. Now you shoot that son of a bitch. Shoot him. Izuku managed to hit one of his bullets over to the mannequin. The bullet pierced right to the stomach as bullet holes appeared on it. He turned his head over to Claire after hearing her mention 𝗵𝗃's name. That's when he realizes that she knows about his fiasco from the BLD maniac long before Jack starts to cover for him. She remained in a pensive look and looked towards Izuku's direction. The figurine remains swinging around unnoticed by both Izuku and Claire, who remain in a lockdown with each other's eye. I know about it. Now don't make that same mistake again twice, she said over to him before heading out back to the bar, leaving Izuku alone in the yard looking at the mascot hanging around. Flashback end. Izuku walks down the stairs after coming out from a local gun shop that sells bullets for his revolver gun. Luckily, Japan has a few stores that sell a bullet for a gun of his style. He walked towards the alley heading to his new motorcycle he got from Masamori. Apparently, after a couple of weeks of hanging around while being watched by a bodyguard to drive him off, Izuku felt the lack of freedom that he was feeling. So he asked Masamori to give him a means of transportation for him to go, since he couldn't be seen by UA students being driven off like a child. And luckily, he complied with his demand and gave him one. 2 days later, a black cruiser motorcycle is parked inside the warehouse with a note on the speedometer to keep it a secret. Ever since, Izuku has been driving the bike to wherever he goes, from either UA or hanging out to get some errands. He knows well that Masamori is tracking the bike's location with a tracker, but Izuku didn't mind. He walks to the parking garage where his bike is parked, and that's when he notices that someone is standing right behind him. If you're gonna sneak up on me, then you better do a better job, Aizawa. Aizawa came walking from his rear and stood on the right side of the pillar, wasn't trying to sneak up. Let me guess, Masamori sent you to talk me out of it. Izuku glances over to him with the same emotionless expression of him. That's not entirely it. Just trying to spend some time on the outside, that's all. Aizawa's excuse seems believable no matter how that sounds like a lie since he rarely saw him while outside of UA other than patrolling at night. Both of them remain in silence sitting and enjoying the view and waiting for one or the other to break it with either Izuku or Aizawa to do it. I heard that you don't want to take the assignment. Izuku turned and saw him mentioning about the topic itself. He exhaled but did not return his gaze back to him. I don't plan on becoming a hero. I help from behind the wall not to go public bast in the spotlight. Izuku spoke out from his mind about his intention to help the system. You told me that, but what I don't understand is why didn't you want to help the people itself? Izuku turns his head to face Aizawa. I've been living in this town for the rest of my life. I saw that Mizudafu was once a great city to live. People were always helping me back when I was a little kid. The neighbors were nice, a good place to call home. But then the heroes came, and so did the villains. People got scared and the law is starting to change, not for the better. Aizawa spoke of remembering the time when his city was still peaceful and calm, unlike today. And that's the problem, Aizawa. People don't change. They had 200 years to fix their goddamn mess and it took something major like my team and I to destroy the city to get their SHT together. People only change when they are told to, not because they want to. And your solution is to force the change on people. Izuku remains silent, not replying to Aizawa's question at all. Somehow, Izuku is at a loss for words, unable to come up with the answer Aizawa is looking for. All I'm trying to say is that the city is more than just the system. It's the people themselves that make the city. You want to fix the system, to make a difference, you can't just cure the disease. You need to look beyond the scope of it. Izuku took a moment to consider what Aizawa had said before grabbing the helmet on his bike and wearing it. He turned the engine on and started revving the engine before driving off. The bell rang for lunch the next day. Ectoplasm put his things away and headed out, math finished. As Class 2B got their stuff out, Kendo rolled her eyes as Minoma immediately stopped at her desk, asking exactly what he had been asking for the last week. Kendo dash. For God's sake, Minoma, Kendo snapped, feeling more than annoyed as she pulled out her lunch. We're not doing anything to 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧. So shut the hell up and leave me in peace. Kendo, you know that can't be true. Minoma protested, looking manic. You can't actually be serious about this idea itself. I meant a quirkless teaching heroics to a quirked student sounds ludicrous. Why are you so stubborn? You'd think that dash. Kendo glared up at him while subtly starting to grow her hand, the subtle message of what would happen if he didn't shut up clear. Thankfully, Minoma took the hint and huffed as he went back to his seat on the other side of the class, pouting. Sighing, Kendo sat back in her seat, sighing, while Setsuna took a seat beside her grinning. You know, I think he might actually do something stupid within next week. She joked and Kendo shook her head. If he does that, then I'm not taking any responsibility for him. She sighed, opening her bento box and taking out her chopstick. Hey, by the way, have you heard about the latest news? Says there's been an attack at the bank this morning, Kendo told her while scooping some rice into her mouth. Yeah, the news has been busy about it. Says that it's the third time this week, she told her while biting her carriage from her lunch. They still haven't caught them then? She asked. No, said Kendo, looking at her phone for the latest news about the group. They've got a couple of heroes patrolling down the street and so far not a single sight has been reported. Would we get a reward if we caught them? Asked Setsuna. It'd be good to get some more money. Don't be ridiculous, Setsuna, said Vlad, who standing behind them looked very strained. Those rascals aren't going to be caught by a second-year student. It's the pros who'll get them back, you mark my words. Sensei, what a surprise to see you down here. Kendo asked, knowing that the teachers are sometimes eating at the teacher lounge instead of the class or cafeteria with the other students. I came to pick up Minoma. He's got a detention with me for trying to pick a fight with Class A yesterday. Vlad looked around the class and spotted the blonde-haired kid who was sitting with Kamakiri and Tsuburaba and called him out in the class to do his detention with him. Minoma grunty nodded and made his way to Vlad, who was standing near the door before closing it and leading him out to the detention room. Kendo and Setsuna, who sat near the door, looked toward each other knowing what the others were thinking. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 finally got a detention for all the 𝗧𝗫 he pulled, Setsuna grumbled while chewing her mouth. Vlad-sensei had every reason to do that. Apparently, he got aggressive with one of the Class A after he told them that they're nothing but a bunch of villains. Kendo told her, remembering what she heard from Kinoko and Shota. 6. Too bad for him. Setsuna picked up the carriage from the bento box with the chopstick. Oh, by the way, we're gonna have to find a place to be hanging out this weekend. Getting stuck inside the dorm for over a few months isn't a picnic for me. You don't have to tell me. Let's invite the whole class while we're at it. Kendo suggested. Yeah, the more the merrier, Setsuna replied before scoping down her rice and then remembering something. Oh, by the way, have you heard of a new place in the city? A new nightclub just opened just last week. She mentioned to the orange-haired friend. A new nightclub, she perked. Yeah, Kurwaro said he saw it on his phone. Some new place called Bacchus or something. It's a cool hangout spot. Setsuna looked over to her phone and showed the video posted on their social media. Kendo took the phone and watched the video, seeing the place looked really elegant and had a great vibe. From the video advertisement itself, she could tell that it was definitely a cool place to hang out. Nice try, Set. But we're gonna be caught dead if anyone saw us entering there. Kendo returned the phone back to Setsuna's hand. I know. Just hoping that the place is still gonna be there when we're legal. Setsuna grumbled in annoyance before taking a bite of her lunch. Soon both of them finished with their lunch and grabbed their lunchbox to go downstairs, heading to the dorm to work on their math homework. They walked over to the dorm when they spotted a few of their classmates standing right outside of the dorm with a few robots driving around carrying cable and electrical supplies. Kendo, who's the class president, decided to ask what was going on in their dorm. She saw Kurwaro, 𝗬𝗧, Ibara, Rin, and Yui standing watching the robot running around. 𝗬𝗧 mentioned that the power had gone off in all of the dorms, something about an electrical problem from what he said. She sighed as she walked a bit to the back of the group, thinking that they couldn't work with all the construction sounds in the dorm and that the library was full for the day. Then she remembered there was a new cafe just a few blocks away from the UA gate. Kendo decided to ask her class to join her and Setsuna in doing their homework in the newly opened cafe while hanging out. They nodded in agreement, quickly grabbed their school bag and joined her. While Kendo and Ibara chatted about the exam Vlad King had emailed them about yesterday, Pony felt foreboding at the dorm condition, except with Kurwaro, who didn't have the slightest problem with the lack of electricity in their room. Soon they both arrived at the cafe, but the line on it was too long, so they had to wait, and finding a new place to work was way too far, so they decided to get in line. The cafe itself looks really nice from the outside. With the fragrant smell of crushed coffee beans, pleasant background music, and comfortable temperature and humidity, the furniture itself looks old but well maintained. It's gonna take us a while, the place is really crowded, Kendo told the group about it. Well, we didn't have the time to go find another place, so let's just wait for a while. Setsuna shrugged. It took about 30 minutes for them to get their names called, and they finally entered. But just as they enter, a black SUV drives in and two men dressed in black hood comes out from the car window, placing their hand out of the window, and a bright orange flame comes out from their palm, releasing a great amount of flame. Everyone get down. Kendo screamed while placing her hand on the nearest people around her and lowering their heads. Fire spread around the cafe's front porch as people started to take cover. Kendo and the others are dropping down on the ground, avoiding the fire. Screams and shrieks are filling the entire cafe, replacing the calm atmosphere with sorrow and misery. Leaves and trees all around are burning with black smoke covering the whole area, with sounds of crying and screeching. The car quickly drove off, leaving the cafe in a state of burn and fire spreading around the front yard as people screamed in panic, with bystanders coming to rescue them and watching over what was happening. Izuku arrives at the location where Aizawa has sent him. He took off his helmet and parked his bike right off the street to check up on the location. The blackened brick wall building with yellow police tape is all of the confirmation he needed to understand what was going on. You sure? Izuku walked towards Aizawa, who was done talking with the fireman. Positive, one of the waiters recognized the mask right away. The demons came to attack this evening. 2 people are in critical condition and 5 are sent to the hospital. And take a look over there. He nodded to the right side of his head and spotted a couple of his class standing, making a statement to the police. Izuku walked past the bystander and made his way to see Setsuna, Awaze, and Kurwaro standing with a blanket covering their body. They turned their head and recognized the teacher. Straight away. "You guys okay?" Izuku asked, looking over at them. "We're fine, sir." Awaze replied, looking surprised to see him. "They only got a few bruises, nothing major on their injury." The paramedic replied and walked away after tending to their injury. Izuku thanked the medic before making its way to the others. "What happened?" Izuku asked his students. "We came to do some homework after hearing the dorm had a blackout. A black car drove away and started to burn the place. One of them wears a mask." Izuku tensed up knowing that one of them was really the demons he heard about. Izuku looked around and saw the destruction they caused here. From what he heard, they only targeted the rich and robbing a bank. But this has started to escalate. Attacking a cafe and hurting civilians has completely changed everything. Izuku then took notice that they had 3 extra bags on them. That's where he knows that there are 3 other students here. Whose the bag belongs to? Izuku nods to the bag placed right next to Setsuna. She remains quiet, not answering his question, and the rest of them are doing the same. He didn't like the silence coming from them, knowing that something had happened. Kendo and Ibra are resting in the back of the ambulance. They had a minor burn on them, but Setsuna holds her word, unable to complete her sentence. Yui got hurt. She took the flames directly and the blast hit her back. She's being transferred to the hospital a few minutes ago. Kurwaro decided to speak up while lowering his own head in shame since he was the closest to her and wasn't quick enough to save her. Izuku looked in shock after hearing that one of his students got hurt. That's when he realizes that these demons are more dangerous than he predicted. They start to get more unpredictable and become ruthless. Aiming for needless destruction and killing civilians is making them at the top of his list. Plus he then excused himself and away from the crowd with Aizawa following from behind. They both stand away from the crowd and look at each other, and Aizawa can see that Izuku is trying to withhold his emotion. "I know what you're thinking, but you need to cool off for a second. You wanted to get to them for hurting your students, I get it. But hunting them out in broad daylight isn't an option. We're gonna catch this guy and we're gonna find them and, Izuku, I'm not finished talking. Where are you going?" But before Aizawa finished talking, Izuku started to walk out, heading to his motorcycle. "To go make a difference. Let's hunt some demons." Nizu sat in his office reading over the news made by the media yesterday. He couldn't believe that the known terrorist group called the Demons was starting to attack civilians in broad daylight. He just got the report that one of the students from Class B has just been sent to the hospital because of the injury. He grimaced over to his chair, knowing that this kind of attack was the last thing they needed after recovering from the bad press they just got after the war. It was nearing evening and the principal was sitting alone in his office, reading a long memo that was slipping through his brain without leaving the slightest trace of meaning behind. He was waiting for a call from the Prime Minister or the Education Ministry, and between wondering when the wretched man would telephone and trying to suppress unpleasant memories of what had been a very long, tiring, and difficult week, there was not much space in his head for anything else. Ever since Nizu had been forced to accept the entirety of Class A to his school, the press had been hounding him daily in the last months. They kept demanding an interview and a statement of his decision to accept them, to which he was forced to by the HPSC as their last attempt to prove a point. And now the school is being hounded, only this time through telephone, over the latest attack on his student. He sat in exhaustion knowing that this wasn't gonna end well. He needs a win right now. A simple win not only for him but for the whole school itself. One that will take the heat away from him. Izuku sits on the computer right in front of him with Aizawa watching him from behind. After they arrived at the cafe, Izuku finally decided to find these people and brought them out. They've been looking over for any evidence to find these people, looking over from evidence one after another. They currently checking the security camera of what happened at the bank, since it's the most time they had any interaction compared to their last attack, with Aizawa sitting on one computer and Izuku on the other. "See that guy right there? He's got a temper." Aizawa points out on the screen where one of the masked men punched the clerk, and he shot the officer outside. Izuku walks to Aizawa's desk and replays the video once again, focusing on the one that punched the clerk, showing a missing part of his hand. "See that? One of them was missing part of his hand. Maybe a pro hero. Aizawa guessed. Check hospital records, any males that have had surgical amputations on their extremities. Cross-checking by race and age. That hand will get us an ID. Aizawa checks on the police database system that he got access from 𝗧𝗏𝗁 to help them with the investigation. Fortunately, he had lent them his access code to Aizawa to use it. Yeah, but even with photo enhancement, you're gonna have a problem getting a clear shot of that hand. Aizawa points out the blurred picture of the hand from the CCTV camera. No, but it left an impression the police would have photographed. It'll be in evidence lockup. Izuku gets up from the chair and grabs the black hoodie he's using when operates at night. Please tell me you're not going where I think you're going, Aizawa said, not looking at Izuku as he made his leave. Aizawa, why do you even ask? Izuku said over to him, got on his motorcycle and drove off. At night in Mizudafu Police, a silhouette of shadow shows right from the reflection in the glass window. Izuku enters through the window, sliding it open from the third floor. He quietly walks from the empty floor at night where everybody would most likely go home during the night shift. There are still sounds of phone ringing in the office and chatter coming into the office. Izuku walks into the hall quietly, trying to make no noise. He checked over to the security camera that moves and rotates 90 degrees. Once the camera is turned on, Izuku walks to the empty computer and plugs a USB drive into the port. He looked over to the file with folder named Demons on their police database and downloaded all of their evidence and files on the drive. It took about 2 minutes to download all of the files before he unplugged it and made his leave. The next day, after Izuku had finished copying the file, he went immediately to encrypt the firewall and tried to see the content of it. But since the file itself is heavily protected with a firewall, it's gonna take some time for him to decode it. So he headed back to the school, and Nizu called him to join an emergency meeting between the staff about the latest attack near UA. So Izuku enters the meeting room filled with all of the staff from his fellow homeroom teacher, Vlad. There's Aizawa, Midnight, Present Mike, and 𝗵𝗲𝗃 talking to each other on the side. Ectoplasm and Snipe followed right on the other side of the table, with Power Loader coming with him also. He looked around and saw the entire teacher was there except Nizu, who hadn't arrived. Even lunch. Rush, Hound Dog, and Recovery Girl joined the meeting as well. Izuku walks to Aizawa group while having small talk, waiting for the small mammal to enter the room. And 2 minutes later, Nizu came through the door with his small suit and orange boots. Once he entered, the staff took their seats on there, waiting for the principal to start the meeting right away. Greetings everyone, I wish this meeting would be under different circumstances, but unfortunately it's not. Nizu greeted them all while looking exhausted and tired. We're here to discuss the incident that just happened yesterday. One of our students had been attacked by the group known as the Demons. From what 𝗧𝗏𝗁 had reported, these people just drove off in a black SUV and started attacking the people. They used their quirk to burn off the area like a flamethrower. Aizawa added, "How many casualties?" 𝗵𝗲𝗃 asked. 3 people died in the fire. 1 waiter and 2 civilians. Aizawa replied in a somber tone. The Demons, they've started to act more like a terrorist every single day. First, they robbed banks, and yesterday they harmed one of our students. What's next? Attacking the school itself. Present Mike voiced his opinion. Don't jinx it. Midnight nudged over to his shoulder, trying to silence the blonde, mohawk-haired man. 2, one of my students is being harmed as well. We need to find those terrorists now. Vlad voices his concern over his student's safety. Recover Girl just got back from the hospital, saying there's nothing major about the injury. Ectoplasm informed, Vlad, I understand that your class is the victim of all this, but you have to keep a cool head about it. The pros are working on it as we speak. Nizu spoke in a calm voice, trying to calm the situation. They haven't captured this group over the last 3 weeks. I can't just stand here and do nothing while they start taking out one student after the other. Vlad slammed through the wooden desk in anger. Then the door opened and Toshinori came in a hurry while breathing his breath out from running. Sorry I'm late everyone. I've been busy. 1. Doing what? Reading hate mail. Izuku mumbled. 3. Toshinori quickly hurries himself to the desk and tries to find an empty seat, but all of the is filled. He checked the room and found none of the seats left for him to sit. "Sir, there's no seat left in the room," 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked, looking around the room. "How perceptive of you." 𝗧𝗎 joked. He checked around, went towards Izuku's seats and stood behind the chair. From how he walked in his direction, he can already tell what his intentions are. 1. "Excuse me, young man, please get up from the chair," 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, showing his smile, but he knew that it was only to keep up the appearance towards him. "No," he simply replied. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's brow furrows, seeing how he rejected his request, just like that, without any care. "Young man, this seat belongs to a teacher and you are not. So I suggest you get up from there and leave the room." 2. However, Izuku didn't budge from the chair and did not show any signs of leaving. Again, with the teacher or not confrontation. "It's getting old, you know, just like you are. You know, why don't you head back to your museum of commemoration? I'm sure they can find a space in the storage room along with the other old junk there." Izuku replied, gaining a few muffled laughs from the others. 2. "Young man, I had been patient with you since day one. But if you can't respect your elders, then I don't understand why are you even here in the first place. Didn't your parent teach you any manners?" 𝗧𝗵𝗲 scolds the young teacher for his ruffian behavior. 3. "My parent taught me 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄. In fact, they are 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗄. 3. "No wonder you were acting like this." Once again the room filled with a muffled sound of laughter, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 looked oblivious to what they were laughing. Having enough of the conversation and trading insults, 𝗧𝗎 decided to just get it over with. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, enough. Just grab a chair from one of the classrooms already. Not wanting to add more confrontation to the room, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 gruntly complied and went to get himself a new chair and sat right on the end side away from Izuku. Soon they discuss what happened during the attack and the testimony of the students. The teachers are discussing the situation except with 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who's completely lost and only trying to pretend that he understood. 2. Then they decided to discuss the increase of security for UA, and that's when 𝗧𝗵𝗲 decided to raise his opinion. "I'll take care of it. My company can lend you all the necessary needs you after," 𝗧𝗵𝗲 proudly declared. 𝗧𝗎 grew in exhaustion over his big head complex, thinking that he was some kind of savior. "With what money?" Izuku said, and everyone turned their head over to his desk. "I doubt your trust fund is that large, and no angel investor will go near the name of the person who's responsible for the creation of a nation monster." 1. "I don't mean myself. I have a connection. Friends," 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said, gritting his teeth under his jaw. "For a white knight. With all due respect, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, your last name is now associated with mass murder. Even you don't have that good a friend." Izuku mentioned over to him, causing 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to grunt in annoyance. Truth be told, he was thinking that he tried to go ask for some help from 𝗕𝗏𝗂𝗎𝗐 for his support tech. 2. He knows that the man will harbor resentment over him, but he was hoping that his old friend would look past that and think of the city first before their disagreement of their opinion. 1. Suddenly, an alarm is ringing around the whole school. The teacher went into a panic, looking at the surroundings for confirmation of what was going on. "𝗎𝗍, what's going on?" Snipe asked. "There's a security breach on the outer wall at East Gate," 𝗎𝗍 said, and right away Izuku came running to the stairs, heading towards the gate as quickly as he could. He came running to the woods and saw a black smoke rising to the air. He already knew right at this point that it had to be the demons. The sound of his boots making contact with the ground is being heard through his ear, but he was hoping and praying that he wasn't too late to save them. 3. Izuku pushed himself to go faster, his fight instincts going into overdrive as he tried to convince himself to get there as quickly as possible. He knew this to be an impossible task, but he couldn't even begin to have a rational thought at a time like this. Due to the temporary blindness from the smoke around the area, Izuku wasn't able to focus on his footing, and it resulted in tripping over a tree root and stumbling forward. The loss of footing resulted in Izuku somersaulting forward with considerable force. The tumbling boy rolled along the ground for a good 20 meters before he came to a complete stop in the center of a small clearing, battered from the impact and gasping for air. He then finally arrived in the area and found the whole thing had been burned beyond belief. The trees and leaves are all colored orange-red with flames dancing around on them. Smoke bursts and floats through the area in incredible amounts, and a few students are passing out on the ground for inhaling too much smoke. Izuku looked around to see if there was anyone nearby and found none except the passed-out students. He then placed his right hand towards the flame and absorbed the heat straight into his palm. The heat coming from it is swallowed right through his palm and the flames are all gone. He then watched as there was a sound of fight coming from the outside of the wall. He looked towards it and found the demons right in front of his eyesight. There are two of them releasing a great amount of fire from their palm and burning the security drone. Izuku watched as the robot didn't stand a chance against them, so he decided to intervene. Izuku came running in their direction and jumped himself in the air before spinning and kicking one of them in the chest, causing him to falter and hit the black SUV rear window. One of them watched as his partner got slammed and decided to grab a gun from the back of the car and fired off frantically. Izuku then quickly dodged the bullets and hid behind one of the malfunctioning security drones before hearing the sound of the car heading out from the UA gate. The other kept shooting his gun in his direction before driving off, leaving Izuku frustrated over the situation. Half an hour after the attack had happened, the UA front gate was once again being chased by the authorities from the police, firefighters, and pro-heroes. But the worst of them all is that the reporter is also there asking about their next step in protecting the students, and to make it even worse, Toshinori just came straight passing the bystander while speaking in front of the camera that he would protect the student as the symbol of peace, to which Izuku finds annoying since he barely won in the first place. 2. Izuku sits in 𝗫𝗄's office with Aizawa, Night Eye, and the principal himself, looking over to the security camera from the fight and seeing how Izuku did to decapitate the assault. They reviewed the footage and found that somehow Izuku was holding back against them, which is unnatural. You could have stopped those guys. Night Eye looked over to the security video and asked angrily to Izuku. Not without giving the students and the demons a pretty good idea of what I'm capable of, Izuku said back in frustration. I think what Night Eye wondering is whether you avoided taking those people on. And, Izuku, he's not the only one wondering. They wore your name almost like a banner to inspire others to do the same. 𝗫𝗄 asked while joining both of his paws together, looking for some explanation since he knew that Izuku could easily take out those people without an itch. They came after the students, Izuku. Innocent people. You could have taken them out. Or taken care of them for good. Night Eye said, gaining a few surprised looks by Aizawa, who's surprised to see that Night Eye suggesting a small genocide as an option. No, I couldn't see. Izuku said, using his hero name while rising from his seat. Look, there's a part of being the demon that neither one of you is considering. They looked towards Izuku, waiting for the answer that was coming from his mouth. The body count. And excuse me for saying this, but so what? Since when do you care? Night Eye frustratedly asked, trying to find the reason why he didn't try to finish the group. He knew that bringing Izuku to the group might cause them some problems, but never would have suspected that a no-killing policy would be at the top of his list. Aizawa, who looked at him since they entered, slowly realized the answer to the question. But before he could say the words, 𝗫𝗄 had beat him to it, since the war. Night Eye looked towards Izuku, who only returned the glare as the answer while placing both of his hands on his hip. His eyes glittered with sympathy and he tried to retract the words that he just spoke earlier. After the war, I kept thinking in that prison. How my revenge had tainted my mission. To cure the injustice in this world. There's someone that I know back in hell. Her name is Claire, and she's very important to me. My friend died to offer me the chance to correct this world. 7. But once I got back from the dead and saw All Might on a giant screen laughing without a single care, all I saw was nothing but red. All I wanted at that time was to find my justice. Now when I decided to let loose and kill those masked pretenders, all I can think of is that anyone that I killed dishonors her memory. 6. Izuku went over to his problem, lowering his head in shame, knowing that anyone he tried to kill now would only dishonor Claire's memory of him. He never had that problem when he tried to kill Izumi or his step-parents. But once he tried to sacrifice himself and turned himself into a living bomb, all he saw was nothing but a black void. Without any memories that passing through his head of what he missed or not, what regret did he had in those times? Because all he could see in hell was nothing but red and so don't. Aizawa said quietly, it's not like you've killed every guy you've faced. I could have. It's so easy back there. Izuku retorts, because when I put on that mantle, it's kill or be killed. that is what kept me alive in hell. 2. Izuku tries to make his way towards the door, trying to leave the principal office, trying to get himself away from all of this whole situation. He walked towards the door and grabbed the handle before letting himself out from there. At the hospital, Izuku came bringing flowers, walking down on the white hall of the hospital. He checked over to the room and found himself in front of the white door with a wooden handle on it. He knocked on the door 3 times before letting himself in. Right on the bed, there's Yui, who's lying on the bed sleeping from the anesthetic gas she inhales, with her hand being wrapped by a bandage from the burn. She's sleeping peacefully right on the bed without any worry on her face whatsoever. Looking at his students lying on the bed like that somehow makes Izuku's stomach turn somersault. He wanted to hunt down the so-called demons with all of his resentment, but he knew that killing them would only end up mocking his promise to Claire and what he stood for. 6. He stands watching her sleep, not noticing that someone is coming from the door. Out of reflex, Izuku grabs his hip to grab the gun hidden behind his jacket, only to find that it's Kendo and Ibra who enter the room carrying a fresh flower for her. "Sensei, didn't see you there," Kendo asked while entering the room. "Yeah, just came by to visit. Heard she got hurt." He slowly retracts his hand away from the gun behind his back and pretends like nothing happened. "Yeah, those people came to attack us yesterday. You know, Ibra and I probably gonna ended up hurt if Yui hadn't pushed us there." Izuku glanced his head over to Kendo, head over to what she just said. "Yui save you both?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, she did. If it weren't for her, we would end up being dead for standing near the car when it came through," Ibra said, replacing the dried flower with the fresh one. Izuku stood by looking over to his students who were lying on the bed because he didn't have the guts to do what was necessary. If things worked differently, then it's gonna be 3 students who are lying on that bed instead of 1. A sound of running is heard right from outside, as Izuku checks on the window to see multiple medics and doctors come running with a stretcher. Izuku opened the door and found multiple civilians who came in stretchers with burn marks on their hands and chests. A few of them also have 2nd-degree burns, and one of them is covered in 3rd-degree burns from his face to hand. Izuku checked the victims and found that they were all having the same injury on them. He asked one of the nurses what was going on, and she replied that it was the demons who attacked them, saying that ever since they showed up, the number of victims with burn marks had risen 3 times than usual. The number of casualties that happened around here is like something you would have seen in a military infirmary. The numbers of personnel and victims are massive. Izuku's eyes flared up, knowing that this couldn't continue any longer. He walks toward the door before dialing a number through his phone. "Night, it's me." Izuku spoke through the phone. "Meet me at the warehouse. I need your help." Izuku returned to the warehouse where he finally finished cracking the encryption. He watched on the screen after finishing copying the information he got from the police and handed 𝗵𝗃 the drive containing information from the police, and he's working on it, pulling the image of the CCTV and cross-reference the image with any known database he got from 𝗵𝗃 and the police. 𝗵𝗃 looked at the file and found all the info they got from the police station. Normally, he would start with an argument about how they got those files, but since time is of the essence, he decided to do that later. "Got one. Yoshikawa Shinji. Late 30s. Izuku looked at the screen from Aizawa's desk as 𝗵𝗃 finished pulling the file. "What else can you get on him?" Izuku asked, trying to find any sort of info on him. "Former pro hero in a small town," 𝗵𝗃 informed. "Would explain how he can handle himself. Did he lose his hand overseas?" Aizawa added. "No. In the war 4 months ago." Aizawa looked at the record from his desk, says here he and his wife were trying to make it across the town when it collapsed. "She didn't make it." 𝗵𝗃 couldn't see because his back turned, but Izuku looked in shock for a second that he was a victim of his crusade. He knows that there's going to be a casualty in battle, but an innocent bystander is something that weighs in heavy on his shoulder. "Look, we're stomped in this. There's no way for us to find any pattern on it. They already started attacking civilians. What if they decided to up their game from robbery to small war?" 𝗵𝗃 looked over the group. The door of the warehouse is opened and Night Eye is entering the warehouse carrying a small black briefcase. He looks at the group and finds that they don't have as much luck as he thinks. "I got here as fast as I can. What do you need?" Night Eye asked. Izuku stepped forward in 𝗕𝗏𝗏's direction and looked towards him. I need you to use your quirk on me. What? 𝗕𝗏 asked in surprise. Look, this demons is mostly gonna attack whatever coming at them. We need a home ground advantage, which means predicting their next move before they can make it. Your quirk is the perfect job for this. Izuku went on to explain. 𝗕𝗏 went quiet for a moment before returning his composure. Even if that's true, I don't have any idea what you're about to see. The future is unpredictable. Then let's make it predictable, Izuku said. He took a moment to consider the idea itself, knowing whether it could work or not, and eventually, 𝗕𝗏 nodded with the decision. He places his palm on Izuku's head and uses his quirk on him, looking directly at his eye. Flashes of memories began to pass 𝗕𝗏's head, seeing many events unfolding right in front of him like a series of films playing in his head. There he could see everything that's happening in the future. All of the things that are going to happen to him and events that will happen is playing right through him. Then he releases his hand and catches his breath after finishing using his quirk. Aizawa went to him to check up on his condition after he was done. Mirai, what happened? Are you okay? Aizawa asked, accidentally using his real name instead. I'm fine. Just a little bit dizzy. 𝗕𝗏 catches his breath. Did you get anything? Izuku asked, hoping that he would find something that could lead them to the group. 𝗕𝗏 took a moment to collect himself before sitting in one of the chairs while drinking a glass of water. Yeah, I found something. Downtown at 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗲. Abandoned toy factory in the city. They're all there. Izuku nodded as he went to the locker and tried to grab his hoodie and face mask, but was stopped by Masamori's hand. You're gonna need this. Masamori grabbed the suitcase that was brought by 𝗕𝗏 and placed it on the table. They carried the case and opened it in front of him. A black overcoat with white trimmings and sharp edges. There's a black turtleneck shirt underneath with a metal frame hidden from the inside of the shirt and on the inside part of the overcoat. There's also a black belt for his gun holster strapped to his hip, and a few others such as a small knife for throwing and one pair of hunting knives with silver gray handles on it. Izuku took a look over at what he presumed to be his new uniform and examined it. He looked over to the jacket and found it had a similar design just like he used to wear when he first started, but this one was more refined and had a better design with the white trimming and not a full black design like he used to have. Polymer Kevlar weave. It's 25% lighter and can carry 15% more gear. Masamori went to explain as Izuku checked the gear from the belt holster for his gun. It's subtle, Izuku replied, almost seems baffled with his new costume. I wanted to replace the overcoat with something more friendly, but, Aizawa said it had sentimental value. He then turned his head over to Aizawa, who nodded in reply with a small smile hidden from his usual brooding face. Izuku held the overcoat and looked at it for a minute before Masamori spoke to him. You were right. Once I signed you on to help this city, I stopped thinking about all the bodies you dropped. Because I knew that being who you are meant occasionally being a killer. But maybe there's another way. He holds the holster, grabs it, and places it on his belt, then inspects the gear one at a time before wearing it and replacing his old one with the new one. They hurt innocent people. What other way is there? Two flashbacks start after Izuku had attained the info about Enrique's current location. They started planning how to ambush him before the main member of the BLD maniac ever learned about their operation. Claire looked over to the notes he got from the informant at the Red Liquor, and he asked Jack to check over it and proves that it was the real deal since he managed to spot Enrique hiding in the building filled with thugs and a few rednecks on it. From what the informant had said, it's one of the safe houses installed by the BLD maniac in case one of their own got injured or needed a place to hide. They stood on the rooftop while checking over the window coming from there and looking to see his face coming out from his room, all panicked and worried. Jack looked through his rifle and could see his distraught face from there, and Izuku would pay anything just to get a chance to see his frightened face. Got him. Third floor, second window to the right. Jack looked over from his scope rifle while on the rooftop. Izuku stood behind him with his gun ready on the holster, itching to just pull it out. What? You don't have a shot? Izuku asked, waiting to hear the bang coming from his rifle. Jack scoots away from the scope and looks over to Izuku. It's Lexan. Bulletproof type of glass. We're gonna have to wait till Christmas before it could break. And the room is on the third floor. We'll be made out before we can. Get the jump on him. Claire looked through the scope trying to find some way to enter. Izuku looked at the building and it's almost like a fortress in the middle of the building. There's no way for them to enter without him noticing. They can't go from below or up since either way he's bound to escape. Then Izuku sees there's a clothesline connected between the window to his room and a building just 2 blocks away. And that's when he got an idea. Maybe we don't need to go below. They turn their head over to Izuku, stopping with their planning. Maybe we need to go through, Izuku said. Flashback end. At the hideout in the abandoned toy factory, Izuku stood near the window looking at the table right in the middle with stacks of cash piling up in the middle. There's gun racking in the middle of the cash too as they start counting the money to see how much they have earned in this last raid. Watching them laughing while acting without a single care about what they have done is set him down on the inside. They all act almost like they're untouchable and full of arrogance. Almost like they were little kid playing with matches and gasoline. Izuku pulls his pistol and aims it at one of the masked man's stacks of cash from his hand and drops it on the floor, scattering it. Move and you're dead, Izuku said. However, Shinji, who's the leader, didn't take his threat lightly as he grabbed the gun on the table and fired it in Izuku's direction. He leaps and hides behind the wooden crate and continues to make his way. The bullets spray and accidentally hit the electrical box, cutting off the power of the entire factory. The 4 masked man grabs their gun while aimlessly aiming at the ceiling or the surrounding, trying to detect any single movement coming from him. Izuku quietly moved to one of the masked men and disarmed his gun. He twisted his hand, making him fall on the ground while being hit by Izuku on his face multiple times before losing consciousness. Then Izuku moves behind the pillar and aims his gun at the masked man and fires it at their rifle, jamming the weapon, making it useless before it explodes, and blasts him on the crate with his back, hitting the wooden box. One of them, who was nearby, fires off his gun and aims it at the pillar where Izuku is hiding. Bullets continue to rain, and when he's out of the bullet, he drops the rifle and runs towards Izuku's direction, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Both of them traded blows to each other, with Izuku dominating the fight as he managed to overpower the masked man and pinned him to the ground before knocking him out cold. He looked around trying to find the last of them who were still hiding. On the office floor in the factory, he saw a silhouette of someone who was running carrying a duffel bag which he assumed to be the money. Izuku quickly makes a run to the top floor trying to catch up to him. The man came running while carrying the duffel bag filled with cash, but since he was only by himself, it slowed him down, making it easy for Izuku to catch up to him with his pistol aiming at Shinji. Drop the bag. Izuku threatens, aiming his pistol at Shinji. You're gonna shoot me. We're trying to get some justice here. There was no justice for people like us till Izuku Yagi showed us how to get it. He showed us. Shinji spoke about Izuku's idealism and how he would have done the same for them. Izuku aimed the gun and pulled the trigger, aiming at Shinji's chest where it only recoiled him to the back because of the bullet vest he was wearing. He grunts and groans on the floor, holding his chest tightly because the bullet is still stuck on the vest. But when he tried to pull it out, he was met with the tip of Izuku's revolver sticking to his forehead. Do it. I knew the rule when I entered the game. Seeing that he was losing, Shinji reluctantly surrendered while staring at Izuku's revolver, waiting for the bang sound to come hit his eardrum. At midnight, Tsukachi is sitting on his desk. Like the day before, it was not a good day for him. He hadn't slept for 48 hours, and to top it off, the resident terrorists called the demons had just finished attacking the civilians in some neighborhood. He looked over to the report made by the local heroes and found that this group had gone beyond escalated. And when he tried to get some shut-eye for today, his phone started to ring. He checked over to his phone and found a message with the writing "meet" in the back. Alone. He didn't recognize the number and was rather skeptical as to whether to follow the instructions or not. But he finds that whoever the messenger is, he or she wouldn't be so stupid to attack him behind a police building. So he decided to go out and excuse himself under the pretense to get some fresh air. He went to the back door and headed out. Once he got there, he tried to find the messenger that sent him here, and he spotted something moving behind the railing, followed by a grunting and muffled sound. He walks while grabbing his gun, thinking that someone is lurking behind the shadow. But when he got a closer look, he saw 4 masked figures chained up on the railing with their mouths taped shut. Tsukachi looked in disbelief as he recognized them as the demons. These groups have been avoiding the police for the last 3 weeks and the pro-heroes as well, but now here they are, tied up and gagged on a railing behind the police building. Near the alley, Izuku walks stepping out from the shadows with his face surrounded by it. He pulled his gun and aimed it at Izuku, not lowering his weapon when he didn't point his. Izuku looked at 𝗬𝗁𝗁 as he got his message. From his reaction, seems Nizu or Aizawa hasn't looped him in yet about his hidden employment. So he decided to not reveal his identity just yet. Do you know who they are? Izuku asked. I think the coats give me a pretty good idea. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 spoke, aiming his gun at him. Bring them in, Izuku replied before he left, but 𝗬𝗁𝗁 looked that the ones in chained and the one standing in front of him had a similarity in style. He was wondering whether the one standing in front of him was the real deal or not. Are you him? Are you Izuku Midoriya, who was previously known as Izuku Yagi? 𝗬𝗁𝗁 asked, using his quirk to get the bottom of the answer he needed. No, I'm not. Izuku replied. 𝗬𝗁𝗁 is detecting that he's telling the truth and he slowly lowers his gun before asking him a question. Then why are you dressed like him? Typically when I bring in guys that he's gone after, they're a little more dead. He knows that sometimes the criminal that falls either on Izuku Yagi's hands or the demons who share his ideology to heart assume that his victims aren't always left alive. But now he finds someone who is dressed just like him, only this time he brings the criminal to the authorities instead of sending him on a trip to Belize. I'm trying another way, Izuku replied before heading to the shadow behind the alley, leaving 𝗬𝗁𝗁 on the alley. In the dark parking lot below a shopping center near the busy street of San Francisco, the empty lot is filled with nothing but silence. A black sedan is coming from the entrance and heads to the other black sedan with the same model parked right next to each other. The black sedan that just arrived opens the driver's door and a brown-haired medium-sized man exits wearing sunglasses, who is known to be the fixer. He exits from the car and the black sedan also comes out with someone dressed in a gray blazer and beige trousers. Are you the guy? The man in a gray blazer spoke, smiling towards the fixer. What do you have for me? The fixer spoke stoically. He pulled a file from his briefcase and showed a report with the logo of Icebox Prison on it. A photo from the security camera in the yard and a medical report of a prisoner. The fixer reads the file carefully and inspects it from word to word before looking back to Ian. Is this legit? The fixer asked. 100%. A friend of mine worked at the Arctic prison and he managed to pull the file. The BLD analysis came positive. He spoke excitedly. He then noticed a USB drive on the briefcase and slowly picked it up. Yeah, that's the security footage of when it happens. I'm telling you, getting that recording is not an easy task. I had to pay extra for my guys to get it. The fixer put the drive in his pocket, grabbed the file with his left hand and held it tightly. I'm telling you, man. This here is a front-page story. No one is gonna believe that dash. Suddenly, his chest is covered in red liquid coming out from his chest. He choked, some BLD from his mouth oozing from his lips. The cold sensation and chilling feeling crossed through his veins like ice. A hole pierced right in the middle of his chest, trying to gasp for air. Plus his body dropped on the floor with his back lying against the rear of his car and BLD dripping from his chest. The sound of choking and coughing could be heard echoing in the parking lot as the fixer holds his finger in a gun position with his tip index finger lighting in white energy, points it to the informant's head and shoots him. Brains splattered around the car door as the fixer grabbed the file from the informant's car, placed it on his trunk car and emptied the rest from it. He made a call through his phone asking for a cleanup crew to come to his address before driving off, leaving the informant's lifeless body lying on the concrete floor. If Izuku had thought that being an underground hero and instructor for UA hadn't tired him, then he would soon learn that it can take a toll on your body. Doing night shift work with Aizawa, taking out corrupt people and bad guys, while during the day shift working to be teaching as a teacher, is exhausting. Turns out, after he arrested the demons, word of the street had said that someone dressed in black began to arrest the criminal. Not only does he target gang criminals and street thugs, but he also targets bigger fish from politicians and corrupt businessmen. Not only did he have to do the groundwork for Masamori, but he also had to sometimes get the info out of the bad guy himself. The bad guys were sometimes a bit uncooperative, but he knew how to persuade them to talk and listen to what he had to say and ask. Luckily for him, The police or the pros hadn't noticed his involvement just yet. All they talked about was a man dressed in black, and since his arresting people with Izuku, people have begun to talk about rumors on the underground world. Whispers and murmurs continued to reign about a new player that they needed to keep an eye on. He continued to walk up the stairs to their classroom and left him to walk past their door to his own, passing a few of the students who were on their phones playing. A few of them were sticking their eyes on their phone while followed by cheering and shouting, but Izuku didn't pay them any attention. There's been a lot of people standing in the hallway while playing with their phones since he entered UA. He didn't know if there was a new game on the phone that was trending, and he couldn't know since he's been away from society for a long time and his phone he got from Masamori is being monitored by the NSC, so he can't join in. He opened the door to the class and saw them already sitting on their desk with a few of them also playing on their phones. But Izuku's presence in the class is enough to make them put their phones away from the desk. "Morning, class," Izuku spoke. "Morning, sensei." They greeted him as he made his way to the teacher's podium, waiting for what their class was going to be all about. So far in the last 3 weeks, they all have been practicing the standard training exercise from hand-to-hand quirkless combat to even physical exercise. They were all wondering what's today class was going to be all about. Is it going to be a weapon training exercise? Or another quirkless combat? Or maybe a lecture about the importance of safety on support items? Alright, I know that we all cover the basis for the last 3 weeks. You all had training exercises from physical performance to hand-to-hand combat. But now it's time we go down to business. The class sat anxiously waiting for the next word is going to be coming out of his sensei mouth. 1. We'll be doing some quirk combat training. Afterward, the class went cheering, especially the boys, since after so long, they finally gonna started doing some battle exercises, and not just battle exercises, a quirk battle training. They heard from Class A that they already did that during their first year, resulting in an explosion accident that led to evacuation, but to think that they're gonna start the training after waiting for so long is simply exhilarating. They have been waiting for so long for this class, and it's no surprise that their enthusiasm is at sky-high level. What are you waiting for? A trumpet sound. Get changed into your hero costume and meet me in ground beta in 10 minutes. He clapped his hand to awaken the class from their enthusiasm and quickly ran down to the locker room. Soon he heads to ground beta alone while getting things ready, and the next 10 minutes later, the students of 2B were all making their way over to the training grounds main building. It went without saying, but everyone was more than a bit excited. After all, today was the day of their quirk training session with their teacher. But that wasn't all they had to be excited for. Today was also the day that they got to test out their hero costumes after so long. They arrive at ground beta wearing their costume and admiring the replica of a town made by the principal. It gave the city-like similarity with the sidewalk and the cars parked on the street minus the people. "Well, I'd say you guys look all great and proper," Izuku spoke in a smug tone towards the other end of the sidewalk. One Izuku came to greet them, seeing them in their hero costume for the first time, and he had to say that their choice of costume is quite intriguing. Kamakiri is dressed in a dark green cloak almost resembling a serial killer on the loose. Kinoko is wearing a hat and dress with a polka dot motif like a mushroom. And Monoma, who's dressed in a full tuxedo with 3 stopwatches strapped to his belt. Alright, let's start with the class, shall we? Today we're gonna start our first heroic battle, and I thought about making things a bit interesting. Interesting. The class murmurs, wondering what surprise awaits them. You had been fighting with the teacher during your exam. But this year, I'm gonna make it interesting for all of you to compete. You'll be facing with each other for this class. The class looked around at each other as they glanced between each of the class, since they're gonna be fighting with them. I'm gonna start explaining the rule here. You'll be fighting in a team challenge consisting of 2 people. There are 20 of you, so there will be 10 teams participating. Your goal is to get as many points as you can from the other team within an hour. The entire ground beta will be your battleground. How do you get the point? By either knocking your opponent's team or capturing them. You each get these cuffs for your opponent, and you have to strap your opponent's hands or legs. If you got captured by the cuff, then your whole team is disqualified. Izuku grabbed the cuff from the box on his feet, showing it to the class. And for this exercise, you each get to pick your team, Izuku said, and the class looked at each other. You can pick your closest friend, or you can pick the strongest in the class to ensure your victory. The winner will be decided by the number of students you manage to capture. I'll be acting as a referee and monitoring everything on the field for any cheating. And for the winning team, you'll get this as a prize. Izuku pulled a box from his pocket showing a black coin chip similar to the one used in the casino with the number 50 written in gold on there. This is a point chip. It's the bonus point that you won't want to miss for this class. I asked Nizu to distribute this chip specifically for my class. You can use the chip to get yourself extra points for my class on any assignment or homework during this year. For example, if you get 40 for your next week's assignment, you can use this chip to get yourself an extra 50 points on your assignment. It can catapult you from C to A in a matter of seconds. Then the class looked at the chip with admiration, almost like the chip itself was made out of gold. The advantage to be having the chip is extraordinary, almost a game changer. If you have a bad grade and you possess the chip, you can skip a remedial class or even turn your grade easily. But you can't use the chip for extra points during exams or final tests. You can't sell the chip for cash or trade it for your classmate. Other than that, it's a fair game. Izuku watched with newfound happiness as the class began to hurdle each other, trying to ask to be their partner. They hurdle while chatting and planning about their strategy, but all of them are excited about the exercise. After sorting it out, the class had already formed their team. Team A, 𝗧𝗬𝗧 and Kinoko Team B, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲 and 𝗧𝗏𝗏 Team C, 𝗕𝗫𝗁 and 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗏 Team D, Kendo and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 Team E, 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗕𝗏𝗏 Team F, 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗁 and 𝗕𝗏𝗏 Team G, 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗁 and 𝗈𝗏𝗏 Team H, 𝗵𝗏𝗏 and �РIN Team I, 𝗧𝗏𝗍 and 𝗵𝗏𝗏 Team J. 𝗬𝗏𝗧 and 𝗬𝗍𝗐. Izuku then asked the teams to pick the lottery for their checkpoint location since they couldn't be placed in one single location since it was a battle royal. They had about 5 minutes to split up and headed to their location, planning about their next move. One thing that Izuku knows is that he couldn't wait to see just how much they have progressed in such a short time. The horn echoed across the city, giving the start signal for the class to begin as Izuku eyed them from the rooftop where he could monitor the area. Setsuna and her team were moving at a pretty good pace up the supermarket. The green-haired girl was teamed up with Kendo. Her group was pretty well balanced in terms of fighting ability and scouting. They had formulated a pretty good strategy. Setsuna would act as bait and lure out the opponent while scouting for anyone nearby, and Kendo would act as a fighter and take down the opponent. Everything was going pretty well until the two of them decided to make a quick stop to scout out anyone else nearby. "Anyone close by?" Kendo asked while hiding behind the brick wall of a small store pumping out to fight. "Not that I could see of. We need to move quickly," Setsuna suggested as they turned around and made their way to the inner part of the city. They quietly make their way to the city since they get the lottery of being placed in the outer part of the city. On one side, it's a bad place to be since they have such a hard time collecting points because they don't find any opponent. But on the positive side, it's a good place to be since they have the chance to avoid battle in early games. Since the class only consists of 10 teams and they'll be playing a battle royale system, it's obvious that they're gonna be expecting an all-out battle. Some people like 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 or 𝗧𝗬𝗧 or 𝗵𝗏𝗏 are always trying to head to the battle straightforward without thinking, but that doesn't mean that the others won't be, especially with the prize on the line. Only 10 minutes since the exercise had started, and she already heard 3 names being disqualified from battle. Those teams are Pony and Shota, 𝗬𝗏𝗧 and 𝗬𝗍𝗐, and 𝗧𝗬𝗧 and Kinoko. She knows that losing those 3 would be helpful since some of them are not a powerhouse in the class except for 𝗧𝗬𝗧. They would cause trouble in this type of battle. Kinoko and 𝗬𝗐 quirk would be the most dangerous under those 3 teams since they can target multiple people at the same time and target a large area. 𝗬𝗏𝗧 himself specializes in capturing an opponent with his weld quirk. And Pony and Shota are a dangerous pairing. With horn cannon and twin impact combined, they could be dealt some serious damage to other teams and possibly eliminate some of the strongest teams out there. She was thankful to anyone who took out those teams since they proved to be the most problematic out of them, but that doesn't mean that the others aren't weak. They all have their advantage in fighting this type of battle, and so does her team. "Set, anything from up there?" Kendo asked while continuing to run. "Sorry, Prez, all I see is nothing but onomatopoeia up ahead. It's Fukudashi and Ibra who are fighting with someone." Setsuna said, floating one of her eyes up in the air and returning her eyes to her body part. What's the plan, Prez? Kendo narrowed her eyes as she analyzed the combat strength of the remaining team. She knew the strength of her classmates ever since she'd been watching her class for almost a year and the perks of being the class president monitoring the class itself. Certainly, Hananuki, Tsuburaba, and Bando may be one step inferior in indirect firepower. But this was not a one-on-one battle, but rather a battle royal taking place over a vast area. It was completely unclear when an attack from Hananuki, who could transform the ground freely, would occur. Since there was the possibility of fighting together, Bando's glue quirk was also a threat. As for Tsuburaba, he must have grasped everyone's movements already thanks to Shishida acting as his partner. But the most dangerous of them all is the other three teams. Fukidashi quirk is the perfect type for battling in a wide area such as this. She knew that his comic quirk could be used to deal massive damage in a matter of seconds. But from what Setsuna had described, he looks like is currently fighting with someone. She's hoping that it would be Hananuki or Tsuburaba so that they could take out each other. Kamakiri is also a threat since with his speed and swift movement, he could intercept and act as a swift attacker and strap the opponent team with the cuff. But since his hothead personality might cloud his judgment, making him considered to be a threat. But the one she didn't want to fight was the obnoxious blonde-haired kid from her class. Minoma might be acting all smug on the outside. But his quirk is a walking arsenal she can't ignore. Copy is a powerful quirk that allows him to copy someone's quirks in a short time. Will he copy his classmate's quirk or the other class instead? The variety of it is simply too wide, which makes him a wild card in a battle like this. Fushi quickly shrugs off her head from trying to think too much. Right now, she needs to focus and start planning for her move before time runs out. Set, can you find Bando and Reiko? We need to take them out firsthand before we can move up. Kendo told the green-haired girl as she nodded while showing a toothy smirk. So she floated her head up in the air trying to find the glue-headed classmate of hers and floated the rest of her body to the rooftop. Kendo followed her movement as well, trying to get themselves out of the street. But before Kendo could climb herself onto the emergency stairs, she found herself trapped in an invisible prison made out of air. Her head perks and rotates to the alley and finds Shishida, who's already in his beast form with Tsuburaba climbing onto his back. Setsuna watched in disbelief as the two of them came out with her alone in the area and Shishida started to come after her. Meanwhile, on the left part of the city, a shadow is traveling on the wall, lurking in the wall. The shadow slips between the shadowy part of the alley and slowly stops once it enters the bright part of the city. Then a hand emerges from the shadow as it crawls, showing a face covered in black with white hair on it. Kuwara walks on the street undetected, trying to find any of his classmates around the part of the area. Find anything? Kamakiri asked while running in his direction. Nothing. Just empty streets. Kuwara replied. Kamakiri clicked his tongue in anger, trying to find any of his classmates. He starts to get impatient and itching for some fight since he hasn't been doing that in a long time. He thought that coming to the inner part of the city would give him the chance to fight against his class and prove that he was the best. Suddenly, a large shadow descended from below and they both looked up with the shocked face. A large kanji letter appears from out of the street, falling from the sky. OSHT! Kamakiri yelled out. Both Kuwara and Kamakiri quickly ran, trying to escape as letters continued to pop out from one after the other. He knows that this can only be Fukudashi's quirk as he grunts, trying to escape from the relentless onslaught of the comic head boy. He yells out in anger, cursing names in the air as Fukudashi continues to pop out letter after letter. Back with the trio of students at the simulated city, Setsuna now found herself in both a negative situation and a golden opportunity. Although Kendo was right there in front of her, trapped in Tsuburaba quirk, she had two strong opponents that would get in her way of destroying it. In her mind, she had two options. Try to take out one of them first and deal with the other later. Or surrender. Under normal circumstances, the girl would have gone with option 2. But something inside her mind was screaming at her to not back away from a challenge like this. She's trying to rack her brain to get away from this predicament. Kendo hasn't been declared out just yet since Tsuburaba hasn't cuffed her. But she has to find an opening for her to make a move while being watched by her opponent. Ready to surrender, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked, waiting for her response. However, the green-haired girl didn't give her a response and waited for the right time to strike. She still had her left hand attached to her body and hiding just behind the wall right next to 𝗕𝗁𝗧. She launched her hand and it came straight to her direction, aiming at 𝗕𝗁𝗧, but her hand got slapped by the beast quirk user as he stared right at her while growling. "Nice try, but you can't dash." Then his words came to a halt because of the sudden force hitting him on the face, courtesy of Setsuna's right hand. He momentarily stunned for a second, but that's all she needed for him to disable his quirk, freeing Kendo out of it. The orange-haired girl quickly rushed forward and charged right ahead, punching 𝗕𝗁𝗧 enough for him to stumble on the ground, crushing 𝗧𝗵𝗲 on the ground. Quickly, Setsuna used her left hand that got slapped and placed the cuff on both of them in their hand, connecting it to the water pipe on the wall. The megaphone in the area began to announce their victory against 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and 𝗕𝗁𝗧. They both cheered on the alley over to their victory before making its way to the inner part of the city, leaving the two students on the floor with their handcuffed on the water pipe. Izuku watches from the rooftop nearby, seeing how well Setsuna managed to handle the situation. She's pretty good at dealing with the situation. As expected from her, from what Nizu told me, she's a recommendation student. In the inner part of the city, there's a battle that's happening right in the middle of it. Both Reiko and Bando are currently running from the street, trying to get some distance from their opponent. Reiko is currently sliding above the ground using leftover parts of wood and steel plate and floating on the street almost like she's riding a 𝗕𝗏𝗁𝗏𝗧𝗏, with Bando following, running also. Right behind them, Rin came from behind, firing off his scale almost like a machine gun, aiming towards them. Rin suddenly popped up while simultaneously shooting a wave of scales from the other side of the rooftop. If it wasn't for the fact that he was facing that direction, Bando wouldn't have noticed in time. "Behind you!" The glue head quirk user quickly ducked. Reiko was able to react just in time to activate her quirk to telekinetic move the parking sign plate, acting as a shield to block the attack, forcing the scales to hit it and drop to the ground. "Damn it, it's Rin!" Bando shouted in panic to the Chinese exchange student. "Sorry, man." Rin quickly apologized before sending out another attack. Reiko and Bando are stuck on the street with only 3 pieces of steel plate blocking them from the attack. He got them pinned down in the middle of the street. And to make things worse, they couldn't escape. She looked around and spotted an empty way right next to her and told Bando to shoot a spray of glue in Rin's direction while they made their escape. He fired off a glue right from his head and quickly ran forward. However, when they reached the street, instead of feeling the loving embrace of concrete, what they got was a soft and slimy sensation of what felt like mud. Her body recognized the feeling, and only one person she knew of had a quirk with this effect. As her body began to slowly sink into the ground, what she didn't expect was that it was not the gray-haired kid with a skeleton face to greet her, but Monoma, who was copying Hananuki's quirk, was standing on the other end of the road. "Sorry for the ambush, Reiko." Monoma apologized before placing the cuff on her wrist and announcing her team's elimination. 1. Izuku watches from the screen on his wrist monitor who remains on the team. He looked at the time and found that it was almost half an hour since the battle had started and half a team had already been eliminated. The only team remaining are Kamakiri and Kuwaro, Kendo and Setsuna, Hananuki and Kaibara, Fukudashi and Ibra, and Monoma and Rin. So far he impressed with the development of his class since the last time he saw them. They had been improving with their quirk and tactics over the last week and clearly showed signs of changes. From what he saw, it's still too early to conclude who's gonna win. Each of the teams had their specialty from scouting to capturing. So for him, it's still anyone's game. While watching on the rooftop, his phone is ringing right from his pocket. He noticed that the phones that ringing weren't the ones that Masamori handed to him, but the ones that belonged to him. He let the phone vibrate through his pocket, not answering the call since he's currently on the job, and waits until the exercise is over. He looked over to the front and saw the onomatopoeia had stopped and a giant glacier of ice erupted right across the street. Izuku watched as he recognized the ice anywhere. Monoma standing in front of the street with his left part of his body covered in ice. He exhaled while smirking down, seeing both Ibra and Fukudashi trapped in a glacier of ice. Rin watched in awe, seeing Monoma manage to copy Todoroki's quirk right away. He told Rin beforehand that he had a plan to capture Fukudashi off guard. At first, he was a bit skeptical since he doubted that Hananuki's quirk that he stole was enough to defeat them since they had Ibara who can act as crowd control and was one of the Class B aces. But when he showed him releasing flames from his right hand, that's when he recognized that he already copying Todoroki's quirk. That's when he realizes that they might have a chance to win this match. The announcement said that their team managed to capture not only Fukudashi team but also Kamakiri's team who were also caught in the crossfire. He counts the points and knows that he's in the lead. The only remaining team left is Hananuki and Kaibara along with Kendo and Setsuna. He knows that those two aren't considered weak in the class, but he couldn't let himself lose in this class either. Right of a sudden, the ground turns into mud and slowly sinking both Monoma and Rin right out of go. He looked down at his feet noticing the sinking sensation belonged to Hananuki's original quirk that he stole a few minutes before the exam had started. He looked around and saw Hananuki standing near the street with his palm touching the pavement while smirking. Nowhere to run, Monoma. Hananuki smirks, trapping them on the ground. Monoma, who saw that, quickly used Todoroki ice to create an ice pavement and lift them from the ground, away from Hananuki quirk. He made a run for it while trying to get away from him when all of a sudden Kaibara slid in using his quirk to gyrate across the steel pipe and lock in battle with Rin. Damn it, we didn't see him coming. Rin grunts while defending himself from Kaibara's quirk, trying to drill through Rin's scale arm. Monoma then touched the ground below them trying to sink Kaibara using Hananuki quirk, but the original user of the quirk quickly cancelled out the effect of Monoma's quirk effect who climbing on, "You can't beat the original, Monoma," Hananuki said, touching the ground and looking toward him. He grunts knowing that he's been made out. Luckily, he still has the heteromantic quirk in his arsenal. He aims his hand to shoot an orange-colored flame towards Hananuki, but quickly he swims down avoiding the blast. Kaibara, who's nearby, is forced to fall back and makes his escape. Monoma then calls Rin and tells him to fall back as they leap to the rooftop and make their escape. He needs to formulate a new plan since Hananuki has proven to be problematic for him to handle. Should he find a place to hide and wait till time runs out? Or should he let Kendo and Hananuki fight off each other and he took out the last team standing? His mind is racing full of thought while trying to make his escape when suddenly a large fist comes straight towards him at the intersection. He didn't have time to dodge and went full face first before rolling down on the ground and falling. Rin, who also walked right next to him, got hit by Kaibara, who managed to gyrate his right arm and punched the living hell out of the Chinese transfer student, knocking him on the floor. Monoma then felt his entire body sink below, almost like he was sinking. He then looked at the top and noticed that Kendo and Hananuki's teams stood side by side as they worked together. What the? Surprised, Hamura-sensei never told us that we couldn't work together. Hananuki nods over to Rin's direction as he's being cuffed by Setsuna, announcing their defeat and an alarm signaling that their time for the exercise is already over. Congratulations Team D and F, you guys were the winner for today's match, said Mandalay to the group of students who just arrived at the finish line as they clapped their hands to congratulate them on their victory. And as promised, Izuku pulled out a small black box consisting of 4 black chips with the number 50 on it and handed it over to the winner. They continued to clap their hands together with Tetsu yelling out cheers in the back with Aways and Pony. That was a pretty smart strategy, working together to get the job done. I didn't see that coming. Izuku complimented Kendo and the others. The orange-haired girl is a bit embarrassed over his compliment since their talk over a few nights ago about her consulting him, but she's trying to get the hang of it. And as for the rest of you, great job. I saw the whole thing and I've to say I'm pretty impressed by your performance. Kaibara, nice job with your sliding technique there. He points his finger over to Kaibara, showing his smile over to him. Reiko, nice surfing move back there. Practice by riding a skateboard or surfing to get a better feeling of it. Fukudashi, try to lower the size of your quirk attack. But other than that, great job. Everyone else, keep practicing what you're doing. My advice to all of you is to try to work on your quirk limit firsthand. Know your limit and try to break through it. Izuku congratulated them while giving them his last advice for today before calling them to head back to the class and start to get changed. He waved them from the back, telling them that he needed to finish things up around here before heading back to the school. He watches as the last of them leave before turning and heading to the front gate of ground beta. Izuku heads to the gate to turn off the simulation. He headed to the control room and tried to turn off the lights while trying to look around to see anyone suspicious before grabbing his cell phone from his pocket and trying to call back. But before he could do that, he heard steps coming towards him from behind. He instinctively grabs his gun from his back, turns his back, and points it only to find Kendo, who's coming in looking all shocked and scared. "Sensei, it's me," Kendo told him, raising her hand showing her to surrender. Izuku exhaled his breath in relief before putting his gun back on his back. "Kendo, you scared me," Izuku told her off. Sorry, thought I came to ask for something. But that can wait. Why did you have a gun in the first place?" Kendo averted her eyes over to Izuku back where the gun was. Izuku fixed his clothes to keep the gun hidden from her. "Well, considering I'm not armed like all of you, I'm gonna need some protection for myself, correct?" She couldn't argue over him, knowing that a gun is nothing compared to a quirk this day, but still, it's a tool for threatening. "So why are you here, Kendo?" Izuku asked. She blinked for a second before collecting herself to ask him, "Oh right, sorry, thought I should come by and check on you, sensei." "Me?" Izuku looked at her, wondering why she came to check on him. "Yeah, thought I saw it in the morning. You look pretty tired today." Kendo asked, looking all worried. Izuku looked towards her and tried to come up with an excuse. He couldn't just tell that he'd been playing vigilante at night in front of his student. That would raise a serious red flag for her. So he decided to just twist the truth for a little bit. "I'm fine, Kendo," Izuku told her, "just dozed off from the night patrol." However, she didn't seem to be convinced by his words, knowing that he was almost a bit dozed off before the exercise started. But she knew not to press off the issue right now, so she decided to just put it on hold. Now comes the hard part of why she came to this place in the first place. "Okay then," Kendo replied before suddenly going red around her cheek, trying to force her lips to say the words that were on her mind. "By the way, sir, wanna hang out?" If Izuku weren't stunned by what she asked before, then he is now. He didn't know what to answer since he never had someone ask him to hang out in a long time. Like hang out, just the two of us. Izuku looked a bit shocked seeing his student asking him out, almost like a date. Kendo quickly reddened her face and almost felt embarrassed after saying that. She didn't mean it that way, it's just a gesture of inviting him to hang out, that's all. "Oh no, I meant with the class, She quickly corrected herself. Thanks, but I gotta go. There's paperwork that I've to do." Izuku excuses himself by declining her invitation, feeling a bit awkward with it after being asked by her. "Oh, it's okay. Maybe next time," Kendo asked, still looking flustered. "Sure, maybe next time," Izuku replied. She then quickly made her way to the gate and left as Izuku went silent inside the room. He didn't know what else to say. She just asked him out. Not in a romantic way or something, but still it proves that she felt comfortable with him. He didn't know how to feel. If he being honest, he never imagined to be hanging out in the school with the class. Sure, they may be the same age, but still, he's the teacher, and they are the students. Outside of the school, all he does is go back to the warehouse and prep himself for the night or gather information and listen to Masamori brief for the next criminal they gonna hit with Aizawa. He didn't exactly have a decent social lifestyle even before all of this started. Whether in hell or before that, he never thought of hanging out with kids around their age and having some fun. But Izuku shook his head, knowing that he didn't have time for such leisure. He needs to focus on the mission that's been entrusted to him. So he pressed the power button on the wall and turned it off before leaving. Izuku is walking on the school grounds in the evening after finishing the paperwork for today. He walks into the empty courtyard looking at the sunset starts to come down before it's turning into dark. He walks to the gate before looking around to find anyone. There are only a couple of students who are sitting in the courtyard and coming out to the gate after finishing their studies. He grabbed his pocket and checked on the caller on his phone and only found one caller on it. Right away, he recognized who called him since only a handful of people had his private number. He pressed the dial button and placed the phone on his ear, waiting to ring while walking outside of the gate. "Hey, talk to me," Izuku said over the phone while listening to the conversation. "I found where he lives. Even got an address for you." Izuku smirks after hearing the news with a crazed look on his face like someone told him that Christmas and New Year are put together. Flashbacks start at the hideout where Enrique is hiding. He walks around the room shifting uncomfortably, waiting for someone to come pick him up. He taps his foot on the floor, anxiously looking over to his shoulder. Suddenly a crashing sound hits his window as Izuku comes zip-line from his window and lands on the wooden panel floor. Enrique, who saw that, quickly grabbed his belongings and made his way out of the building. Izuku, who's the first to land, quickly chases after him down to the building. He sprints down the building while came running, trying to chase him. His breathing sound is hitting right through his ear, almost like an Olympic sprinter. The rustling sound of barrels hitting the ground from where Enrique crashed is giving him a good lead on his location. When he reached the intersection, he suddenly got smacked by a wooden plank. He fell over to the ground and saw Enrique hiding behind the wall holding the wood. "Ding, how the hell did you find where I was hiding?" He dropped the plank and made his way to where Izuku was. Izuku gets up from the floor and walks forward, heading to where Enrique is. He throws a punch down Enrique's face and he sends back a right hook towards Izuku's face, knocking him down once again. His gun falls over on the ground as Izuku tries to pick it up, but his hand is pinned by Enrique's foot as he winces in pain. "How the hell did you find me?" He relentlessly kicked the green-haired kid's stomach till he started vomiting on the floor. He picked up the gun that belonged to Izuku and admired it before rolling his body facing upward and held on gunpoint right to him. "Any last word, beach?" He pulled the trigger and aimed it at Izuku's face before showing his grin, which Izuku finds similar to Katsuki's grin. Somehow, seeing that similar grin pisses him off bad. He knew that kind of grin anywhere since he'd been seeing that for the last 10 years, non-stop plastering his mind. How he finds this man is the complete carbon copy of the one person he's hate the most on this face of the planet. Then there it is again, the rage that's buried deep inside of him. The look on his face only reignited his flames of hatred even more than it was before, almost like someone just threw a hot piece of stone down to his throat. Izuku looked toward him, and Enrique thought he saw a trace of scarlet in his eyes. "What the?" Izuku stomped on his groin, making Enrique fall off the ground, dropping his ground while he lunged toward him and pinned him on the ground. He punches Enrique's face with his bare hand rapidly. A smacking sound could be heard across the alley with Izuku continued to hit non-stop violently. He grabbed a can of used air freshener and hit it to Enrique's face. BLD splattered all over the can and Enrique's body isn't moving from the beating he's receiving. A tooth flew free from his gums, BLD pooling in his mouth. His eyes rolled back into his head, and Izuku laughed to himself as he watched. He hit Enrique again and again. He'd passed out at some point, but Izuku couldn't tell when. He didn't relent though, continuing with his barrage of punches, each one growing stronger, more powerful. "Kid, stop this," someone cried from the alley. The boy didn't seem to hear, or if he did, he gave no acknowledgement that he had. Instead, he continued to deliver a strong punch to the still-downed Enrique. His face is broken and battered beyond recognition. When he punched Enrique's face with that force, it caved slightly. Izuku was slightly surprised, but his laugh grew crazed at the sight. His last punch and Enrique's face caved completely, an eye popping out, nose unrecognizable, part of his brain visible. "Kid." Someone yanked him off Enrique's lifeless body, pulled him to the side and held him with Izuku still trying to deliver a series of attacks at him. Jack came to tackle him on the ground while trying to hold him down. He looked towards the victim and saw that he was not moving a muscle, knowing that the blunt force trauma was killing him on the spot. Izuku continued to move, acting all feral and crazy, almost like an animal who had been on a leash. Claire came running towards them and saw what was left of it. Immediately, she went to check up on Enrique's condition and placed her finger on his neck to check on his pulse and found none. "He's dead," she replied. Izuku, however, didn't seem to care while trying to let himself out from Jack's grip and continued his beating towards him. He didn't give the slightest care whether he was already 1 foot out of the door or not. All he wanted was nothing but to wipe him out of this place. He continued to grunt with Jack holding him down when suddenly Enrique's body started to crack. The glowing red crack spreads across his body, then he crumbles into a pile of ash. Izuku stops and that scene happens to awaken him from the bloodlust he's feeling just now. He slumps from Jack's hole trying to process what's happening right now while staring at his bloodied hand looking all terrified. Whether it was the fact that he just killed a man or watched it turn into a pile of ash, his brain didn't have the strength to process what just happening. What the hell was that kid? Jack asked while getting himself up and dusting his breathes. Claire came towards Izuku's direction and turned his arm. She looked at his backhand and found a glow-red tattoo with a 3-circled figure drawn on it and stared at it in disbelief. He has the mark. She shows his glow tattoo in Jack's direction and finds his distraught face on him as well. Flashback end. Later at night, outside of a liquor store in a small village in Kyoto, the owner of the store is coming out while on the phone talking to his wife while heading to his car parked behind the premises. "Hello, dear," he said talking to his wife. "Yeah, I'm headed home," he said. "No, it was a good day. Don't worry, I'll bring some takeout for us on the way back." While he was talking, he heard a sound of clattering from his back. He turned his head around and spotted something moving from behind the dumpster, checked over to his head and walked slowly over to the dumpster to see it. He took a flashlight from his car and pointed it at the dumpster and saw a pair of breathes and a leg on the floor followed by a groaning sound. From the looks of it, it looked like a male. The owner scoffed, turned his flashlight off and walked over to the person lying on the ground. From the looks of it, there are a couple of drunkards lying behind his store and getting wasted. "Hey, I'm closing the store here. Find someplace to get drunk." The owner walks over trying to wake the drunkard. But the drunkard remains in his spot covered in card boxes covering his face. "Hey man, wake up." He kicked over to his shoes trying to wake him up. Then the boxes slowly move and drop away from the drunkard thinking that he's awake. But then something happens as the empty night is followed by a sound of growling and snarling. The owner slowly walks away thinking that something is going wrong with the man as he slowly gets up and the groaning sound is getting clearer and louder. He then saw the man rising from the ground, showing a sight that the owner couldn't believe with his own eyes as the drunkard's eyes had turned white, his iris was sunken dark and his skin was turning pale. Half of his face is also scarred and showing the veins and tendons. One screaming at the top of his lungs, the owner quickly tried to make a run for it, but whatever it was that standing in front of him was quicker and quickly grabbed his leg and dragged him. The owner screamed while trying to release the grip from it, only to find that he was being swallowed into the shadowy part of the alley with nothing but his screaming voice echoing the night. Somewhere in Mizudafu at night, a thug dressed in a yellow shirt and black hoodie jacket came running into the alley at night. He looked frightened while looking at his back, almost like being chased by a phantom at night. At the rooftop, Izuku came chasing from the rooftop, jumping after him. He rolled over from the rooftop trying to go after him before pointing his gun below and firing a shot down to his feet to stop him from continuing. The thug stopped his track and felt something yanked over to his feet and pulled him upside down to see two men dressed in black, one with a trench coat and the other wearing a black jacket. Aizawa came in front of him pulling his scarf tied to his feet as Izuku came towards him to ask a question. "Naru Yoshida, you were a top seller of the drag called Pixie Dust?" Izuku asked, shouting right towards his face. Yeah, what about it, Beach?" He talked back before Izuku punched him and knocked him unconscious. Aizawa then cuffed him with the quirk-canceling cuff before picking him up at the nearest police station and checked his ID once more before delivering it to the police. Ever since Izuku had started combing the street with Aizawa's help, things have started to settle down slowly. Criminals have started to notice that someone has been taking out the criminals behind the street had been quiet for a while. But Aizawa still hasn't seen any big player coming into town lately. He was hoping that somehow the criminal would make their move first, but it seems that they haven't taken the bite just yet, so they just have to be patient while cleaning the mess one at a time. Aizawa then lifted the thug from the ground and was ready to take him, but Izuku didn't follow his direction and instead went the other way. "Izuku, the police are this way," Aizawa told him. "Yeah, I'm not going. I'm gonna patrol around the area. See if any thugs are lying around." Izuku walks to the empty street and starts heading out, leaving Aizawa to pick up the thug from the police while Izuku continues to patrol. Aizawa grumbles in annoyance seeing that his nephew just left off like that while he gets to pick up the slack. He wished that Mike would be here to help pick up the slack. Izuku walks to the UA, heading out to 𝗍's office to have a discussion. He stepped onto the foot of a spiral stone staircase, which moved slowly upward as the doors closed behind him, taking him up to a polished oak door with a brass door knocker. He could hear voices from inside the office. He stepped off the moving staircase and hesitated, listening. 𝗍, I don't see the reason why we can't visit my son in the prison. We had the right to be there. It was the voice of Tashinori Yagi, and from his guess, there's more than one Yagi member inside the room. 3. And why should I granted the permit? Last I checked he's not your son and now he is. 𝗍 growled in his voice. 1. Please Uncle 𝗍. I need to talk to him. It's been over 3 months since I saw him. I just want to have a conversation with him, that's all. Izumi spoke from behind the door. 2. So you wanted to skip over 1 week of school, traveling half across the continent just to pay a visit to a prisoner who didn't want to see you. Is that what I'm hearing? It must be nice having so much freedom and so little responsibility. 𝗍 sarcastically asked. 2. Sir, you have to understand. No. You had to understand, you can't just walk around the school crapping your mess every left and right and expect someone to clean it up. 𝗍 angrily told the head of the Yagi family before turning his head to her. 1. You, Izumi Yagi, are on a no-flight risk list along with your class, making it impossible for you to travel outside of the country. So, unless you wanted to get shot by the International Military Defense Force, trespassing their country without an authorized flight permit, I suggest you kept your mouth shut. 5. And you bumbling idiot. He turned his head over to Tashinori, berating him. I had enough of you coming into my school, buying your way in like some cheapskate PMP, and now you coming here demand something from me. How stupid do you think I am, Tashinori Yagi? 2. Tashinori held his silence along with her daughter, unable to look at him, lowering their head in shame. Leave my office right now, 𝗍 said one last time before Izuku heard a sound of stepping coming into the door. Izuku left his ear away from the wooden door and stood right in front of the door as it opened, revealing Tashinori coming out with a scowl on his face and Izumi, who looked disappointed. Tashinori didn't say a word to him, but one can't be said the same with his offspring. Sorry, who are you? Izumi asked, looking towards the silver-haired kid. Izuku stared at her with cold-looking dead eyes as her sister stood right in front of him. Not only that, but his deadbeat father is also there, coming in a package delivered to him. Looking at them both in front of him, he was itching, trying to grab the grip of his revolver hidden behind his shirt and shoot their shoulder just for a small satisfaction for himself. One, it's so easy and satisfying for him. A shot right at the temple of their head. A clean hit would even end all of this once and for all for him. He's the new teacher, Izumi. Don't look at him. Tashinori grabbed her wrist, trying to get himself and her out of there, but Izumi yanked his grip away. 2. Wait. The new teacher that's everyone talking about. For Class B. Izumi pried over to his bickering and tried to talk over to the new teacher, but he showed no signs of having the slightest conversation with her. He doesn't have a quirk, Izumi. Tashinori quietly said with a disgusted look over to his face. 6. Like you, Tashinori. Izuku coldly said, you should go back to class, Yagi. Or you'll be having a detention with Aizawa. Izuku then walks inside 𝗍's office before closing it down as he enters. He then makes his way over to the White Mouse, seeing his exhausted face after having a meeting with the Yagi family, which he knows wasn't planned. 𝗍 pulled his desk drawer, grabbed a remote, and pressed it to the door where Izuku came in. Soundproof barrier. In case someone tries to listen. The school tends to have few loose ears sometimes. Izuku looked impressed with the added feature coming from the office itself. It shows that the mammal is the smartest creature, with his plan always one step ahead. So what can I do to help? 𝗍 calmly asked. Izuku pulled a seat over in front of him before starting to have a conversation with him. I want to cash in your favor. Back the one in the prison? Izuku asked, joining his hand together with his elbow touching his desk. 𝗍 took a moment before replying, oh yes, the search that you requested. I was able to ask for a friend in the outer country and I found her. He pulled his desk drawer, grabbed the brown file document an inch thick and slid it over to Izuku. It was the thinnest file Izuku had ever seen. The hero opened the file to find a single sheet of almost blank paper. The only information it had was the name, her quirk status, and crime. From over 4 years ago. Allison Hall, 26 years old, living in a small town called Blue Ridge in Georgia. The quirk registry department registered her quirk called violin, able to turn her arm into the instrument itself. Nizu went to explain as Izuku read over the file. 1. Working as a high school music teacher. Living in a small apartment not too far from the school and unmarried. What else can you tell about her? Izuku asked, trying to find something that wasn't on the file. Nizu took a moment before answering since he read over the file and knew everything there was to her during his investigation. Nothing much, steady job, owns a suburban car in the city, having a great career as an instructor. Seems a pretty normal life for me. Izuku read over to the photo of her coming out from the home carrying her bag and a few school books. He stared at the photo for a while before showing a hint of a smile and took the photo in his pocket along with the file. Thanks, you kept your end of the deal. Now I'll honor mine. Izuku gets up from the chair and makes his way to the door, but Nizu still has a question for him. Izuku, I have to ask, seeing your father and sister coming out from the room just a few minutes ago, did you still want to get your revenge? For everything they did? 2. Izuku kept silent and didn't look toward Nizu as he grabbed the handle and started making his way out of the room. After he was done getting on what he needed, he decided to just head back to the teacher lounge and find himself some quiet place. He continued to walk down the stairs and found some students hanging out on the stairs playing with their phones and discussing the latest news recently. Izuku heads towards the stairs before hearing the bell ring signaling the class is over as the class door begins to open simultaneously, heading to the cafeteria. Izuku grabbed his file and walked in the opposite direction, trying to get himself away from the crowd and heading out. The school bell rang, signifying the end of the day, and Setsuna was quick to put her notebook back into her desk, leaning back and stretching. Everyone got up to go for lunch, talking and laughing about what they were going to do after school, or else bemoaning the test they were forced to do. Tsuburaba bemoaning and slumping out of the classroom with the rest of Kaibara and Kamakiri, while Monoma yelled at them for their lack of competitive with class. Setsuna herself was ready for lunch, her stomach growling after eating so little due to the test this morning, and stood up to walk with Ibara over to the rest of the group. Hey guys, so what you gonna do for today, huh? Setsuna leaned over to Ibara's shoulder along with the group of 𝗲𝗚s, Kinoko, Kuwaro, Tetsu, and Shota. Probably gonna play some video game. I just bought a new game console a few days ago. 𝗲𝗚s replied while putting his notebook in the bag. I'm gonna go and study in my room, Ibara replied while excusing herself from the group and making her way out. What? Come on. Let's go hang out. We just finished a pop quiz. We deserved a little break. Setsuna replied while walking down the stairs heading out from the school building. That's easy for you to say. You already learned the whole thing, so you guarantee to ace the exam. Kinoko comments while following her from behind. Soon they were already at the school building entrance with Ibara, and Shota decided to head back to the dorm and study. That leaves Kinoko, Kuwaro, Tetsu, 𝗲𝗚s, and Setsuna to go hang out. They were splitting between heading to the mall or going to the arcade to play some game while blowing off some steam. So they decided to vote on the option, and they voted on going to the mall. But on the way out, Setsuna spotted Hamura-sensei walking out from the gate, but he was right in front of them. Wait a minute, I don't remember seeing sensei coming home this early, Setsuna said, noticing their sensei walking on the pedestrian road. They show their school ID on the security robot as the front gate is open for them while following Izuku from behind. What do you mean this early? Kinoko asked. From what Prez told me lately, he's always staying late at school. Doing paperwork and patrolling around the school at night. While he's not doing that, he's busying himself on the teacher's office. Setsuna went to explain. Yeah, sometimes when I hit the gym, I once passed with him on the schoolyard. It was quite late at night and he's just finished locking the door. Tetsu added. It's really weird, you know. He's roughly the same age as us, but he seems to be more mature than all of us put together. Kinoko said. They all looked over to his back as it slowly got smaller and smaller with each step they took, realizing that this was probably the only time that they met with their teacher outside of the school. If they count out the time when he just happens to meet during the cafe shootout, then this would be the first. Over the last couple of weeks, since they started to know him, They all realize that he's mostly kept to himself. Sure, that as a teacher, he's a great one. But as equals, they felt that there was a wall that kept them apart even though they're the same age. Knowing what an opportunity this was about, 𝗧𝗪𝗧 decided to bail on their plan to hang out and do something more interesting. She smirks right toward the group as they recognize that look, knowing that she has some idea of what's going on around her head. Guys, don't you see? Finding sensei around here, it's like finding a stash of cash lying on the ground. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 smirks. We should follow him. The rest of the group did a double take on what the green-haired girl had just suggested. Aren't you guys even curious about what he does on a daily basis? 𝗧𝗪𝗧 suggested the idea to them. Let's not do that, 𝗬𝗏 said quietly. Sure. Sounds kind of fun. I'm in. Kinoko said, looking excited with the idea itself. All right, let's follow him before we lose sight of him. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 starts to walk, trying to catch up with their teacher, with the rest following from behind. So they decided to follow him from behind while hiding and prying behind the wall and the mailbox. Barely an hour had passed by the time they were walking out of the ramen shop that their teacher went to. And everything had been going pretty ordinary so far. As far as they see it, they have been following him since he got out from the school gate, heading to the bookstore, to mini-mart and the ramen shop. They soon saw Izuku crossing the intersection and called a cab. Seeing him taking the cab, 𝗧𝗪𝗧 decided to follow suit and called the second cab, which luckily drove close by to their teacher's cab. They entered the car and told the driver to follow the cab right in front of them. Whenever he went, the driver nodded and started the meter. The cab continued to follow him on the road as Izuku cab continued to drive, heading to the inner part of the city, heading to downtown. Soon, after roughly 20 minutes of driving, Izuku's cab finally stopped as he paid the driver and walked to the side of the street. They soon followed on the back and paid the driver too, as they followed him from behind before entering a coffee shop. Nice, he hasn't seen us yet, 𝗧𝗪𝗧 said. But don't you think it's kinda weird seeing him walking in the city in the middle of the day? 𝗬𝗏 asked. Yeah, I thought that he's gonna have some business around here, 𝗬𝗧 added. Maybe he has a secret girlfriend or something, Kinoko said. All of a sudden, the group did a double take on what the short brown-haired girl had said. It's not impossible to happen, seeing how good-looking he is. The boys in the class probably didn't know this, but the girls in Class B had been secretly talking to each other while admiring how handsome their new teacher is, since he's the youngest teacher in the whole UA. They had this group chat on their phone discussing it, with only 𝗧𝗪𝗧, Pony, and Kinoko as the members for the momentarily. But they can't rule out the possibility that their teacher had a girlfriend outside of UA. Is it possibly a secret lover? Or perhaps a coworker? Or someone from his past? Her mind began to form the image that her sensei was dating one of the teachers from UA, specifically a certain 𝗵𝗃𝗧 who wore a domino mask carrying a 𝗕𝗶𝗃𝗏. She quickly erased those thoughts out of her mind, knowing that it was nothing but a vivid imagination. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 knew that Kendo had a minor crush on the new teacher. The others might be too blind to see it, but she knew that the class president always sneaks glances over to him every time he's in the class. Whether it's under the excuse of discussing her studies or helping him out with the cleanup after class, she's always trying to find an opportunity to spend some time with him. She knew just how attractive his teacher was, despite a few disagreements coming from the other class. But she was not gonna try to sweep her way and tried to make the move for herself. But she had to admit that when it comes to romance, Kendo is way too inexperienced, since she devoted her life to being a class president and doing karate for most of her life. While in the midst of planning in her mind, Izuku came out from the coffee shop carrying a plastic bag in his right hand and carried it while walking on the sidewalk before making a turn. Wait, he's getting away. 𝗬𝗧 points to the road where their teacher is making a turn. After him. Kinoko came running from where she was hiding with the others following her. Soon they all came running on the street and heading to where Izuku made the turn. They came running across the street and made a turn only to find the street was empty with nothing there. What? Where is he? Kinoko glances around the empty area. You sure he's taking this turn? 𝗬𝗏 asked 𝗬𝗧. Yeah, I'm sure. I saw it myself. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 glanced over to the area to find no signs of him anywhere. And here's where she saw a plastic bag similar to what their teacher had brought placed on top of a clothes dumpster. She brought it down and opened the bag to see 5 iced coffees on a plastic cup along with a note placed on the bag. Refreshment for students who trying to tailing their teacher. She twitched her eyebrow reading the note knowing that her teacher knew that he'd been tailed. But to see that he brought the coffee for them, she had no idea whether it was a sign of a gift or a bad joke. What is that? Tetsu asked looking at the note before she handed it to him. He read it over and yelled out in surprise knowing that they just got busted for their sneaking over to his back. They read the note as they felt a bit embarrassed with what they're doing. Kinoko then noticed something was written on the back of the note since she was the shortest among the group. Guys, what's that on the back of the note? She pointed out on the note in Tetsu's hand. He turned it over and saw there was another writing on the note. The group huddled trying to read it over as Tetsu read it out loud. Look behind you. So they turned their head to their rear and suddenly they saw their teacher standing right behind them while crossing his hand in front of his chest while smirking right towards them. All of a sudden, they felt a bit shocked and terrified seeing they had just been caught red-handed by their teacher right on the spot. Thought you too could use a little caffeine. Following someone all day can get very exhausting. Izuku spoke while holding his smile from his mouth. What? Following? Setsuna tried to play it off. I mean, Mizudafu is known for being a small town. Sooner or later we were bound to run into each other. However, Izuku didn't seem to be convinced by the excuse, and seeing how flustered they sound right now, it's just proof that he's hitting the bullseye. He nodded maintaining his smile. For the record, the typical tail procedure is 8 lengths. When I asked the driver to speed up, you asked the same and he cut it to 4. Should always use 2 cars, not just 1, so you can 𝗧𝗵𝗧𝗟𝗧 out. You should maintain your distance and don't walk in a pack like a bunch of gazelles. They listened with their mouth agape as their teacher began to lecture them about the proper way to follow someone. They had no idea whether to be discouraged or feeling humiliated by what they were feeling as the rest of the group had the same sensation as Setsuna did a few minutes ago. And next time, don't come to the city wearing your school uniform. It makes it obvious. He averted his gaze to Setsuna's direction knowing that she was the ringleader on this stakeout mission of theirs. I'm really sorry about this, sensei. She apologized lowering her head with the others following the same. Look, I don't know what's going on, but I don't ever want to have this conversation again. Next time you want to watch me walk on the street, buy me a cup of coffee, he said over to them before excusing himself to leave them in the alley while holding on to their stony nervous face. Okay, so that wasn't so bad. Setsuna faltered for a second, then let out a small laugh, rubbing her head. We just got busted. By our teacher for spying on him. 𝗬𝗓𝗧 looked in her direction. That's as bad as it gets. We lucky we didn't get any detention or worse, a suspension. They looked over at each other knowing that their stakeout mission was already over at this point. So they decided to bail on the plan and headed over to the mall to spend some time together and headed to the mall. Luckily, the mall isn't that far off from where they coming from so it's still on their plan. They walked on the side road talking about what to buy in there or hearing there's been a sale at the department store, to which the girls were ecstatic to go. Well, there it is. Setsuna threw the doors to the mall open, and stood back to let everyone step through, giving them salutes as they walked past her into the mall. Here we are. Kyoshi Ward Shopping Mall. They glanced around, smiling as they observed the large open-roofed mall, seeing several people running around to get their shopping done in time for the weekend. It had been a long time since they had been here. They haven't been here since they heard of a rumor that Class A was attacked by the League of Villains leader, but that was well in the past now. Now she could look forward to a long day of shopping and hanging out in here. Maybe getting something to eat would be nice since she didn't get any chance to do that while spying on her teacher at the ramen shop. As they walked properly into the mall, taking some time to look around, the group decided to just split up. They said that they would meet at the entrance 2 hours from now and quickly made their way to the side to not get swept up in the crowds. Kinoko and Setsuna quickly head to the second floor of the clothes center, while 𝗬𝗓𝗧 and Kuwaro head to the game center, trying to find a new game that has just been released. And Tetsu is heading to the sports center to buy himself a new set of dumbbells. It took them a lot longer than they expected, with Kinoko bringing a bag full of new clothes and 𝗬𝗧𝗏 carrying a new game console that he just bought since they were having a flash sale. Once they leave the mall, the sky has already turned from clear blue to a night with lights illuminating across the street. Man, we took so much time staying on that game console, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 grumbled carrying his bag. Don't blame yourself. The girls took on their time as well. Kuwaro added, pointing at their bag. Alright, let's go back to the school already. The gate is closed at 9, so we better hurry. Setsuna shows her watch showing that it's pointing at 7. So they decided to walk towards the street and find themselves a bus since they couldn't possibly carry the whole bag on foot. When they reached over to the bus station, they saw an illuminating spotlight radiating from the other side of the building along with several ladies walking by dressed in button-up shirts and skimpy dresses. Dude, check it out. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 nudges his elbow towards Kuwaro, who pointing his finger at the ladies just walking by. Out of curiosity, they decided to follow the crowd, look at where they headed, and leave the bus station. They continued to walk on a crowded street and made a turn right at the intersection to find the source of the light. They looked over to the building behind it and spotted the building responsible for it. It was a futuristic-looking building with the shape of an egg covered in steel railing with black-colored and red neon with a written of Bacchus right on top of it with a white-colored spotlight directing it on the neon letter itself. People in a long line waited to get in as they were being held by a bouncer who was standing on guard right in front. Wow, this place looks amazing. Tetsu looked over to the building admiring how cool it looked from the outside. Yeah, it's shaped like a black egg. Kinoko points her finger over to the building with an egg shape. Come on, let's go. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 quickly walked onto the crosswalk and headed to the club itself with Tetsu following. Wait, we can't go in there. Kinoko looked in shocked along with Kuwaro and Setsuna. We're not. We just wanted to get a closer look. The steel quirk user replied while running to get a closer on the building itself. Soon, they all decided to follow him as they walked across the street to see the building from close. They looked over and saw just how majestic the building was with the letter of the club name written on the wall with a red neon sign. The building itself looks immaculate from close and brings people to come since the line itself is getting longer and longer by every minute. But as they came to admire the building from across the street, someone came behind them touching Setsuna and Kinoko's shoulder as they both shudder. Hey there, what's a couple of pretty girls such as yourself hanging around here? Came a voice behind the two girls. Setsuna and Kinoko, who felt an arm wrapped around their shoulder, quickly turned their heads around and saw someone in between them. A boy in his 20s, from how he looks is probably still in college trying to score himself an awesome high schooler to accompany him. And by the way, how he dresses, he seems to be coming from a rich snob. They both felt uncomfortable as they started to shift their way out from his hand, but the kid continued to not let his hand from both Setsuna and Kinoko's shoulder. Come on sweetheart, you wanna come inside? I can help you with that and show you guys some good time, he whispered right at their ears, feeling his breath hitting on their earlobe. Tetsu, who saw what this guy doing to his friend, decided to step forward and tried to defend them, but the college boy placed his hand on Tetsu's chest and lightly electrocuted him on the spot, making him have a small seizure right in front of the street. Now, don't make me ask again sweetheart. Let's go inside. He liked his lip in smugness and tried to grope over their body when suddenly he felt something on the back of his head, almost like a steel pipe, along with a clicking sound. He then felt a chilling sensation on the back of his head and saw some of the ladies waiting in the line grab their phones and start taking pictures or recording the scene that happened. He then slowly averted his gaze to see that he was being held at gunpoint. Keep your hands off their shoulder and raise your hand. The group recognized the voice as they turned their heads around to see the man who held the college kid at gunpoint happened to be their teacher. He stared right at the back of his head with cold-looking dead eyes while ready to pull the trigger himself. You guys okay? Izuku asked the group as they nodded, with Setsuna and Kinoko trembling and traumatized while keeping his gun at the boy's back head. Hey man, we're just trying to have a good time, okay? They're both my friend's sister. The boy excused himself. Shut up, the silver-haired kid spat. The passers-by around the club watched the scene in front of them as the college boy feels quite embarrassed with the situation, clearly that he's never been humiliated like this before. Listen, don't you know who I am? I know the owner of this place, you stupid shit stain. He'll wipe you off from his premises and force you to be a dishwasher. He threatens the gunman, unable to see him. Izuku, however, didn't seem to be fazed by what he said and then lowered his head right next to his shoulder and whispered right next to his ear away from their earshot. I'm the owner, you shit stain. He then called the security from his club and told them to call the police for the boy. 2 guys dressed in black shirts came and apprehended the boy as he pleaded while crying, with people taking pictures of him while being dragged into the security room. Izuku then nudges them to follow him as he enters the club, with the bouncer opening the door for him along with the group. They walked to the entrance, with few of the staff greeted him as he entered. On the inside, the group watches as the whole club is packed with many patrons. The loud party music along with the bottle of booze lining up at the bar countertop along with several young people partying around. It was large, with shining green lights on the dance floor in the middle of the bar. There were several tables lined up in a circle around the bar, almost encasing the huge crowd in, and allowing everyone to stand around and chat. In the middle, there's a floor dance with a few of the women dancing on the pole wearing a skimpy outfit. Izuku walks heading to the bar with the group followed, gaining some looks since they all dressed in school uniform. Once they get on the counter, Izuku turns his head and sits on the bar stool. Alright, what on earth are you guys doing here? Izuku asked, looking over in his student's direction. Don't you know this part of the area is dangerous around here, especially at night? We look at the building and we thought we tried to get a closer look at the nightclub. We just got back from the mall. Kurwaro decided to step in and answer the question. Izuku eyed them, knowing that the Kyoshi Mall and the nightclub weren't that far. He looked over to Kinoko and Setsuna, who looked a bit traumatized by what that college boy did and knew that it was probably gonna haunt them for a while now. He probably needs to schedule an appointment with Hound Dog for both of them. He snaps his finger, calls the bartender, and tells them to get something to drink for all of them. The bartender nodded and grabbed a few drinks for them as Izuku continued to keep an eye on them while asking questions. Did he do anything to both of you? Izuku calmly asked the 2 girls as they were still pretty shaken up. He snaps his finger at them, trying to see if they heard what he said and see their eyeball rolling up to see his direction, showing that they are still there but don't give any response. The bartender then returned carrying 6 glasses of club soda to them as Izuku handed them each. Here, drink. Izuku handed the glass over to the girls, but they were a bit reluctant to grab it, not knowing what it was. It's not alcohol if that's what you're worried about, Izuku said. Then they took a drink and gulped it. Now, I'm gonna call someone to pick you guys up. Maybe Mike or Midnight, I'll see who's available. Now I can't stress enough that you won't leave this place. You got it? Izuku said over as the group nodded before taking his leave. He strolled past the crowd dancing on the dance floor before climbing the stairs and called Aizawa to pick up the students at the bar, saying that there was harassment to them. After he was done, he spoke to one of the bouncers placed inside the club, telling him to keep an eye on his class before heading to the 2nd floor to a closed VIP room with a frosted window door, making the outside unable to see the inside. In the room, he closed the door and saw Masamori already sitting on one of the sofas where the VIP would normally sit while carrying a file folder in his hand. His face looks uncomfortable just by staying in here. You're a bit late, Masamori asked, wondering about it, looking at his watch. Sorry, got held up by something. Plus I'm around the area, which is perfect for us to meet. Izuku excuses himself before taking a seat on one of the sofas facing against him. You couldn't pick a better spot for a meeting. Masamori glances around, feeling uncomfortable with the choice of venue. I heard a great thing about this place. Plus it's packed with people. Crowds equal invisibility. Izuku said. Alright, fine. We have a job to do anyways. Masamori pulled a tablet and handed it to Izuku. Don't we always? Izuku sarcastically replied before taking the tablet and looking at the image, showing the image of the picture Night Eye handed to him when he was in prison, where the local pro-hero and civilians were turned into monster-looking creatures. Izuku examined once more and swiped the tablet to see the images completely different from when he last time saw it. The image shows a mutilated corpse of a human who died on the floor of an office, but what's disturbing is the body is being pummeled beyond any last remains on there. Yokohama police found the victim lying in his office. a scientist named Maeda Kawasaki. Masamori went on to explain, someone attacks him right in the middle of the night at his lab. Could be a strength-enhancing quirk. Have you checked with a certain blonde-haired man? He seems to fit the profile of your missing assailant. Izuku joked. All Might had nothing to do with this. This was someone else. Someone you might recognize. Masamori grabbed the tablet and pulled a video from the folder showing the CCTV footage. This was 2 minutes before the attack happened. Plus, Izuku grabbed the tablet and watched the video showing a bulky figure dressed in a black hooded cloak covering his entire body standing in front of the front porch. He then pulled his right arm to the back and threw a punch, shattering the front door of the house and destroying the camera, showing a blurry screen. 3. We're dealing with someone dangerous, a high-profile target. We need your help. Masamori spoke to Izuku, who only remained silent with a grim face around him, knowing that there was someone dangerous out there lurking at night. It's 2 in the afternoon and most of the students are currently sitting in the classroom, either listening to a lecture or doing a test or working on a project. The empty hall and the corridor in the school are so quiet that you could hear the echo coming from someone tapping shoes. One on the upper floor, where Principal Nizu's office, there's a full of people, including their new heroic teacher, discussing the threat they heard from Masamori a few days ago. Nizu examines the video after Aizawa and Night Eye are done looking at it. He watches the video with his small eye bore into the image, trying to find anything that could be useful for them, while Izuku stands behind the wall crossing his hand. This is a very disturbing video indeed. Did the police find anything that could help? Nizu asked, looking at Masamori. Tsukachi said that the cause of death is blunt force trauma. There's nothing that's stolen. So the motive is still unclear. Masamori said. Or maybe he's crossing off some names. Aizawa spoke of his theory at Masamori. One could be. But we still haven't found anything just yet. So we need to be on the lookout. And speaking of a lookout. He turned and looked in Izuku's direction. Tsukachi had been informing me that the police had been on the lookout for the vigilante that was responsible for arresting Uehara. With the heat coming from the police and the pros, might be better for you to stay quiet for a while. Masamori said. You want to bench me? Izuku raised his eyebrow in question over the decision. Temporary. He said, Aizawa is gonna do this solo for a moment. Just until the situation is calm for us to make a move. Izuku chuckled over what Masamori had just said. Forget it. We learned that a new player is coming to town wreaking havoc over the civilians, and you want me to sit this one out. Izuku laughed it off, trying to sound just how ridiculous the idea itself was. No, I agree with him. If the media learned about the new vigilante coming to town and starts cleaning down the street, things would end up taking a toll. Aizawa said, backing on Masamori's suggestion. Izuku looked around and saw that Nizu and Night Eye would support the idea itself. Having no other option left, Izuku decided to agree, much to his dissatisfaction. Then the bell rings, showing the end of the class. Izuku then starts to walk away, heading to the door. Well, I've gotta go. I had a class to teach. Izuku excuses himself before leaving the room and heading downstairs to meet his class. After the door was closed, they continued to discuss the issue with the victims. From what they learned, there's nothing that could lead them into anything with the victim or anything stolen. The only thing they learn is that this case is more of a random murder than a planned execution. So they decided that the pros would handle the situation. And just before the meeting was over, Nizu called them before they headed back. There's one more thing we have to discuss. It's about Izuku. Nizu spoke in a calm voice. Aizawa perked with the topic itself. What about it? A couple of days ago, he met face-to-face with Izumi Yagi, Nizu informed, and they could feel the atmosphere in the room had gone colder after hearing the news. They just passed by in front of my office. Nothing has happened between them, it's only a small confrontation and there's no injury anywhere between them. Nizu assured them as they exhaled a small portion of their breath in relief. So what's the problem? Night Eye asked as Nizu continued to explain. After we had finished with our meeting, I asked Izuku a question regarding his plot of revenge, whether he still wants them dead or not. So what did he say? Masamori asked. He didn't say anything. Which worries me the most. Nizu said while playing with his fingers around each other. The adults look over to 𝗫𝗠 as they wonder what he's gonna say, since the thought of Izuku having given up itself is pretty much near impossible. That's why they had taken multiple precautions to deal with it. The warehouse, the ankle monitor, his employment in UA, and how he operates at night with Aizawa. All of them are to be making sure that Izuku won't try to sneak by and get with his crusade. That kind of grudge. No, that kind of anger and rage. It doesn't just fade away within time. He held on to that grudge for revenge over 75 years long. It's not something that he can just turn off with a flick of a SW. They looked around and stared at each other, knowing what 𝗫𝗠 had said was true. From what they know, Izuku had plotted against his family and friends for a long time. They knew that he planned everything down to the last detail over with their encounter once as enemies. From how he sends his message by turning his victim's name into an anagram to infiltrating UA school grounds. How he assassinate all for one on live television. Threatening the HPSC president to give what he wants. Exposing his mistreatment on a global scale. Killing 𝗕𝗏𝗏. Luring Shoka Todoroki and outsmarting 𝗫𝗠. All those things take plan and time. One that he had while he was still in hell. We both saw what he's capable of. What has he accomplished in the last couple of months? And we know how ludicrous that is for him to surrender. Not even the end of the world would stop him. And yet I got scared. The adults did a double take on what the mammal just said, almost in disbelief. I got scared by him. I have no clue what he's thinking right now. When he carries his plan. I'm afraid that will be the end, not only the hero system but the whole society itself. Almost everyone is left unable to come up with anything to counter 𝗫𝗠's statement just now. The very thought of Izuku devouring his thirst for revenge is sending shivers down their spine. Are we still tracking his movement every day? Aizawa turned around and looked at where 𝗵𝗃 standing. He pulled his phone, showing the app from his department that used to track anyone showing his location remains in UA. The tracker is still live and he hasn't taken it off. I got people in the department that tracks wherever he goes, and so far he hasn't been anywhere suspicious. What about you, Aizawa? 𝗫𝗠 turned his furry head, looking at the underground hero. He's still doing assignments with me. Hasn't taken my eyes off from him ever since, he reported to his boss. 𝗫𝗠 nodded, but something told him that this whole thing was nothing but a giant illusion to distract them from something big. He knew full well that Izuku wouldn't just let bygones be bygones, especially with his parents' vendetta. But he can't figure out what his play is, or does he have a play in the first place? Alright, let's continue with what we're doing. With the heat on the street, it's giving us a perfect chance to keep an eye on him. 𝗫𝗠 said over to his colleague before they returned to their activity. Izuku came from the gate with his motorcycle parked in the parking lot for the teachers. His motorcycle is parked right next to Mick's blue muscle car as he comes down and pulls the key from the ignition. He carries his helmet while walking on the driveway heading to the front entrance of the school. It's been almost a week since the meeting he had with 𝗫𝗠, and things have gone boring for him. Since the rumor had spread about the heroes hunting the vigilante and doing a full sweep right on the street, he was forced to hold his night activity with 𝗵𝗃, afraid that he get captured or worse, found out. So he decided to just use the time on staying on UA ground while fiddling around the park at school. He would rather drive off on the highway to just pass some time, but 𝗵𝗃 had warned him about him not being allowed to walk away around the area, since the ankle monitor that was placed on his legs still beeped every second. As he walked around the woods leading from the houses towards the main building, knowing the path he would need to take to move towards the Gamma Gym, he then heard someone walking around the area. His first thought is probably one of the students or a wild animal wandering off the woods, but then something else is coming right through his ear. A grunting sound. One that he's quite familiar with. Stupid Vine Beach girl, standing in my way. He walked into the woods and passed around the bush and found the source of the voice, and he couldn't get any more said than the time he met the Yagis. His appearance might have changed over time, but Izuku would recognize the ash-blonde color-haired anywhere coming from a mile away. With his eyes filled with eye bags and that signature spiky haircut, he wandered around the woods while grunting in anger. Katsuki is walking on the school grounds in his black tank top and sweatpants matching with his top. He grumbled in annoyance while muttering curse words under his breath all by himself. Get out of my way. If you want to see your god so bad, I'll help you to it. One out in the woods, he could see 𝗧𝗵𝗲 who was running all frantic, trying to appear to be running for her life. She didn't see him in between the woods, but it was clear as day that Izuku had recognized the vine user girl even between the thick forest and bushes. He peeked right in between the woods, seeing his tormentor walking down on the woods with both of his hands in the pocket of his trousers. From what he heard, Bakugo is allowed only to be at school as a protection from the danger on the outside and only because they feared that he would walk on the villain's path. As a safety for the students, his quirk is being disabled thanks to the quirk-canceling bracelet from the police, making him quirkless at this moment. Izuku glared right in his direction, hiding in the tree, seeing his tormentor was still alive and walking freely. It's one thing to hear that Yagi and her sister are roaming in school freely, but for the but who pushed him down to this point to be getting the opportunity itself is just pushing him down to his limit. He knows that he couldn't harm the students on the school grounds as per agreement with Nizu, but since Bakugo isn't a student at this point, his words mean nothing to him. He looked over to the bushes and set his eyes over to Bakugo's spiky head as it was the only thing he could see around the forest, then slowly reached to his back and grabbed his revolver he kept on his back holster. He clocks the hammer and his index finger meets with the trigger. Izuku's aim lands on Bakugo's back head, locking his eyesight on the front sight. He holds it there for just a few seconds, glaring, his breath heavy, ready to pull the trigger. But he hears a sound and his focus breaks. He lowers the gun and then notices someone is coming. 11. Bakugo, where are you going? The explosion quirk user turned and saw Aizawa come towards him with an annoyed expression under his usual stoic expression as he just got a message that he's been missing his appointment with Hound Dog. What's the matter? I can't even wander around the woods on my own. Katsuki replied with Aizawa returned by glaring at him. You're not allowed to walk freely on your own. Now head back to the school or I'll call the police. He threatened the ash-blonde boy while he clicked his tongue in annoyance while turning his direction and heading to the school with Aizawa following from behind. Izuku, who remains in the woods, stares angrily, seeing the ash-blonde hair slowly shrinking away from within his reach. He clicked his tongue in anger, seeing his opportunity just missed out like that. Then he placed the gun in his holster before walking back to the school from a different direction. Lunch finally rolled around, with ectoplasm exiting the classroom after a hard math test. Kendo sighed as he put his files away, not listening as students growled something for being dumb enough not to study for the test, and a few girls walked over, ready to go to lunch with everyone. Setsuna and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 walked over, ready to go to lunch with everyone. Kendo grabbed her bento and followed them out of the classroom, only to find 𝗬𝗧 and Tetsu heading towards her desk. Kendo, Tetsu greeted, walking towards her seat, 𝗬𝗧 glancing up at him. I was hoping that we could catch you before you left. What's up, Tetsu? The steel boy grinned as the girls laughed at his joke. I just wanted you guys to know, we found something to do for the weekend. Oh, right, Kendo nodded, remembering what she had told Setsuna the other day during lunch, hanging out with the class. What's about it? Did you find a place for us to go? You'll see. Check it out. He brought out his phone and knelt, showing them the picture. It's a beach and hotel resort. I got talking to Midnight Sensei, and she's cool with us going for the night. We can hang out on the beach on Saturday, have a bonfire at night, and be home by Sunday. Kendo raised an eyebrow, taking his phone and scrolling through the pictures. Maria Beach and Resort. It's a pretty nice resort and the beach is big enough, we wouldn't have to be cluttered together. We can separate between the boys and girls, and it's got a hot spring separate by gender. It's perfect. 𝗬𝗧 added. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 pulled up the hotel on her phone, scrolling through. It's 3 hours away from here, so we could use the hotel for an overnight stay, but how would we get there? Yui's gonna charter some buses for us. Tetsu pumped his fist, grinning. And once we're there, let's buy some stuff for a bonfire. Like marshmallows and firewood. Hold on, metalhead. Setsuna woke him up from his dream. What about the teachers? Have they given permission? What about it? Tetsu asked, looking confused. Principal Nizu has just issued a new rule. No unsupervised visit without any approval from one of the teachers. If we're gonna go out, we're gonna need their stamp of approval. Setsuna told them about the new policy she heard. Well, we can ask Vlad-sensei for sure. I meant he's cool permitting us to go, right? 𝗬𝗍 asked, knowing that their homeroom teacher is a bit strict but understanding with his class. Can't do. Kendo shake her head. Vlad-sensei is on 3 months paid vacation for teaching us double time last semester. He's not gonna be much of help. What about Midnight-sensei? She's pretty cool, it seems. 𝗬𝗍 suggested the R-rated hero for their stamp of approval. Midnight-sensei is a bit strict. She's not gonna let us go unsupervised. Setsuna shuts the idea down quickly. The 4 of them looked down to think to themselves. They knew that if they wanted this to work, they're gonna have to ask for a clearance from the teacher. If they saw them go off by themselves without their permission, the whole class would get into trouble. Setsuna sighed as she leaned back on her seat, trumping, and then felt an idea behind her head, knowing who to ask. Wait, I got it. She grins on her face, knowing the solution to their problem while looking over to Kendo's direction. Izuku finds himself in a complicated situation right now. Just after he finished grading his class performance for their battle yesterday, he thought that he would get to work with Aizawa on locating some of the criminals still lurking behind the street. But that plan went out of the window after he got called by Masamori saying that Tsukachi had been getting reports about the pros hunting for vigilantes in the city. He knew that Aizawa was vouching for his activity, but Aizawa couldn't be any help if he got caught by the police or even the heroes. He won't doubt himself being captured, but he can't risk getting spotted by the authorities. So he decided to just gonna lay low for a while until things have cooled down. But the one thing that confuses him right now is that there are 2 of his students standing in front of him with a complicated look on their faces. So, sensei dash, Kendo looked flustered as her words got stuttered each time she opened her mouth. Yes, Kendo. What is it? He calmly asked. The truth is she didn't want to be standing in this position right at the moment. After what happened the other day, she couldn't seem to get the memory out of her head. Having to ask her teacher out to hang out, but from how she said it, it seems like she inviting him on a date. Not that she had any problem with his teacher. He's a great guy, kind, smart, and gifted. But he's her teacher, for God's sake. Sure, he's about the same age as her and her class, but still, he's their teacher and she couldn't cross the boundary off like that. So when they decided that she and Tetsu would be going to the teacher's office and asked for permission to go this weekend, she wished that they picked someone else for the job. Not only because she's the class president, but also because she just had to lose on a rock paper of scissors. Kendo, is there something you need? Izuku clicked his finger, trying to wake her up as she was startled. Oh right, we were kinda planning for a getaway and the weekend. Go to the resort and having a campfire. Maybe have a small party between the class. And we were wondering if you could grant us permission to go there, Kendo said while bowing her head with Tetsu. Izuku looked over at their head as he listened to her request. He knew that Nizu had told the staff about the clearance they needed if they wanted to step outside of the school. After the last attack, he implements the rule for all of the students with no exception. There was only one way to get out of school. You needed a signed note of permission from a teacher, which makes perfect sense for them to come towards him. A getaway, you said, and where exactly did you plan to go? Izuku asked, putting his pen on the table. Oh, we're heading to Moriya Beach, sensei, Tetsu replied. We'll only gone for 2 days on the weekend, so it's not gonna disturb our class and study too, Kendo said, trying to convince him to give the signing permission. Izuku took a moment to consider the idea itself, since this matter of things wasn't up to him. He probably had to ask Aizawa or Midnight for some advice. Plus, he doesn't think that having a getaway after being caught in an attack almost twice is such a great idea in his opinion. Let me think about it for a while. Izuku replied, taking the note from Kendo's hand and placing it on the desk. A scoffed sound is heard on the back as he spoke the idea, but he ignored it for now. Oh sure. It's okay, sensei. Guess we should be going now. There's still class for today. Kendo replied before bowing her head and leaving the room with Tetsu, followed from the back with the steel quirk user lowered his head in disappointment. As they close the door, Izuku starts to comment on the room, issuing the problem he just had since he rejected their idea. Something you want to share the room, Toshinori. Izuku didn't look back while talking to the blonde-haired skinny man just 2 seats away from him. I see that being such a young age, your lack of experience is starting to show around here, Toshinori said over while rising from his desk. 2. Oh, my apologies, how about you shared your infinite wisdom with the rest of us teachers here? Why should I just give the signed permission straight away like giving candy to a baby? Izuku sarcastically asked, waiting for some response from him. Because the student needs a break after so long. They have been working and stressed out, and you declining their request to have a short vacation is nothing more than showing us that you simply don't care about your students. He berates him about the decision that he just gave them. 3. So what should I do instead? Sign the paper and saw them jump up and down like some schoolgirl. Izuku looked over for his answer. I don't tell you how to run your class, but that's a given knowing what half-witted kids you had over there. 3. Toshinori rises from the chair in anger as he starts making his way over to where Izuku sits. 𝗕𝗏𝗯𝗵, who's sitting close to Izuku's desk, is trying to break the fight that's about to come, but Izuku doesn't move from where he sat but spins his chair playfully with a smile on his face as he looks towards Toshinori, who's been blocked by 𝗕𝗏𝗯𝗵. Careful there. You wanted a repeat of what happened last time you got your butt kicked in this very room. Izuku's crack reminded him of the beatdown he got about 2 weeks ago right in front of the teacher. Toshinori looked over at him with anger right towards his eyes, and he pushed 𝗕𝗏𝗯𝗵 out of his way and angrily stomped his way out of the room, not wanting to stay in the same room with him any longer than he had to. He slammed the door shut, leaving the room with Izuku staring at the door chuckling. You had to stop bothering him. It's become a routine at this point. Aizawa told him from across the desk after getting up from his sleeping bag. 1. It's the reason why I go to this place. And he started it. Izuku replied. True. But right now, I want to talk about what just happened back there. Aizawa fixed his sleeping bag while talking to him. What? I already said that I'm not gonna back down from Dash, Izuku said before being interrupted by Aizawa, who raised his hand. I'm talking about the signed permission letter there. It's not like you to be thinking over about it. I know that you and the class are close. From the way I saw it, you seem to be against the idea. Aizawa noticing about his sudden decision. I'm not against it. I knew that the class deserved a break after so long. But I don't think that I'm the best person for them to grant the permission. Izuku replied. And why is that? I meant Vlad left you in charge until he gets back. So why is it you weren't the best person to give them the go sign? Mike asked, joining in the conversation. 2. Because if I gave the permission then I had to accompany them, correct? Izuku looked towards Aizawa as he spoke. After the attack, Nizu wouldn't agree to it unless the student was safe. And for them to be safe during the trip, they need someone to supervise their trip. It's the most logical thing to do at this point. Aizawa and the others looked over to what he said as they silently agreed to what he said. If the role were to be reversed, they would have to be asked to accompany them on the trip as a safety measure. Wait, you didn't want to sign it off because you don't want to join on this trip? Midnight suspiciously asked. 1. Izuku holds his silence after she's talking and waits for a while before replying. Yes, that's one of the reasons for it, Izuku replied. But why? I meant you were the same age as them. Surely it won't be weird for you to join in, rather than us old folks. Mike joked about it and gained an annoyed look coming. Grabbing a notebook, Kendo was quick to do a roll call as was her responsibility as the class representative, and when everyone gave the go-ahead, the buses started up and drove off to their destination. Izuku joined in on driving in front of the bus to lead the way as he revved his engine out loud. Everyone glanced out the window as they rolled away, and saw Midnight and Aizawa watching their departures, talking amongst themselves as they watched their respective classes depart from the school. Soon, they pulled away and were on the road to head to their destination. The guys chatted amongst themselves and the girls settled back in their seats, smiling, knowing that it was their first vacation in over a long time. 3 hours later, they finally made it to Moriya Beach and Resort, and the bus parked just right in front of the front door except for Izuku, who heading to the motorcycle parking lot. Everyone grabbed their bag from the bus and admired the very nice lobby, although they made the receptionist pale when the whole group entered the lobby and told her that they were there for the night. When asked for a credit card to make the payment, they looked surprised, thinking that the room was already prepaid by Tetsu, who's doing the booking. He checked over his phone only to find that the booking was being cancelled due to the limit of his card balance, which he noticed too late. Yui, who was well off in the class, was about to offer, but Izuku was quick to pay for them all, flashing a black card without even blinking, saying that he'd cover for the room for today. Once that was all sorted out, they went upstairs to put their bags away. The boys had the upper floor, while the girls took the floor below it, and Izuku had a room upstairs near the stairs to keep an eye on both floors in case something was happening. Izuku started to unpack, placed his duffel bag on the bed, and changed to something more comfortable. He took off his biker jacket, removed the holster where he kept his gun, and looked at it for a while before placing it in the resort safe since he won't be needing it. Then he opened the curtain while looking at the ocean view down on his balcony. Seeing the ocean view and the smell of the sea hitting his nostrils gave him a sense of quiet, something that he hasn't felt in a long time. Remembering all those days he felt in hell and now reaching this point, it's something more of a dream for him. One, he looked at his backhand, seeing where he had the tattoo of the mark from the last time he saw it in hell, remembering the day when he discovered it. Flashback start, it's 𝗓𝗵𝗲. I'm sure of it. That night in a room inside their base, Claire spoke while looking over at Izuku's hand for the third time this day. For some reason, the lighting in the room was very dim, with the spotlight just illuminating the area around the table. Meanwhile, Claire placed her elbows against the tables, posing with her fingers intertwined with each other. Though the reason wasn't understood, it seemed as if her commander's impression had increased compared to usual. Already in the center of the room, Jack stands on the wall crossing his hands together in front of his chest, while Izuku sits on the wooden chair right in front of Claire while she's inspecting the mark. They both were sitting around the table, each person in a different posture of either intertwining their finger or sitting in silence waiting for some response. Izuku's eyes widened for a second after hearing Claire mention 𝗓𝗏𝗲's name from her mouth. He remembered that just before he was dropped to hell, a demon appeared right in front of him, offering a chance to be returned from the dead. He never bothered to mention these things because he thought it wasn't as important as he thought, and the fact that he tried to keep the secret all to himself. From what he remembers, there was some sort of competition in hell to fight over the throne, and he didn't have the slightest idea whether these people could be trusted with that kind of information. He appreciates their kindness to take him when no one else would, but if he's being honest, he has no idea what's going on with him right now. 𝗓𝗏𝗲's mark. Izuku tried to play it off, not knowing who or what they were talking about. It's a mark by a demon. Supposedly he or she came to your consciousness and informed you about a certain deal. Claire went on to explain, waiting for Izuku to join in on the conversation. Deal? What deal? What are you talking about? Claire went and grabbed his wrist, pulled the arm that had the tattoo on it, and yanked it down. Listen, you can drop the act. 'Cause I'm not buying it. She glared right at him down to his pupil. Plus, you have the mark that shows you're being chosen by that demon to become the next king of hell, and if I'm being honest, half of the people in this place have it. So just come clean right now. Izuku pulled off his arm, rubbed his wrist, and looked towards her. How do you know all of this? Seeing that pretending to be oblivious isn't gonna cut it any longer. Claire took off her jacket and pulled the right side of her shirt to show the same tattoo just like Izuku has, but on the right shoulder. Because I have the same mark as you. Kendo and the rest of the girls are coming out from the lobby and heading out to the beach. There were different types of clothes, from white shirts with high-waisted shorts to bathing suits with a cover-up. Setsuna and Reiko were wearing an aviator, with the latter wearing a blue sundress. Walking down the beach, the girls winced at the bright sun, raising a hand as they walked down the burning sand. At the very least, the beach was very nice, with a great view of the sea and its appealing blue water, and since they reserved their portion of the beach, it wasn't that busy. Eventually, they could see the others ahead of them, chatting amongst themselves, with Kaibara, Kamakiri, and Tetsu, each holding a surfboard. Aways, Shishida, Rin, and Shoda are playing beach volleyball in the middle of the sand. And Kurwaro and Tsuburaba are swimming in the pool at the resort. All right, we're finally here, Setsuna said, raising her hand in the air, enjoying the smell of the sea. Finally, we get to have some fun. Kinoko came running, heading to the shore, with Pony followed from behind. Ibra carries a large beach bag filled with food and all of their supplies from the house being shrunken thanks to Yui's quirk. Soon they put down their belonging on the sandy ground and set up their umbrellas, while a few others like Setsuna and Pony were running on the beach, chasing each other like loose children. Kendo and Ibra then start by setting their place and rolling their blanket on the ground. Hey, A voice called out and the girls turned to see Hananuki, Monoma, Fukudashi, and Bando walking down the beach towards them. Bando holding the cooler and Rin taking the umbrella from Monoma. The boys were shirtless with swim trunks on, looking quite happy. "Do you guys mind if we set up beside you? Everyone else is kind of spread out. I thought it'd be nice if we were together." Hananuki looked over to Kendo while holding their cooler. "Sure, the more the merrier." Kendo nodded, allowing Bando and Rin to put their belonging on the ground. Once everyone's blankets were set up and the large umbrella sticking in the sand, giving them some shade on a hot day, Hananuki and Bando gawked as Yui pressed her fingers together and regrew an entire electric grill, a small table to put down ingredients, and a large. "For midnight." "1, it's because of your age," Aizawa said, "because you didn't have much of a social life before. 3, that's when the dots are finally connected around here. The reason why the rumors have been floating of how Izuku always kept their distance from the class. How they viewed him as the same as the adult. How he rarely interacts with students other than school-related. Being a quirkless didn't give you a lot of opportunity to be hanging out with friends. While they were hanging out at a mall, I was busy getting my butt kicked 24/7. I don't get that kind of luxury." Izuku commented. "Well, you can't just swamp yourself with work and duty all the time. You're still a teenager and you need to have some sort of social life for yourself." Izuku scoffed, hearing what Aizawa just said. "You are the last person in this school who thinks social life is important. You're laying under that yellow blanket of yours and drinking packaged drink from it." For hearing him talking gets a few muffled laughter coming from Midnight and Mike over Izuku's blatant mockery right at it. But Aizawa knows that Izuku, despite being different from how he last saw him, is still the kid that he saw a few years ago before the quirk test happened. He didn't get the chance to grow up like any other kid. To be hanging out at the mall, playing video games and watching television, or staying up late reading comics. Instead, he's busy tending to his injury while sitting in a dark room with no lights whatsoever. He was forced to be an adult, and in the process skipped the whole being children and having fun. That's the reason why he was so persistent about giving him this opportunity for him. "You're free this weekend, aren't you? So just take this chance to get some relaxation for a while," Aizawa said, mentioning their night activity over to him, knowing that the other staff had no idea about it. Izuku looked over and knew that with the heat on the street right now, there was nothing he could do about it. He thought that it would be the best chance to work on his side project, but if he chose to decline the offer, Aizawa would surely suspect him since he's a man of logic. Having known that he's in a checkmate, he decides to comply with it. 1, all right, fine. I told them that I'll be joining in. Izuku exhaled in defeat, gaining a few smirks from the other staff over his defeat against Aizawa's logic, and felt joy seeing him taking a day off from work. He was glad for the class that he'd be the one that's going instead of Aizawa or Midnight, knowing how those two could ruin their trip. 3. A week had passed, and everyone in the house had packed up a big bag full of Yui's shrunken things, lifted by Tetsu, Shishida, and a few other boys, and they moved out. They had packed up some clothes for an overnight stay, plus their swimwear and towels, and slung them over their backs as they headed out, closing the door behind them and letting Kendo lock up. Once it was locked, everyone let out a small cheer for the fun weekend ahead of them and turned to walk down the stairs, heading off toward the parking lot. It had been a long week of excitement and anticipation filling them, trying to keep going about their daily lives as they waited for their break on the weekend. After getting the green light from Hamura-sensei on their class, the whole class cheered over the decision, knowing that after so long, they finally gonna have a well-deserved break. They even complied when he told them that he's gonna join them on their holiday acting as a guardian, but the class assured him that it's gonna be okay and fine with it. Now, though, they strolled up the path towards one big blue bus, currently parked in the lot and waiting for them. Most of the class are already gathered there while putting their belonging on the bus luggage. I think this is the first time I've left the school since internships ended. Kinoko rolled her shoulders, bouncing up and down in excitement. I'm so ready to go swimming. 1, I'm not looking forward to the bus ride though, Shota hummed, frowning. I usually don't like long car trips, especially 3-hour ones. I think I'm just going to try to listen to music and sleep. As the rest made their way over to the bus, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 and 𝗫𝗏𝗏 gave them all a wave as Kendo began to walk forward and started counting heads before entering the bus, only to find someone still missing from the group. "Wait, where's 𝗵𝗲𝗏-sensei?" Kendo exclaimed. The class starts to look around trying to find the silver hair teacher of them isn't among the group except for 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏's spiky hair. They checked around the parking lot and found no sign of him at all. Kendo knew that she told him about the meet-up for today. Did he overslept or simply forget about it? Then out of a sudden, there's a revving sound coming from the parking lot. A black motorcycle just drove off right in the middle of the empty parking street heading towards the bus. The boys looked over from the bus window, seeing the motorcycle just drove circles around the bus before parked just right next to the bus door. A person is driving on it dressed in a black biker jacket with a full black bike helmet sitting on the bike seat as he steps out and walks over to them before taking off his helmet, showing a silver hair from it. "Wait, 𝗵𝗲𝗏-sensei," the boys shout over, seeing their teacher just drive off in style with the motorcycle. "Hey guys, I see that you all already packed." Izuku walks forward to the bus as the boys start to come out from the bus to admire the bike he just drove off. "Wow, didn't know you were a biker type of guy, sensei." Hananuki went up to see the bike up close and personal. "What, you expect me to come on a bus? Please guys." Izuku joked, gaining a few laughs from them. Kendo looked towards the bike and saw just how well maintained it was. As a bike enthusiast, she had to admit that the bike he has is amazing. She had one too back in her home where she would sometimes take a ride for it during the spring break. Wish that she could take it to the dorm, but the school won't allow it. "Well, you like it, this is my girl." Izuku patted the seat, giving the bike a small smile. "Just got her a couple of months ago. She's purr like a kitten." She looked over at him and found that this side of him was completely different from the time she saw him during the class. Everyone felt this side of his was completely alien to them, since they always thought that their teacher wasn't the type that always hung out with them, and now here he was driving a motorcycle and accompanying them on their trip. "Wow, we're surprised to see you joining us for today, sir," Kinoko exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah, thought you're kinda against it," 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 said, remembering the slight disagreement about the idea itself. "I remember, but then I thought about it and you guys deserve a little break for over what happened," Izuku said, gaining some agreement from the student. They looked over to the clock. By then it was 9 o'clock in the morning, meaning they could drive to their hotel and drop their stuff off at 11 o'clock, and then get changed and spend the afternoon on the beach. With that, the class hopped onto the bus, while Setsuna and Kinoko tried to persuade Izuku to let them ride the bike with him, but he declined, saying that he only had one helmet in store, and then slumped in defeat and headed to the bus. Kendo, who saw that, felt a tiny bit of annoyance and jealousy seeing them both getting too close to their teacher. Mobile cooler to stick their cold things in. Fukudashi's face starts to turn to an exclamation mark at her setup. Yui saw their expressions and gave them an innocent shrug. "I wanted to eat something nice today," she told them, "so I brought a cooler full of steaks for us to cook. We have an extra 9th one if one of you would like it." "I'll take it." Hananuki offered to raise his hand. "There's a couple of food down on our cooler. Let's put our food together and cook it in the middle." Setsuna suggested, "Right now I'm gonna go swimming. Come on, Reiko." "No, thank you." The ghost girl shook her head, joining Fukudashi under the umbrella and sitting down. "I hate the sun. Come on. You need to get some exercise. Staying inside the door isn't gonna work out well for you." Setsuna pulled her hand from her wrist and used it to push Reiko off the blanket and pick her up. Kendo watched them go and then looked towards Pony and Kinoko. "You guys want to go too?" "Heck yeah." Pony nodded, and the trio were quick to kick off their sandals and ran to catch up with Setsuna, who had stepped carefully into the water while wincing at the cold. Ibra stayed behind and volunteered to cook for the group while they played on the beach with Fukudashi and helped her. Hananuki, Monoma, and Rin joined the girls as they came running to the sea and had some fun. Down the beach, everyone from Class B was hanging out in the water or on the beach, happily laughing and playing around. After hearing from Ibra that lunch was done, they all swam back to the shore and the group sat down as one to eat their lunch, everyone laughing and chatting amongst themselves. The group happily ate their steak on the paper plate, listening to what was going on in their lives and having small talk while gossiping about their life. "Man, can't believe that something like that happened to you guys." Hananuki starts to sympathize with what Kinoko has just said. 1. Yeah, if Hamura-sensei hadn't been there, who knows what happened. Kinoko said while munching down a plate of grilled mushrooms cooked by 𝗧𝗵𝗲. 1. So you both went inside the club. So how is it? Is it as good as advertised? Honuki went over trying to find out about it along with the others. Kendo, however, remains in her mind as she tries to brush off her annoyance seeing her friends start to get close with her teacher. She isn't the type that usually gets jealous, but seeing him getting close to others makes her heart a bit hurt. For at first, she thought that her teacher and she had formed a close bond, but then others started to come in between. He began to teach Reiko about how to utilize her quirk after hours, Yui with her studies, and then came to save Setsuna and Kinoko at night. It's only about a month and he already went closed with half of the girls in class. She knew that the reason why she and her teacher went close together was because she was the class president. Take the title away, and she's nothing but an ordinary girl in the class. But she doesn't want just to be an option. It almost sounds childish, but she thought that they had formed a close bond, a special bond between them. 1. Still, it was pretty badass from what you guys told me. He just comes from behind and threatens the guy. Pony said, sitting in between 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Fukudashi. Yeah, didn't know that our sensei is such a cool guy, Bondo said. He's okay, Monoma mumbled. 1. Still, you could have told us to begin with. We didn't know about it till now. Kendo said, looking to Setsuna and Kinoko for not telling them. We want to, but we just don't think that we're ready yet. Kinoko apologized to Kendo and she nodded in understanding. After lunch, everyone became determined to have as much fun as they could while the sun was still up. They set up a net and blew up a ball so they could play volleyball and have a small competition with each other. After that, they went to the receptionist and booked a boat tour to watch dolphins with the class. They all ride in the boat heading to the middle of the sea as a group of dolphins begin to hop around. While some of them were watching the dolphin, the other group decided to snorkel and dive underwater. They all wear a wetsuit with snorkel and oxygen tanks provided by the tour and dive under the sea, admiring the beauty that's underneath them. From the balcony of the hotel, Izuku stands with his hands on the railway holding what appears to be a whiskey, looking over to the blue sky. He held a pensive look while looking over to the content of his glass filled with alcohol when his mind began to warp back to when he was still living under the threat back in hell. One flashback start. Izuku sits at the counter of the bar while looking at the glass filled with water, holding his silence after being found out about the mark by Claire. His silence isn't responsible for hiding the truth about his mark to both of them, but because of what happened before that. He sits in silence looking over at his hand shaking. His mind still lingers on the memory where it still bleeds and is full of Enrique BLD. The tip of his finger is still covered in dried BLD and dirt from where he beat him up on that street. He looked over to the other two in the room to see his reaction as he still had a devastated look in his eyes. Then all of a sudden, Izuku started to head to the bathroom and tried to wash his hands from the BLD. Claire and Jack glance in his direction and she's the first to try to change the topic of the discussion. The streets have been quiet ever since our attack a few hours ago. Others will come. They won't be happy we killed their men. Claire went over to explain the situation. All the more reason to figure out why they're here in the first place. Jack went to his pocket and showed a map he grabbed from Enrique and pulled it out, showing what appears to be the area of the district filled with red circles and crosses on it. It's a map of our area. Look at the dots. Jack points his finger to the circle. Whatever they're looking for, it must be here on this circle. Jack folds the map and places it back in his pocket while looking over to the bathroom with no door, watching Izuku wash his hands over and over again with a distraught look on his face. I've seen men in war with that look in their eyes. Claire turns her head to Jack's. What look? The one that says he's split into someone else. He sighs, someone he doesn't even recognize. If someone doesn't talk to him, it'll tear him up. Claire, who continues to hear the sound of running water coming from the sink, decides to volunteer and walks over to talk to him. She slowly went over to the bathroom. Outside the bathroom, she pressed his ear against the door. She couldn't hear anything. She very quietly pushed the door open. Izuku was standing with his back to the door, his hands clutching either side of the sink, his green head bowed. She slowly walks in front of him holding his hands, trying to lead him away from the place. Come on. Let's get away from this place. Izuku, who still stared into oblivion, slowly nodded in response. She is quietly glad to know that her voice is reaching out to him even when he's in an emotional wreck right now. Flashback end. As the sun began gently setting in the sky, a sign that the day was almost over, they were not deferred from their fun. After finishing their tour in the sea, they head to the hotel and get changed, heading to the middle room on the girls' floor. The group is making their way to the hotel when, I'll go first if no one wants to volunteer. Whoever the bottle points to has to do the challenge, and after that, the loser gets to spin and do the same. Is that fair? Setsuna asked, grabbing one of the soda bottles she drank from the vending station and placing it in the middle. The class nodded in agreement, plus Izuku, as Setsuna started to spin the bottle and slowly stopped, pointing towards 𝗬𝗏𝗏's direction. All right, 𝗬𝗏𝗏, truth or dare? Setsuna smirked wickedly and glanced at the boy sitting near her. Truth, he answered. Is it true that you once tried to date 𝗕𝗫𝗓𝗏 during our first year? Setsuna asked, gaining some look from the rest of the boys since they were dying to know. What kind of question is that? 𝗬𝗏𝗏 felt himself freeze up when asked that. It's the question. Or you want to go and chug the alcohol? She grinned over in his direction. All right, fine. I did try it when the big three came to our class and I got rejected, he admitted while fighting embarrassment down to his cheek. The class chuckled after hearing that, and he grabbed the bottle and started spinning it rapidly with the help of his quirk, making it go faster, almost like a roulette wheel. All right, 𝗬𝗏𝗏. Truth or dare? He asked. Truth, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 replied. What's the worst thing you've ever done in the school? 𝗬𝗏𝗏 asked. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 took a moment before answering the question. I once tried to sneak up on Aizawa-sensei's black clothes to cut in line over the cafeteria. For a few of the boys laughed over what he said while somehow giving a profound respect, trying to get his back over to the infamous Aizawa-sensei himself. He then grabbed the bottle and spun it until it pointed over in Yui's direction. Yui, truth or dare? 𝗬𝗏𝗏 asked the stoic-looking girl. Truth, she said. What's the strangest rumor you've heard about yourself? He asked, knowing despite her timid and stoic expression, she was one of the famous girls in the class. That I'm dating 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and Todoroki at the same time, she simply replied. Two Pony, Kinoko, and Setsuna let out gasps, and Kendo raised an eyebrow at the bluntness of the statement. In the back, Izuku raised his eyebrow, also thinking how bizarre that sounded since the stoic candy cane would go in a relationship. After that, the girls decided to let it go and continued the game. From there, Rin was asked if he had ever kissed any male, and he admitted that he had once kissed one of his friends since rumors had been spreading that he was gay. After that, Monoma dared to prank call someone, and he chose to call a pizza company and asked them to deliver it to the Class A dorm. They had a hard time holding in their giggles as Monoma pretended that he ordered a dozen of pepperoni pizzas and specifically ordered it to Aizawa-sensei before he hung up, and everyone lost their SHT laughing, including Izuku himself. For after that, Aways was asked if he ever got caught stealing, to which he says no. Next, Shishida was asked if he ever farted in an appropriate place, and judging from how red he had gone and how low he muttered, they guessed that was a yes. Tetsu was challenged with a dare to show his most embarrassing photo on his phone, which he shows when he was cosplaying as a girl during his first junior high, which the ironic considering how manly he proclaimed himself. One Setsuna was also challenged to a dare, to which she was asked to eat a raw piece of garlic. She tried to take a bite but was forced to spit it out since it was bitter, and Tsuburaba handed her a drink poured by Izuku as she drank the sake before spitting it in the cup once again because of how unfamiliar it tasted. The group laughed over at her antics as she coughed a bit since she never had a sake before in her life. And then, finally, Izuku's turn. He gulped as everyone turned to him. All right, sensei. Setsuna laughed. Truth or dare? Izuku gulped, thinking it over about the decision to go in which direction since he thought that he was not gonna get a turn, and only silently laughed seeing his students play. But he remembered what Aizawa had said before the trip about trying to have fun, and he sighed. Truth. Izuku decided. Boring, Setsuna shook her head. Come on, sensei, we know everything about you already at this point. If I had to be honest, I'm running out of question for you here. So unless you wanted to answer about our final test in a few months, stop hiding. Izuku smirked back as she began to show her mischievous smile towards him. Not trying to back out, he decided to push through with it. All right, dare. Oh, okay then, I dare you to do your best impression of Aizawa-sensei for a minute. The class did a double take on what Setsuna had just suggested, and they thought that she had gone mental. They knew just how crazy she could be in class with her mischief, but never in their right mind would they ever hear something as ludicrous as that. Kendo, who's the class president, was about to reprimand him, but before she heard Izuku start talking in a monotone voice. All right, problem child, let's begin the class. Soon the class let out a loud laughter seeing their sensei start mimicking on what Aizawa-sensei would do in his routine. From his cold demeanor to how his monotone voice talking to the class. The class chuckled as they started to take pictures and record it on their phone. Why is everyone so noisy? Izuku continued while looking monotone as the man himself. The class let out another laugh, almost finding the similarity with the teacher itself. When the time stopped, Izuku had stopped with his expression to his colleague and led a laughter of his own. Man, that was good, sensei. Tsuburaba continued to laugh, holding his stomach, trying to keep himself together. Yeah, it was spot on, Pony replied. Thanks, but don't show that to anyone, unless you guys wanted a month's worth of detention from the man himself, Izuku exclaimed, gaining a few nods from the others. Once everyone settled down, the next dare for Aways was to yell downstairs asking for breakfast to the receptionist, who he quickly rejected and took a sip of the drink, gaining a little excitement since it started to heat up. Next was Kinoko, who had chosen truth, and was asked if she had ever been caught doing something she shouldn't have. Kinoko looked very nervous when she confirmed yes, practically making Setsuna leap across the room in front of her demanding answers, while Kendo looked like she was about to chop her neck, making her pass out. After getting her to back off, Kamakiri chose to dare and was instructed to perform a lap dance in the room for a minute, which he immediately rejected and drank. After that, the bottle started to spin and it landed right towards Setsuna herself, to which Kendo smirked. Set, truth or dare? Who am I kidding? Of course, I'm gonna go dare. Setsuna confidently replied. However, that seems to be a mistake since Kendo held a grinning face towards her. I dare you to go downstairs and scare the receptionist with your quirk. The class looked toward the orange-haired girl to see the boldness of her dare. Izuku himself finds that idea itself pretty amusing, since Setsuna quirk itself is pretty useful for scaring people, but not adults. Alright, you got yourself a dare. She then detached her head and let it float downstairs, to which a few of the boys quickly leave the room to see how it goes. Few of them stayed back as they left the room in a brief silence. Izuku glanced at Kendo leaning back on the Tetsu glances over to the bar room and sees Hamura-sensei sitting on the stool bar all by himself. Sitting there was their teacher, out of his usual attire and dressed in a far more presentable get-up than they were used to. It kind of threw the group off. He was wearing a white button-down shirt, soft gray jeans, and aviator glasses. Looking good, sensei. Tetsu whistles seeing his attire. Have you been here all day? Yeah, thought I could use a quiet place to relax, Izuku replied, taking a sip of his drink. You didn't come to the beach? Hananuki asked. No, I'm not exactly a beach kind of guy. Izuku lied easily, but the truth is that he couldn't go even if he wanted to. Since Masamori still tagged him with an ankle monitor strapped to his feet, he couldn't exactly go down and show his class why is there such a device to his leg. All 7 girls blinked at the words that left his mouth, taken aback by his mature persona. Both Pony and Kinoko blushed. Reiko cleared her throat self-consciously. Ibra tried to fight down a smile. Setsuna and Yui tried not to feel too good about that, and Kendo suddenly had a hard time looking at him, quickly looking away at the sofa before them. Wait, you didn't drink, aren't you, sir? Kaibara looked at his sensei glass and examined the drink itself. No, he chuckled, flicking his hand while Kaibara went red in embarrassment from the bluntness of his question. While I am technically on break right now, I still need to be sober to make sure that nothing goes wrong at you all. I'm just enjoying the night air with some soda. I was about to head down to the beach to make sure everything was going alright, but then I saw you guys coming up from the entrance. He of course already saw them coming from the entrance and asked the bartender to clear his whiskey and replace them with a soda. He can't let his students see him drinking alcohol since he's still underage. "Oh sensei, we were gonna hang out and play some game at the girls' common lounge. You wanna join us perhaps?" 𝗧𝗏 offered. Izuku felt his glass fall from his fingers looking at the group asking about them inviting him over to their group activity. Izuku had no idea how to respond to that question. He never gets any offer or invitation from anyone to hang out or play any games. All he ever did get was a beating and a few detentions by his teacher for his wrongdoing which he didn't do. So when the Steel Boy asked him to join in their activity right in front of the group of students, he was lost for words. He glances over to the class to see if they are surprised faces by the sudden invitation, but apparently, they seem to be none surprised, or perhaps they already discussed it. Sure, that seems fun. He nodded, showing a hint of a smile on his face, gaining some cheers from the others. Soon the group made their way to the stairs and headed back to their room to shower and have dinner at the restaurant. Izuku is about to leave and pay the bartender when suddenly she notices someone is still standing left alone from the group looking enhazed. Kendo, you're not coming up?" Izuku asks, waking her up from her trance. She looked over and saw all of the group had vanished heading upstairs. Guess she's too much hazed to realize that her group is already gone. "Oh sorry sir, guess I just dozed off," she said with her cheek reddened seeing him up close to her. "You tell me, you look like a deer in headlight over there," he chuckled, to which she snorted out too. Izuku gave her a warm smile and shifted around so she sat at the edge of the bench, patting the seat beside him. "Why don't you have a seat?" he asked kindly. "You look like need it too." Kendo let out a tiny sigh as she walked over and sat down, letting Izuku place his glass on the counter so he could sit forward and smile at her student. "Now, what is it that's bothering you?" "And me?" She looked perplexed by the question being thrown at her. "Not to sound accusing, but you look like someone who just heard rather bad news." Izuku guessed her expression. "Oh, not at all. Guess I'm just tired from the swimming, that's all." Kendo shaked her hand in denial, but the truth is she's trying to struggle with her feelings right now with the said teacher. "Yeah, I saw that you guys are taking that boat tour right after you took a swim over there." He nudges his head over to the vast sea that's already turned dark from the night. "Why maybe," she said. They took a moment of silence before speaking, not sure what they were trying to talk about since the only talk they had was the night when she told him about her friend who happens to share his lack of quirk. "So, about our last talk." Izuku starts to talk, looking over to Kendo's direction, rubbing the back of his head. "Is that why they invited me over to the game?" She blinked for a second, trying to understand what he was saying and remember about their conversation from a few weeks ago. "Oh, not at all. We thought that since you also joined on our trip, you should probably have some fun as well, right?" she said, looking over in front of her as they both stared at each other for a moment while listening to the smooth jazz music in the background. Finally, after watching the clock hanging on the bar, Kendo starts to get up from her seat. "All right then, we better go upstairs as well. You need a shower and so do I." He placed a cash right on the counter and they both walked upstairs together. She looked over to his back as they walked over to the stairs, seeing his broad shoulder behind those white shirts showing his muscle. She went flustered for a moment before erasing her thoughts about it and climbed back to her room, not noticing a severed head floating from the lobby with a grinning expression. 3. After dinner that night, everyone went upstairs to get changed into their pajamas, nervous about what was about to go down. One by one, they all went downstairs to the small game room, sitting down on the couches, which had been pulled into a circle so everyone could face each other, wearing a variety of pajamas and shirts and tank tops, especially 𝗧𝗏 showing his line of muscle. Izuku also joined in, wearing a dark green shirt and black sweatpants, carrying a paper bag in his right hand. "Awesome. Let's get this thing started." Setsuna was the most enthusiastic here, pulling up her phone to open the app. "Does everyone remember the rules?" "It's truth or dare." Kendo rolled her eyes a bit. "Truth, you confess something; dare, you have to do it. In that case, I want to suggest an ultimatum if you refuse to do something." Izuku raised a hand, causing everyone to look at him. "If you refuse to do a dare, then you have to drink this." Izuku pulled the contents out of the paper bag, showing 2 bottles of sake and 5 shot glasses in the middle, gaining some looks from the other students. "Are those alcohol?" Kamakiri perked seeing 2 bottles of alcohol placed in the middle. That's right. It's sake. Izuku smirks. We can't drink this. We're not at legal age. Kendo grabbed the bottle and looked at the contents. It's fine. I'll take full responsibility for what happened. I'm not gonna ask you all to drink the whole bottle, just a glass. Plus, if you do the dare, then it's not a problem, right? He shows a mischievous smile over to them and gains some nodded look at the challenge itself. 3, all right, Hananuki sighed as he stared at Setsuna practically bouncing with glee. So what's the order? Who goes first? Sighing and rolling her shoulders, and felt a bit of satisfaction in her. Never knew you would be this cruel, Kendo. Izuku walks up to the vending machine in the room and buys himself a drink. Yeah, that was kinda mean, Kinoko replied. Kendo chuckled as she took a sip of her tea bottle. Maybe, but I wanted to see her try to get in trouble for once. The remaining people in the room let a small laugh over what she said until they heard a small shriek coming from downstairs, which they knew was because of her, and the door was open with Setsuna's severe head leading the way while chuckling with the others followed. How is it? Kowaro asked since he didn't join to go downstairs. Well, the receptionist surely looked surprised to see a floating head in the middle of the night. Kamakiri chuckled, heading to the sofa and sitting down. All right, let's continue, shall we? Setsuna placed her head back to her neck, spins the bottle once again, and landed on Bondo. Bondo, truth or dare? She asked. Truth, Bondo said. Is it true that you joined on ballet? She asked, gaining a shriek from the boy himself and fainting out, which confirms her question just now. Once they were sure Bondo was okay, they continued the game for another hour, the truths and dares a bit raunchy but nothing too extreme. Tsuburaba was asked if he was a virgin, which he confirmed was no, only giving them the small story that he lost it in high school. Ibra dared to pull someone's hair sitting next to her right, which turned out to be Hananuki, who let out a shriek while doing it. Rin was asked who out of everyone in the room he found attractive, and Rin didn't hesitate to point at Izuku, making him flattered but saying he doesn't roll that way, which Rin understands. After that, Reiko dared to show her orgasm face, which she quickly denied, and gulped the drink in one go, telling them that there was no way she'd ever show something like that. Then Shoto was asked if he ever had an All Might hoodie when he was little, to which he admitted out of shame. As the game began winding down, Setsuna was determined for one more big one with the game. She spins the bottle hard down to the middle, slowly stops, and points it in Izuku's direction. She smirked, seeing the tip of the bottle pointed to her teacher, to which her primary target for the night. His last few dares had been pretty good, but she wanted a big dare to end the night. And after seeing her sensei, who had a deep talk with her best friend, she decided to give her a little push. Alright, since last turn of the night, she declared. Truth or dare? Air. Izuku sighed, deciding to say screw it, dare. Okie dokie. Everyone had the consecutive thought of oh no, when her grin went the widest it had all night, smiling evilly up at her teacher. I dare you to stay in the closet for 5 minutes with Prez. And in that moment, everyone thought that the lizard quirk girl was mischievous, but after hearing that coming out of her mouth, they all knew that either she had a few screws loose in her head or she had gone mental since the game started. Izuku stared at her for a good few seconds before he felt himself freezing up and not moving. Staying inside a bathroom for a good 5 minutes. He might be dead and coming back from hell, but even he knew what could happen to a boy and girl staying in a dark closet all by themselves unsupervised. What? Kendo whipped around at her friend, sitting upright and glaring down at Setsuna, at the sight of her going bright red. That's no way. There's no way sensei has to do that. Setsuna, are you insane or something? Ibra replied with the same shocked expression as the orange-haired girl hearing what she had just uttered. Izuku gulped nervously, but before he could tell her that it wasn't okay, he felt a weirdly strong hand grab his arm and pull him up. He glanced around to see that Setsuna detached her hand, using both of them to pull him and Kendo to the closet, both teenagers stumbling after it. They were soon shoved into the coat closet, the hands flying back to close the door while Setsuna laughed and locked the door. The rest of the class looked towards her antics and immediately turned into an uproar. Setsuna, what the F are you thinking? Monoma is the first raring to go walking in her direction. Obviously she wasn't. Reiko quipped. What? I don't see the problem here. Setsuna said while in the back of the room, Hananuki was laughing up a storm. How about we start with the elephant in the room? That you just locked our teacher and Kendo in a dark closet room together. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 points it out to the door. What? Are you jealous? You want to be cramped with Prez too? She smirked and 𝗬𝗧𝗏 quickly turned red. That's it. Setsuna, open the door. Ibra stepped forward asking for the key to the closet. But Setsuna released her hand, floating it out of the room and heading to the door. Get it. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 yelled out as the class ran forward in the hotel with others following, chasing a floating hand. The green-haired girl chuckled and followed suit. Now alone in the closet, Izuku gulped nervously. The closet was small, barely able to fit both of them, so Izuku was standing very close to her. Kendo's figure height wasn't helping much since she's pinned down to his chest, making her head lay on his broad shoulder, so they weren't awkwardly face to face. Still, if Izuku moved even an inch, they would be pressed together, and Izuku didn't think that his heart could take that. Hi, Kendo said shyly, looking up at him. Izuku gulped nervously but smiled down at her. Hi, he said weakly. Sorry about this, Kendo. I didn't want you to dash. It's okay, she assured him, waving her hands slightly. If anything, it should be Setsuna's fault for putting us here. I guess, Izuku admitted, still looking away a bit timidly. After about a minute of awkward silence between them, Kendo stared up at him, looking over his handsome face, and cleared her throat, going a bit red. Sensei, if I can ask, she started, and Izuku looked around at her, curious. I was wondering dash. What is it? Izuku asked. She felt herself go red this time, and took a deep breath, trying to steel herself. Do you have a girlfriend? Izuku blinked a bit in confusion, not sure what she was talking about at first, but then he saw her subtly glance at his lips before looking down, and suddenly Izuku got exactly what she was asking. Oh, like I said, it was complicated, he replied shortly. Did she dump you or something? Or did she cheat on you? She continued to ask, trying to find the reason for it. Izuku, however, didn't reply as he was conflicted about what to answer. He knew deep down the reason why he didn't want to talk about it in the first place. Even when the first day of the class when they asked him that question, Izuku remained ignorant and closed himself up from that question, seeming unable to forget about a certain black-haired girl he once knew. However, he couldn't deny the similarity between Claire and Kendo, as both of them had their own beauty and charming personalities, even though they had that sweet, calming smile that showed every time she walked by. Even their hairstyle had the same concept, with a single ponytail. For when he entered the school and was tasked with Nizu and Aizawa to help them reform society, Izuku wouldn't think that having a relationship would fall under that category. He never thought in a million years that he would ever get a normal life, such as the one he lived right now. And yet here he is, trapped in a closet with a girl around his age, and she looked bashful as he is right now. One Kendo looked towards him as she could hear her heartbeat right out of her chest. She'd been feeling like this for quite a while, ever since the night where they met each other, how for the first time since junior high, she felt like she had a crush. On the other hand, this crush of her is her teacher, to which she knows herself is a taboo. She can't be going around the school dating her teacher or walking on the street holding hands and looking at the sunset. She felt her feelings had been conflicted over for a while, not sure that she was ready to pursue a relationship at her age. She still had things she wanted to accomplish at first. But maybe, having someone besides her wouldn't be a bad thing. They both locked each other's eyes underneath the dark space as his blue eyes met with the green in front of him. Izuku took a deep breath and leaned in slightly, looking Kendo in the eye. His arm felt tense and touched her hips. Both of them took a deep breath to steel themselves, and at the same time, leaned in. Their heads slowly met as they both closed their eyes, their lips inches away before meeting with each other. For in just when they were about to, someone had screamed from the lobby, awakening them from their lust and longing. And both of them felt the reality of what was happening, what Kendo did, what Izuku was pulling her up to do, what they were about to do before their interruption, finally come to them. What was that? Izuku asked in worried while trying to avoid the embarrassment he was just about to do. 2. Sounds like Ibra screaming. Kendo leaned in towards the door and recognized the voice. Izuku, who just heard that it was coming from one of his students, quickly tried to let himself out of the room immediately. He then pushed his shoulder to the door and smashed it open as they both came out from the closet and made their way to where the voice is coming from. Both of them came running and walked down the stairs as they both saw the group of students gathered inside the middle receptionist floor looking all frightened. Then there's where he saw something responsible for the scream. Someone or something stands in the front lobby entrance, almost looking like an abomination. The creature had a horrid face with spores covering the face area and looking grotesque, wearing a shredded checkered patterned shirt. But the most important feature is that it didn't show any signs of alive, not whatsoever. Izuku, who looked alarmed, quickly leaped from the stair railing and jumped forward, heading to where the creature was and yelling to his students to duck their heads before kneeing the creature in the head and knocking it on the floor. He safely landed on the ground before turning his head towards the students. "Are you guys hurt?" They shook their head as Izuku checked on whatever that just attacked him. It groans, trying to crawl its way back to the group of students. He then lifted his feet and crushed its head with the remains of the creature splattered across the red carpet of the front lobby. He then tried to find out what was just coming after them while he was still upstairs. "What happened?" Izuku asked. Hananuki, who stood in front, answered his question while still pretty shaken up. "We were just coming down to the lobby, trying to chase Setsuna, when suddenly Ibra, who's coming in front, screams, seeing the creature coming out from the door." The rest of the hotel staff quickly came down as they saw the creature crumbling on the floor, with one of the security guards checking the receptionist's condition. Izuku looked at the ground trying to identify the creature, when suddenly his eyes bulged as he picked up something in between the rubble. "Sir, what is it?" Shishida asked, who was the closest to him. Izuku picked up the object and showed it right in front of them, revealing a set of teeth coming from it. It's a tooth, and not just a tooth. A human tooth. As Izuku had just finished covering the remainder of what was left of it with a sheet, he then immediately ordered the staff to lock the whole hotel's front door and back and not let anyone enter. They were a bit reluctant at first, but when Izuku had shown his UA teacher license, they were moving almost like a soldier taking orders from their lieutenant. Not only did the staff heed his order, but Izuku had told his students to meet at the conference hall located on the first floor and told them to gather up all the guests in their rooms and lead them there, using the hall as their safety point. While the staff and the students were doing what he told them, Izuku was currently on the phone with Nizu, asking him to send a transport to come pick them up. "What do you mean you can't send any vehicle? I got a whole class sitting here along with the whole hotel guest and staff, and you didn't do anything." Izuku berates them over the phone to the principal. "I'm sorry, but there's been an accident near the road blocking all the ground passage. We could send a helicopter and a few pro heroes to help, but it could take a while." Nizu went on to explain, "Can't you just teleport all of them with your power like you did before?" Izuku raised his eyebrow as he listened to the suggestion. "I can't teleport people over this large quantity. Unless you want me to jump ship, that's fine." He starts to get agitated with the situation since he has no idea what could have happened at this place. The fact that only one of those is coming inside proves to him that it's not over just yet. It's probably just a scout to check on the terrain and area. They were low on provision, no heroes in the area, and there was no help from the outside. "Is the creature you describe wasn't human at all?" Nizu asked, changing the topic. "Number one of my students is saying that it looked like a zombie, and before you asked if I'm kidding, it's not," Izuku whispered over the phone. Izuku looked over to the desk receptionist, tapping his finger into it, while looking for a reason for it. "We can discuss it later on, but right now, your job is to ensure the student's safety along with everyone in it," Nizu instructed. However, Izuku seems to be a bit skeptical about what the mammal just said. "I'm not gonna protect over 50 people all by myself in a small place like this. There's a lot of blind spots in this place, and I can't cover a place of this size with me alone. Which is why you won't be alone." Izuku raised his eyebrow. "In the name of myself as principal of UA, I granted you and the Class B permission to use your quirk to defend yourself in this time of crisis." After he was done with the phone call, Izuku came to his room, changed his clothes back to where he came here, and grabbed his pistol stored in the safe box in his room, knowing that he's gonna need it later on. He then walked towards the hall where the hotel would host a special event. The room itself didn't have as many people as he expected. There were only a few of the hotel staff gathered in the room, along with the entire class be standing in between a few of the security staff, but they all had a look of worry written around their face as he entered. "Where's the rest of the hotel guests? Aren't you guys supposed to be booked or something?" Izuku asked the receptionist about the lack of people in the room. "They already went home this afternoon. The only one that's left is just you." "People?" The receptionist spoke. "Right? At least there's not much of civilians here." He looked in relief before diverting his question back to the hotel manager. "How many security guards and personnel do you have here?" You're looking at them," he replied, showing the 4 security guards in the room. "I wish I was looking at more of them." He stared in disbelief over the lack of security in the hotel itself. Hananuki starts to approach him, with the others follow suit. "Sir, did you call the school asking to come pick us up?" Hananuki asked. "I did. They said help would arrive in about 6 hours due to the road traffic and bad weather." Izuku replied, not looking happy with the news itself. "And I can get through with the local police hotline. Seems the weather's scrambling the signal." The loud thunderstorm starts to strike as the rain begins to pour for the night. "I just finished checking on the guard break room. This place doesn't have a freaking armory." He looked towards the manager once more, looking for some explanation. "This place isn't exactly a high-value target. This is a public resort with a civilian staff. Even our staff didn't have a quirk suited for combat. All of our guns and ammo are out there with our 4 security." He nudged his head towards the security guards, who all carried a baton and a few tasers. "Oh great." Izuku replied sarcastically, "Why don't you guys go out there and start securing the place? Doors, window, chimney, kitchen, elevator. Anything that these things can enter, I want them sealed and shut. Not even a goddamn rat can enter this whole place." The staff quickly hurried as they started securing the place and gathered, using whatever they could find to block the entrance. Izuku then turned his attention to the class as they stared back at him. "Nizu had given all of you permission to use your quirk to defend yourself. Now I'm not happy about it, but desperate time called for desperate measure." The class looked around and found themselves not too happy with the situation itself. "Beeped, those things that came, don't they look like dash?" Kinoko cried breathlessly. Please don't say it." Pony pleaded. "I know that they were a myth back in my hometown, but I just had this fear of zombies." She whimpered as Kaibara had just finished the word for her, with few others looking all scared, the same as the horse girl. "I'm sorry this happened during your long break. But all that matters now is staying alive for the next 6 hours until help arrives. To do that, we're gonna have to fortify the hotel. It's the only way to keep these guys safe and all of us. But we were granted by the school to use our quirks to fight. You trained us for this, sensei." Tsuburaba spoke, with a few of the boys agreed to his suggestion. "Look, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but more than half of the staff didn't have the proper quirk nor the training to defend themselves. Which is why we're gonna play defense till help arrives," Izuku instructed before turning his eyes towards the group of students in front of them. "Tsuburaba, Hananuki, Fukudashi, Kaibara and Bondo. You guys set up traps on the front gate on the outside along with the first floor and basement. Use your quirks to cover the front and back entrances. Kuwaro, Setsuna, and Shishida. You guys work on the top floor on the roof, trying to find out where they coming from. We need eyes and ears to know where they coming from. Aways, Kendo, Yui, Ibra, Yanagi, Tetsutetsu, and Kamakiri, we need a trench. Lots of them on every floor. After you're done, grab the furniture from the room and barricade the hallway, leaving only one on each floor for us to go through. Pony, Rin, Shoda, and Kinoko, we stay in between the stairs of the first to the second floor. We'll hold them off using a long-range attack. After they breach through, we'll move to the upper level until we reach the rooftop." "And what about me, sir?" Monoma raised his hand, since his name was the only one being left out of his mouth. "You had a different task. I see during the quirk training that you can copy more than one quirk, and you possessed a quirk from another class, is that correct?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, but I don't see how being the only one that's left is supposed to make a difference," Monoma replied, not sure where the conversation leads. "I need a specific quirk from your little DNA storage. I know that you carry it all the time, so don't try to deny it. I need you to bring it for me. Izuku said, gaining some looks from others but not as much as 𝗵𝗲𝗲, who looked surprised, almost like someone had just spoken your secret out in the open. He then starts running to his room in a hurry, trying to get his errand. Now remember, we don't know anything about this thing coming at us. Proceed with caution. No funny ideas or stupid stunts. I don't want to sound a bit paranoid, but don't make any form of contact with it. If these things are zombies, then we need to treat it as it is. Got it? They all nodded over to his warning. Soon 𝗵𝗲𝗲 came carrying a metallic briefcase after running to his room looking all exhausted. Here, I brought it with me. 𝗵𝗲𝗲 handed him the briefcase and he took it, and if I may ask, how do you know about it? Izuku then placed the briefcase on the floor and opened it, revealing a stack of plastic zip bags with all kinds of strands of hair, nails, a small shred of clothes, a used napkin, kitchen utensils, and all sorts of things, along with names and pictures of a student stick on the inside of the bag. 3. What the F, 𝗵𝗲𝗲? What is that SHT over there? Kamakiri shouts, looking at the contents of the briefcase. It looked like something out of a hoarder briefcase, only filled with your friend's items and belongings. Setsuna stared at it. Kuwaro picked up one of the bags and spotted his picture with a strand of white hair on it. Is that my hair? 1. That's my toothbrush. Tetsu points his finger. 1. Wait, you know what? We could talk about what a creeper 𝗵𝗲𝗲 is later. Kendo quickly shut the conversation down before it started to get out of hand, but she had to admit that it was a bit creepy to know that your classmate was keeping your used items and placed it on the bag and labeled it. 4. Now what do you need, sensei? I assumed that you want me to copy one of the students' quirks or something. 𝗵𝗲𝗲 asked, wanting to get this over with. Class A student, Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku said. After hearing it, 𝗵𝗲𝗲 starts to look around the briefcase looking for the specific item, and picks a zip bag containing a handkerchief on it. The copy user starts to hold the item for a second before placing it back in the bag. Okay, I finished copying her quirk. Now what do you need, sir? 𝗵𝗲𝗲's hands start to glow like the creation quirk girl did. Izuku placed his hand in his jacket pocket and fished out his pistol, releasing the barrel, pulling out one of the bullets on the cylinder and handing it to 𝗵𝗲𝗲, but not before the class exploded, all of a sudden seeing his arsenal on full display. Sensei, is that a gun? Ibra looks in shock, holding her chest over the surprise. 1. Why do you need a gun in the first place? Tetsu decided to speak up over the class, suddenly surprised. 2. In case something like this ever happens. Izuku closed the cylinder and placed the gun back in his holster behind the jacket. If he remembers correctly, only Kendo knows of his possession of guns. But you're already strong. I meant, a gun would be nothing at this point. Kaibara added. I like to keep insurance with me. Now can you copy the bullet itself? He turned his head back to 𝗵𝗲𝗲's direction while examining the bullet closely. Yeah, I can do it. How many do you need, sensei? 𝗵𝗲𝗲 asked. Well, a lot. 3 flashbacks start in the red liquor bar. Izuku sits on the stool with his head down, not facing the bartender. The loud music in the background, along with a couple of ladies dancing in the middle, didn't give him much of a distraction he needed. On his side, Claire sits accompanying him while drinking whiskey on rocks. She kept glancing over to her side, watching Izuku continue, looking petrified over what just happened to him. How he just killed a person for the first time, and in the most brutal way she could have imagined. Even her, who spends quite a while in the place, finds that it seems to be an overkill to her. Finally, after a long silence, she starts to speak for the first time since they got here. It wasn't your fault. She spoke, trying to convince him out of his guilt. You did what you had to do. He went quiet for a moment before replying to what she just said. That's what I keep telling myself. That I killed that guy because I can't control my anger. Because I see my bully standing back there with his threatening smile. But what if that's not the reason? She turns her head towards him before putting the glass on the table and listening to what he said. I just feel like this place it's turning me into something terrible. Izuku said, watching as his hands started to shake once more, feeling scared of himself. She called the bartender for another drink before raising her glass and taking a sip from it. Nothing, no place can make you something you're not. So I've always been a killer. Like how my bully is. Izuku shot back. 1. If there's one thing I learn in this place, is that everyone has a demon inside of them. She took a sip of her drink once more as Izuku continued to listen. There's no saint anywhere in here. Everyone has a dark side inside of them. That's what makes us human. You, me, Jack, and everyone in this place accept our demons and embrace them. What matters is that the choices you make today will affect you in the future. 1. Well, how do you know the choice you make is the right one? How do you justify yourself into taking a life? Izuku ponders about it, trying to come to a sense of the matter. From what I experience, there are only 2 reasons why people kill: to protect people close to them or to protect themselves from the danger that awaits. The bartender handed her a drink and she passed it down to Izuku's side of the table. Izuku stared at the glass before coming to terms with his action, knowing that he did what he needed to do to survive. Of course, he hasn't forgotten why he came here in the first place. To be strong enough to get his revenge. To get the chance to pay his sister back along with her friends, including his supposed parents. If accepting who he is right now is part of the process, then he'll just have to go through with it. If he has to accept the dark part of him to get back to her sister, then that's what he has to do. Maybe coming to hell is part of his journey in his life, one that doesn't involve his past life. He picked up the glass before gulping it in one go with her followed suits, only for him to immediately spit it out back to the glass over the unfamiliar taste hitting down his tongue and mouth. Yeah, that's disgusting. Izuku groaned, asking for water while earning a chuckle from her. One flashback end. Kendo went to a supply run along with Reiko down to the cleaning supply, trying to salvage anything that could be used for their survival. They both walked together to a room filled with shelves and stacked with multiple cleaning supplies, from towels, sheets, cleaning products, and other stuff. She heard from the hotel manager that they usually keep their meds in the cleaning supply because of the lack of space in the hotel, so she decided to come and take a few of them just in case they were needed. The manager itself didn't seem to mind, since he knew that it would be useless if they couldn't go back to the hotel itself. They checked over to the room and found a whole shelf filled with medical supplies and called Reiko out to help her. I found it. There's a lot of stuff in here, Kendo claimed while checking on the bottle of medicine. Reiko came and grabbed the duffel bag from the hotel to take the medicine. Of course, they already agreed that they only be taking the necessary amount and not the whole cabinet itself. She went to use her phone and turned the flashlight to check on the meds that they're going to be taking, since she was not going to be taking anything random that they couldn't use. Have you found it yet? Reiko asked, flashing her phone for some lights. No, we still haven't found bandage and few antibiotics. Give me a few minutes, okay? Kendo replied. However, this doesn't sit right with the ghost girl. Despite her spooky persona, she didn't do so well in a small place. Kendo, who saw the shaky lights coming from the ghost girl, went to check on her while trying to find the drag. You okay? I'm fine. You don't look fine. What's going on? I'm claustrophobic. Kendo took a moment to process what Reiko had just said and tried to make some sense of it. The residence Class B ghost girl, Reiko Yanagi, is claustrophobic. Oh, I didn't know about it, Kendo admitted while trying to apologize for asking her to accompany her. Don't worry. Not a lot of people knew about it, Reiko said while grabbing a bandage. And speaking of tight spaces, what have you been doing with Sensei back there? Kendo dropped the pill bottle as she whipped her head towards the ghost girl with a reddened look, remembering what just happened a few moments ago. She was about to have her once-in-a-lifetime moment, only to be interrupted by these zombies coming towards them. She would never admit to anyone in the class, especially to Setsuna, knowing that her friend likes to gossip around. If she ever learned about what happened between her and Hamura-sensei, she can't live with the embarrassment that she's gonna get from Setsuna. Nothing. We just stayed quiet until we heard you guys screaming. Kendo decided to play it off, hoping that Reiko would just buy for it. But her answer was being held when they heard a thudding sound coming from outside of the hotel. They both quickly scrambled, carrying the duffel bag, and made their way to check on what was going on outside. Izuku stands on the lobby stairs, reaching for his pistol and doing his final check before what seems to be a long battle. After checking the barrel, turning it slowly in its casing, he wiped the pistol clean while checking on the condition of the hotel itself upstairs. After checking the barrel, turning it slowly in its casing, so far the whole hotel has been barricaded from the bottom, and the front and back garage has been shut completely and locked along with the back entrance for the staff to enter. Windows on the first floor have also been shut with a wooden plank from the desk on the dining table and lobby and nailed completely. Kendo also supervised the upper level, trying to keep the whole class on track and urged them in a hurry. They start making a barricade from the hotel furniture and kitchen equipment using 𝗬𝗧𝗋𝗧 quirk to weld it. The others are also helping with the work as the clocks start to tick closely. He came to check on the outside to see they started creating some traps, using Hananuki to soften the ground along with Bando shooting glues all around the trees. From how he sees it, everyone is feeling scared, but they all pitched in to help fortify the building together to hold out for the reinforcement to arrive. They moved everything that was not bolted and used them to place against the window and doors against the incoming horde. Hananuki and the others are also finished with the barricade and trapped on the outside of the resort, and Izuku uses the golf cart to block the passage, hoping to buy some time. As Izuku stood watch, she saw that the entrance had been barricaded after they had finished entering the hotel. That's good, keep creating those words. We need to cover the right side of the building as well. Izuku instructed Fukudashi, gaining a thumbs up from him. Monoma has also helped with creating enough bullets for Izuku to fire off more than 9 dozen, since the density of the material and the size itself have proven to be difficult. Right now, he's helping on the upper floor to secure the hotel along with others, while the hotel security guard is staying downstairs trying to help secure the place with them. But just as everything went quiet, a loud crashing sound was heard from the outside, almost like something had just fallen. Izuku glances over to the right side and sees the hotel neon sign placed on the pole is coming down heavily. The group of students who are still on the ground watches as they hear the sound of heavy walking coming towards them. Setsuna, what's going on? Hananuki yelled out on the rooftop to see the green-haired girl's head floating in the air. Gee guys, there's a massive herd coming your way. It's a lot of them. Setsuna shouts with a few students on the rooftop to check up on them. Those who are on the rooftop watch from up there as they see a massive crowd of what appears to be a zombie heading straight towards the hotel. From the looks of it, there's bound to be more than hundreds or even more. They have never seen anything like this before. The number of zombies heading straight towards them is massive, almost like a sea of the undead. One 𝗬𝗂𝗏 screams as the zombies start to come from the woods, and a few of them fall to the hole and trenches he made before the herd starts to come. They all walked slowly towards the group of students while snarling, trying to bite them or worse. One Izuku, who saw that coming, quickly drew his pistol and shot the zombie, aiming at its head, and dropped dead. He shot another one from his rear, with the others also trying to fend themselves from danger while keeping their distance. He could see Tsuburaba covering for 𝗬𝗂𝗏 using his quirk to create an air wall to block their path. Hananuki touches the ground to soften the road, trying to trap them, and Bando splatters glue all over them, trying to bind them against each other and towards the giant onomatopoeia that Fukudashi created. For everyone, get back. Get inside the hotel now. Izuku shouted, ushering the group to return to the hotel. The group watches as Izuku fires off another shot at the zombies nearby, and they make their way towards the hotel. Pony and Rin, who stay on the rooftop, fire off their quirks and give them some cover to make their escape, while Izuku stays in below trying to slow them down and buy them some time before they enter. Izuku picked up one of the hotel security guards who got left behind after his ankle broke while they tried to make their way towards the hotel, with the group of zombies followed them from behind. Up from the sky, a giant letter starts to fall, cutting the path between the hotel and the zombies as Izuku went inside the entrance before sealing the door shut. Outside, the streams of zombies continued to make their way toward the entrance while trying to break past the barriers and traps set by Hananuki and Bando. Multiple groups of zombies are trapped on the ground by Hananuki quirk as they try to make their way out from there. Izuku took a peek over from the gap of the window to see the zombie overrun the whole place. If this keeps up, then the hotel itself will fall apart, just like the neon signs he saw back there. Call 𝗬𝗧𝗋, tell him we need to weld these doors shut. The rest of you grab those desks and sofa to barricade the doors. Izuku started to bark orders, with a few of them grabbing the furniture and placing it on the entrance door. They lifted the sofa and placed it with the doors while trying to hold it before they started entering. 𝗬𝗂𝗏 took a peek from the window and saw the zombie manage to get past the walls they set before and make their way towards the door. Guys, they breaking the barrier. 𝗬𝗏𝗄 shouts. A thudding sound could be heard as the zombies tried to break the door down. 𝗬𝗏𝗄, along with the security guards, hold the couch trying to shove it down against the door. Hananuki, Bondo, and Izuku came carrying a wooden desk from the office receptionist and trying to hold it against the door as well. The zombies are not only trying to break from the door entrance but the window as well. With their hands are scratching the wooden plank and door in front. It's just too many of them, one of the security guards says, holding the couch to block the entrance. Suddenly a crashing sound is heard from the side door as zombies break through the makeshift defenses and start flooding in the lobby. Tsuburaba, who carries the bookshelf with Fukudashi, and one of the security guards came in surprised as the latter tried to hit the undead. Everyone get upstairs, now. Izuku leaves the desk on the ground before hurrying, making his way towards the group and starts shooting. Hananuki and Fukudashi came running towards 𝗬𝗏𝗄 and the security guard as they quickly abandoned their makeshift defenses and started heading towards the stairs. Tsuburaba, who got left out, is also trying to head to the stairs only for him to accidentally trip the carpet and fell. One of the zombies managed to get a grip on Tsuburaba's ankle, trying to pull him closer to it. He tried to pull himself from it, but the grip was way too strong and almost got pulled, only for Izuku to come and whack the undead on the head with his revolver handle. "Come on, we gotta go." Izuku held Tsuburaba's hand and pulled him up from the ground before making their way towards the stairs. The herd of zombies crowd the entire lobby, completely following Izuku trails as Hananuki tries to slow them down by sinking the floor, completely turning it into a quicksand. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 came running towards the stairs from the top as he stared at the undead trapped in a softening ground made by Hananuki. Izuku, who saw him coming, quickly told him straight away, "𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, weld that barricade shut. We can't let these things come upstairs." Izuku points to the stack of furniture placed in between the others, moving it right in front of the stair passage, and the welding quirk user placed his palm towards it before completely shutting it. "That won't hold them forever. We need to move quickly." Izuku starts to sprint towards the second floor, with the rest of them followed from behind. They make their way up to the stairs located on the right side of the building, hoping that it hasn't been breached. As they continued to run, Tsuburaba heard a shriek coming towards the hall. From the looks of it, it sounds like a girl. They continued running in a hurry, with Tsuburaba leading the way, and spotted Reiko being pinned down by one of the zombies on the floor while Kendo was on the wall, trying to grab the vase near her left side, being attacked by one of the zombies. Instead, the brunette grabs a decorative vase on the floor before smashing it straight to its head. The zombie dropped on the floor with his body limping, and Izuku lifted the zombie away from Reiko's reach and tossed him on the ground before kicking its head off. "Reiko, you're okay?" Tsuburaba asked, and she nodded while pretty shaken up along with Kendo. "Yeah, I'm okay. What happened?" Reiko asked. "They're getting in," 𝗬𝗏𝗄 replied, when the sound of crashing is coming from behind. "Where they coming from?" Izuku watched from the distance, with the sound of groaning coming closer than before. "They're coming. Everyone heads to the roof now." Izuku ordered them all to go before trying to look at his watch to see the remaining time they had before help arrived. Flashbacks start right in the back of their hideout. Izuku is currently doing some combat training with Claire, with Jack supervising from the sidelines. Only this time it doesn't involve guns or weapons. Ever since he learned about what he could do, Claire decided to take over his training, telling him that he needed to start focusing more on how to control his rage and temper, one that took time since Izuku wasn't familiar with it since he was born. She went on to explain to him that 𝗓𝗏𝗄's power comes from rage and anger from within. It could detect the rage inside them and turn it into his strength or amplify it. Izuku began to remember what 𝗓𝗏𝗄 had said before he sent him into this place, mentioning the rage part. But what makes it hard to control is that rage is a double-edged sword. If his rage starts to consume him or he can't keep it under control, then the rage will overtake him, and the mark in his hand will consume his life. From what Claire had told him, many people had died in the process. So they decided to do some training with Claire by focusing on channeling 𝗓𝗏𝗄's energy from within. He's been doing some hand-to-hand training sessions with her since she's more familiar with where power comes from. Izuku is just fighting with Claire, throwing off a punch towards her, only for her to grab a hold of his wrist and throw him off the ground. He landed on the ground and got up, looking over in her direction with his pupils turning from green to red. He grits his teeth in anger after being thrown off easily by her with Jack holding his muffled laugh. You're angry, good, but don't react. Channel that angers into dash. She never gets the chance to finish her words since Izuku quickly runs forward towards her. He threw off his punch once again, but she leaped forward and swiped him off to throw his balance for his back meeting with the ground. One Jack is holding down his laughter over the beating he just got in the last 10 minutes. From what he just saw, all he saw is a full-course one-side beatdown, and that's as close to an entertainment around here. That's it. I'm done. He smacked her hand, offering it to him. It's mandatory. She grabbed his shoulder, but Izuku brushed her off and walked away. You need to learn your anger, Izuku, otherwise it's gonna eat you alive. Izuku stops with his step before turning his head back to her. 𝗓𝗵𝗲 rage can consume you faster than you realize. Don't just throw off your rage out of fit. Focus on what angers you the most and channel it. Izuku then returns to his stance with her following the same and starts to imagine that the one standing in front of him is Katsuki with his maniacal grin and red eyes before he roars in anger and throws a punch once more. Flashback end. Moments later, they all hurried back to climb the stairs heading to the rooftop knowing that it's gonna be filled with zombies by any second. And suddenly the whole floor is filled with a sound of groaning echoing in the night. The sound of heavy footsteps hitting the stairs was the only thing they could hear along with the groaning sound from below as they managed to reach the rooftop. Once they reached the rooftop, they met with the rest of the students along with the hotel staff and manager. Counting with the class, there are over 40 people on the rooftop, and half of them don't have the proper fighting lesson. Izuku along with the hotel staff grabbed the shrunk-down kitchen cabinet made by Yui and placed it in the front of the door and with a little help from 𝗬𝗓𝗏 welded it with the entrance wall. That won't hold them forever. How much longer is help gonna arrive? The manager shrieked in a panic looking down below. The whole area was filled with zombies. 10 minutes. Izuku reloaded his pistol back before pointing it towards the door. Look, they're here. Setsuna yelled out from the top, seeing 5 helicopters flying and heading towards their way. The class and the staff looked in relief, seeing the helicopter had arrived just in time. Izuku looked towards it and realized that the weather and rain had made it harder for them to stay on course and hover for too long. From his perspective, they won't be able to maintain altitude, let alone make a proper landing. Alright, we have to go. Reiko, Pony, you take the staff first. They were a civilian and we need to prioritize them firsthand before us. Kendo announced to the group. After you 3 done carrying them, you'll take Bondo, Kamakiri, Shoda, and Kuwaro up, while Reiko uses her quirk to daisy chain Kinoko and Fukidashi. Pony, use your horns to take Tetsu with you. The rest of us will wait here while waiting for you to pick us up. Once Kendo had instructed them, they quickly went and picked the staff up in the air while the chopper was trying to keep it steady in the air, knowing their intention as the pilot saw people floating in the air with them, followed by opening the helicopter door for them to enter. One by one, the hotel staff filled the 2 choppers flying right on top of the lobby with only the students left on the rooftop. While amid the rescue, the cabinet that stands between them is shattered, showing a zombie face in between the crack. The group yelled out in panic, seeing the barricade they made themselves had been breached, while yelling out for them to make a hurry. They're trying to get in. Ibra screamed in panic while backing from the door. The zombies are trying to get in, only to be stopped by Izuku, who aimed his pistol at the crack and killed the zombie who tried to get in. He fired off another shot while shouting in the middle of the thunderstorm to make a hurry with the rescue. The trio of girls who've been in charge of rescue is trying to lift as quickly as possible. Izuku tries to kill as many of the zombies as he can, but he starts to run out of ammo and hopes that the rescue team is getting faster, even if it's just for a second. It barely took a couple of minutes for the first group to safely make it across the canyon. Once everyone was back on the ground, Setsuna and Reiko circled to pick up the rest of their classmates, only left with Kendo, Rin, Monoma, and Izuku himself. Sensei, all of us already gone up. We have to go as well. Monoma shouted. Izuku then hurried back to the edge of the rooftop, raising his hand in the air, while Setsuna came and grabbed her hand, with Rin hanging onto Setsuna below part and Monoma and Kendo floating in the air with plank from the rubble being lifted thanks to Reiko quirk. They watch from the sky as zombies begin to break into the rooftop while roaming at the top of the building, and see the whole hotel is crowded with zombies. The hotel is no longer filled with guests but only with the undead and the sound of animalistic groaning. Izuku and Rin came first on the helicopter while he was looking below to check on Monoma and Kendo and taking a glimpse of his motorcycle which was lying on the ground while being stomped by hundreds of feet of the undead with nothing left from it while looked in sombers. The rest of the class started to call out their name telling them to hurry, as Monoma started to arrive, and climbed up to the helicopter with Kendo following from behind holding the landing skid. One of the helicopter personnel extended his hand trying to reach her but her grip was starting to loose from the rain, making her slip and fall. "Kendo!" Monoma screamed out while extending his hand trying to reach her. Her body fell in between the trees in the forest as Izuku watched from the helicopter. "Get this plane down, right now." Izuku yelled out at the pilot. "We can't. It's too dangerous under this weather." The helicopter starts to move erratically from the wind, making it harder to control. Izuku then grabbed a machete from the helicopter, yanked out one of the personnel rifles and grabbed 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲 before tying it to his belt and making a jump below almost in a dive manner. "Sensei!" He leaped from the helicopter while being strapped on the 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲, connecting it to the helicopter and releasing it while landing on his feet, making his way to where Kendo fell while yelling out her name, but his sound is muffled by the thunderstorm along with the groaning around him. "Kendo! Where are you?" Izuku then spotted a group of zombies coming in a group and saw an orange hair bristling in the trees, spotting her. He then makes his way towards the woods, heading to where she is and spots two zombies heading towards her. He then came while holding the machete before cutting the zombie on his right and pushed the one from his left while extending his left hand. "Kendo, come on. Grab my hand." She took his hand and they both walked together in the wood while trying to catch up with the helicopter. The 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲 where Izuku landed is dangling in the ground following with the helicopter flight direction. They both could hear the sound of the class telling them to hurry and grab the 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲 as Izuku tried to clear the path using the machete and his pistol. Plus they see the 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲 just a few inches away from them and Kendo manages to grab it with both of her hands. Izuku then put the machete back on the handle and grabbed onto her leg, but the helicopter couldn't pull them together since it was way too heavy and they couldn't fly any higher than they already were. Having to take notice, Izuku decided to give his student a chance to survive as he released his grip and dropped back to the ground. The only thing he could see was the helicopter flying towards the air along with a horrified look of Kendo. The horrible storm only lasted until about 3 in the morning, finally stopping its assault, and UA was restored to a peaceful state. The sun would rise early in the morning, puddles of water and moisture everywhere. Once the sun rose properly into the sky, the students would head out of their dorm houses, relieved that they could finally leave and enjoy some fresh air after being cooped up inside for the entirety of yesterday. All in all, everything was peaceful, and everyone was sure to rise early to enjoy it. Everyone, that said, except for the Class B dorm house. Everyone had slept in that day, either from exhaustion from stress or just needing some time to themselves. After they returned from the helicopter and landed safely at UA, they immediately being checked by the medic and recovery girl to check on their condition. Aizawa, who was among the group that came to greet them, came looking at the student situation since Vlad, who's the homeroom of the class, was absent. But when he counted the number, he realized that he was missing one person in the group. He then came to ask where is Hamura-sensei, only to get a reply by a muffled sound of crying coming from Kendo, who was choking from her tears. By then, he noticed what was happening to him while having a shocked expression the same as the teacher who greeted them. After being cleared by recovery girl, they were allowed to return to the dorm and were reminded to drink a lot of water and get some rest. But neither of them discussed what happened that night. Of course, it was on the minds of everyone in the house, but it had been an unspoken agreement not to discuss it with each other. Kendo, who looked devastated than anyone else, went to her room in silence, not talking to anyone else. The rest of them wanted to try to console her situation, but none of them had anything to say since they all had nothing to say that can ease her worried. The morning had passed and everyone had already come downstairs for some breakfast, but none of them were in their usual cheery self. No longer they could hear Monoma rambling about how their class was gonna beat the opposite class A, or hear Kamakiri complaining about who drank the last milk in the refrigerator, or Setsuna cracking up a few morning jokes to earn a few laughs. The class remains down, almost holding the same atmosphere as a funeral session. None of them looked energized, almost feeling all tired from the lack of sleep, while eating in silence. After they were finished, they placed their dish back in the sink but didn't wash it while sitting in the living room in silence. The class is sitting around looking depressed and absent-minded, still shaken up after their traumatic vacation experience, but most importantly they are still unable to cope with the loss of their teacher. Principal 𝗵𝗍 had given them a week off from school, giving them some time to process the matter while telling them that Hound Dog is always available for them if there's anyone who needs counseling, but that info doesn't seem to register under their mind at that time. So right now, they were stuck in their depression state, wallowing in regret over what happened while thinking that all of this was nothing but a sick nightmare. You can't find anything regarding his location. Aizawa is sitting on the chair inside the warehouse where Izuku lives and comes to ask 𝗵𝗃 who's looking through his computer on his last location on his ankle monitor. Nothing. I can't find any trace of his location before the time when he fell from the class testimony. 𝗵𝗃 came to check on his computer, trying to triangulate his position. We established a perimeter and called Endeavor to help exterminate the dead people, but according to the ground team, they still haven't found any traces of Izuku anywhere in the forest. 𝗵𝗍 announced they installed an energy sphere within a 5-mile radius and the satellite still hasn't found any sign of life in there. Well, keep trying. Send a rescue team to the area and find him. Aizawa suggested. The hotel is on containment. The whole city is. From what we investigated, the whole people in the city are somehow turning into those zombies. The cause remains unknown, which is why the town is in quarantine. No one gets in or out. 𝗵𝗃 went to explain to the Erasure hero. So we just abandoning him. Our priority is finding Izuku and rescuing him. He could be still hiding in the woods. Aizawa stated, trying to get his idea through to 𝗵𝗃, hoping he would agree. 1. My job is to ensure the safety of every Japanese people. Not just one single individual. I'm sorry Aizawa, but Izuku is on his own for now. 𝗵𝗃 said. Aizawa quickly turned his quirk out of rage and grabbed 𝗵𝗃's shirt before slamming him on the table, forcing him to stare right at him with both 𝗵𝗍 and Night Eye looking on the sideline ready to intervene. His red eyes flash inside the warehouse, trying to bore his soul right out of existence. You brought him here, you get him out of there. When you recruited him for your little mission, I expected that you would be responsible for anything that happened to him. Otherwise, I swore to God that I would go to the public and media to announce that you release an international fugitive for your little side Black Ops mission. I don't give a damn whether the HPSC or the media hound me for the rest of my life or end my career. Do you hear me? 5. Both of Aizawa and 𝗵𝗃 pupils locked with each other, with the former waiting for his answer before raising his hand in defeat. All right. I'm gonna make some calls. I'll send 2 teams to search the whole hotel and the area within a 5-mile radius. But after we determine that it's safe to go there, 'cause we don't even know what's going on in there. 𝗵𝗃 said, gaining a nodded look from Aizawa, who then left the group while 𝗵𝗃 started making some calls. Aizawa shakes his head in annoyance before sitting in the chair while holding his head with both of his hands, trying to process the whole situation itself, feeling all guilty about it. He's the one who suggested that Izuku go on vacation in the first place and pushed him to accept Class B vacation approval. Maybe if he had remained silent on that day, none of this would have happened. Maybe he would still be sitting in the teacher's lounge and not be lost in the woods trying to survive with the undead. He can't even imagine what Class B would feel right now, knowing that their teacher is dying right in front of their own eyes. They would surely feel devastated right now. He knew full well that no matter how experienced you are, seeing someone dying in front of your eyes could crush your spirit beyond repair or lead to depression, since he had an experience about it. Right now, he just had to hope that Izuku is still out there and safe. Kendo is sitting on the table in her room, with no source of light coming inside the room. There was no light inside and it was dark. Her eyes are even more hollow than the rest of her class were and are swollen red from crying this whole time. She stared right at her hand, remembering what happened last night. Yesterday night, once everyone broke up from the infirmary, Kendo immediately made her way to her room, avoiding everyone's gaze as she quickly went up the stairs to the second floor. Closing the door quietly behind her, She walked over to her desk and sat down in the green chair with a depressed look on her face. She turned to face her desk, laid down her arms, and plopped her head on the wooden surface, sighing quietly as she shut her eyes. Everything that had led up to today, from coming to the beach for some getaway, asking 𝗵𝗲𝗄-sensei to accompany them on the trip, inviting him to have some fun with the class, and him falling trying to save her, could all be traced back to her. She was the one who was responsible for all of this. She was the one who wanted to get in on it. She was the one who suggested asking 𝗵𝗲𝗄-sensei for permission that day with 𝗧𝗬𝗧. She was the one who subtly invited him on the trip to have some fun and get to know each other. She was the one who decided to carry a duffel bag full of medicine and got attacked in the process. She's the one who couldn't hold on to the 𝗕𝗫𝗄 strong enough to carry herself and 𝗵𝗲𝗄-sensei. Everything that happened that night. It was all her fault. Kendo couldn't help but sniffle a little, feeling some tears well in her eyes, but she roughly rubbed it away. She sat up, taking a deep breath to try to calm herself down, but for some reason, she couldn't. All she could do was just sit at the desk looking at her reflection in the mirror while blaming herself for not being there for him. No matter what she tried to do, her heart wasn't in it. The memory of him smiling at her as he let go of her hand and her screaming in the night while flying upward would not go away. Kendo stared vacantly at the desk for a few minutes. Her yelling and how he stayed down there being surrounded by those undead kept hammering at her. She continued to think about the matter with guilt accompanying her for the night, unable to get some sleep, and when she came to check on her phone to look at the time, almost 9 in the morning, she just put the phone back and placed her head to the desk while wallowing in silence, trying to forget how she failed her sensei just like that. Suddenly, a knock is heard from outside of her door and someone opens it, showing Reiko coming to her room carrying a plate of 2 sandwiches. When she walked inside the room, she found Kendo sitting on her table with tissues all over the desk, knowing that she'd been crying all night. "Hey Prez, how are you feeling?" Reiko asked, holding the tray in her hand. She remains in her desk, not raising her head or even acknowledging the ghost girl on coming here. "Thought you could use something to eat. It's almost noon and you haven't come downstairs," she said, trying to get her out from the desk. Kendo raised her head and silently nodded and took the tray to her desk, grabbed the sandwich, and ate it in silence that even the ghost girl found it uncomfortable to her liking. Reiko herself is trying to make some small talk and get the class president's head away from the fear lurking inside her, despite the ghost girl's lack of social skills, when suddenly they heard a ruckus coming from downstairs. "What is that noise? Did someone have a fight?" Reiko asked herself while checking on downstairs. She then excuses herself from Kendo's room and goes to check on the source of the noise. It's kinda hard for her to believe that the quiet floor could be turned into a petting zoo in a matter of seconds once she leaves. Once she went downstairs and climbed down to the lower floor, she was met with the sight of a few of the boys blocking the main entrance, trying to keep people in, which was awkward for them since they were all very welcoming. "What's going on?" Reiko asked Yui, who was sitting on the sofa while looking at the situation. "It's Dash. Come on man, we just want to talk." Reiko's brow furrows, recognizing the voice coming from during the sport festival, with 𝗧𝗬𝗧 shoving the intruder away to the front porch. "Well, we're not in the mood, so maybe not," 𝗧𝗬𝗧 gruntly replied. From behind the gap, she could see the distinctive red hair trying to shove past the silver counterpart from the door of the neighbor class. "Come on man, we just want to ask you, that's all." Kirishima tries to shove his way to the dorm along with Shiro and Kaminari behind him. "We heard about what happened and we just want to check on you guys, that's all." Mina's voice is also being heard from their back, trying to get in as well. What is this? Could it be that the rumors are true?" So one of the brilliant students of Class A thought that they were above the law and tried to break into another dorm room. Monoma Nito, from Class B, was being his obnoxious self as usual. With the help from Shishida and Kamakiri, they pushed past the group onto the ground with their rear touching the dusty ground. The once former Baku squad is landing on the floor with there but hitting the ground, lacking their leader of the group while rubbing their breaths. None of them were wearing their school uniform and wore a t-shirt and short breathes with sandals. After the ruckus at night, when Class B came in a helicopter, news began to spread about their trip to Moriya Beach, and they were able to put it together with the news of the quarantine of the entire city. "Come on 𝗧𝗬𝗧, we just want to know, Kirishima said, rubbing his elbow off the dirt. 1. Yeah man, is it true that you guys see zombies? 𝗧𝗏 added. You gotta tell us about it. Mina yelled out in excitement, but the Baku squad weren't seeing the uncomfortable look around their neighbor class face since they were still traumatized by the event itself. 5. And what if we did? Last year you guys found yourself with villains during the USJ and now we have to fight our way with zombies. Are we gonna compare stories to see which one is better? Monoma taunts the group, trying to accuse them of coming barge in. No, of course. We just want to know, that's all. Kaminari said, trying to assure them. Well, we don't want to talk about it. Kamakiri said harshly, even more from his standard. The Baku squad looks a bit offended by their choice of words and tone, not fully understanding what's gotten them to act all territorial with themselves. You don't have to act such a JRK about it. Jeez. Kaminari said back. 5. Kamakiri is ready to shut the electric quirk user's mouth for good and marches towards them, only to be stopped by Shishita holding him back in a bear hug. He kicked his feet in anger, trying to let the grip, only to be stopped by a voice coming from the woods. What's going on here? The class, including the Baku squad, turned their heads around and found Aizawa-sensei coming out from the woods with Shinso, who was wearing the same scarf just like Aizawa. The Class A homeroom teacher is looking all angry with what he just discovered. On top of his class is being found in the Class B dorm house and seeing Kamakiri kicking his feet in the air, looking ready to shred his students to pieces. Aizawa-sensei, it's nothing. Mina tries to excuse herself, but Aizawa glares towards the group, holding their silence. 2. I'll be the judge of that. He averted his gaze towards her before turning his head to Class B. I'll take it that they came straight towards your dorm unannounced and tried to pry in on your business. They nod their heads. Aizawa then used his capture gear and tied the whole Baku squad together while activating his quirk, detention for days. But 𝗧𝗏 tries to object. 5 days, Aizawa said sternly before releasing his scarf, ushering them to head back to their dorm. With the Baku squad returned to the dorm and Aizawa accompanied them back since he thought they couldn't be trusted to blab things along the way, Shinsho decided to stay and asked about the whole situation itself. Guess we got here just in time. Sorry for the late arrival. Shinso apologized. It's okay, Shinso. We're just glad that you're here with Aizawa. Tetsu naturally answered, being a little closer to the purple-haired kid. Say that for yourself. I'm ready to beat the SHT out of that bastard. Monoma gruntly said, feeling a bit sad since he can't give them a piece of his mind, but seeing them get detention by Aizawa is good enough for him. While Monoma continues to grumble, Shinso chooses this moment to express his concern. I heard from Aizawa-sensei about what happened this morning. Hamura-sensei is a good teacher from what I heard from my other classmates. I know that my concern and sympathy won't help much, so please count me on when the rescue mission starts. He was lowering his head, showing his sympathy when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking up, he found the obnoxious kid from 1A. Thanks for your offer, we gladly accept it. Monoma did his best to look fine, but he still felt responsible for what happened, even if at a minor level. Shinso seemed to notice this but knew that he'd more than overstayed his welcome. Anyway, I've to go. I'll try to ask my classmate to not pry on you guys, he said before running back to the school and getting a few thanks from Class B. A sound of tapping sound could be heard from the desk as Toshinori continued to tap the desk with his finger in boredom. The sound of his tap is only heard on his side of the table as the rest of the staff discuss the dilemma they're currently facing regarding the death or presumed missing of Hamura-sensei. The war room of UA was built just recently after the war happened. Nizu had built it for the staff and other heroes to discuss personal matters or plan a new strategy. The whole staff sits in the chair and Nizu meets at the end of the table looking grim. The tension around here is so thick that they could cut it with a knife. Sitting on the left side near Nizu, Aizawa's face looked more scruffed than before, looking more tired than usual. Not only that, but he looked a bit shocked, almost depressed, with his sleepy eye showing no hint of life anywhere. All around the teachers were worse for wear. So how's Class B taken the news? Snipe decided to ask first, and with the absence of Vlad in the room, Aizawa decided to reply. I gave them an order to take some time off. But overall the class seems to be looking traumatized. First, Class A faced a villain during the USJ, now Class B Is this gonna be an annual thing? Mike exasperated. Considering what Class B just faced, those villains back at the USJ are nothing but small fries to them at this point, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 commented. And hound dog? Nizu asked, looking for his whereabouts. He's got his work cut out. He's already inviting a few of them for counseling sessions. Nizu nodded at the news itself. At least the students were harmed away, but he knew that the price itself was too much for them. Losing a staff member was hard enough, but losing someone, especially a nephew that you put out on the line, is a difficult pill to swallow. Students had been asking about the missing teacher not showing up for today, and few of them got wind about the Class B encounter with the living dead. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 announced of what he heard. People began to ask questions and started to ask our credibility to keep the students safe. We can deal with the media later on. But right now, our focus should be on finding 𝗵𝗲 as quickly as possible. Aizawa said. Looking at the topic itself, 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗧𝗏 decided to ask. I hate to be the one to ask, but somebody's got to. What happens if we find him and he's dead? The rest of the staff averted their gaze to 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗧𝗏, knowing that it was a possibility itself. It's almost half a day since he's been declared missing and they haven't heard anything about his whereabouts. But Aizawa chose not to believe what others had said and still believed that Izuku was still alive. Then a funeral service will be held inside the school grounds. We'll invite the class to attend as well. Hearing what Nizu had said, Tashinori let a small scoff which was heard by Midnight, who sat right in front of him. Something wrong, Tashinori? Midnight said back, looking at the skeleton man in front of her. Nothing of your concern, 𝗵𝗎, he said in silence. No. Clearly, you had a few words that you wanted to share with us. So come on, don't hold anything back. Midnight challenges him, gaining few looks by the others while gaining a sense of déjà vu during their last meeting. Tashinori fixed his posture and looked in Midnight's direction before showing a look of disagreement on his face. All right, I'll say it. I think it's a waste of our resources and time searching for a ghost. We got every able body at our disposal out scourging those woods for a young man we both know is likely dead. He said, showing his complaints of the situation itself. 2. You think we should abandon the search? Nizu asked, showing a hint of his fang under his teeth. It's not my call, is it, sir? Tashinori said. The place is told to be overrun by zombies. The most likely scenario is that he's dead or turned into one. We should wipe the place completely before it starts to infect the rest of the city. Along with 𝗵𝗲𝗏-sensei caught in the crossfire. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked. Nothing of value was lost, the former symbol of peace said. His other workmates were appalled by those words. The world did not stop in its tracks despite 𝗵𝗲𝗏's death. Midnight scoffed, folding her arm in front of her chest, and people wondered why they hate you in the first place. What's that supposed to mean? Tashinori spat back, not liking the blame being put on him. 2. I meant that you serve no purpose in this place other than paint everyone in the place a huge bullseye target for your presence and walk around like you own the Fing place. 1. You screwed the school and all of us with your idiotic parenting style, and quite frankly, I don't see why the board choose to throw you another lifeline considering you should be joining your wife in prison. 4. Do not bring my wife in this matter, 𝗵𝗎. Tashinori quickly rise from the chair, pointing his index finger at her. Why shouldn't I? We all knew the reason why the board gave you this job was nothing but their last ditch to save their puppet from being cut off from his string. You're nothing but a bargaining chip for them to play. Midnight continues to push the matter while rising from her chair, following him. I'm not a puppet. Tashinori yelled out. 3. Look, Geppetto, I'm a real-life boy. Midnight mocked him. 6. Tashinori tried to go after her from across the desk, only to be stopped by 𝗵𝗏𝗏, who pushed him back to his chair and held his shoulder, making sure that he wasn't getting up. Maybe we should throw you into the sphere while we're at it. 12. The blonde-haired hero turned his attention to Aizawa, who was speaking for the first time during the confrontation between Midnight. What? He looked appalled and a bit angered by the choice of his word. I said that maybe we should throw you into the sphere packed with the hungry zombies and be done with it. You went on and on with your speech about saving people and all, but when it comes to someone like 𝗵𝗲𝗏 who doesn't possess a quirk, you quickly turned a blind eye and decided genocide as your first option. Why you want me to follow him as well? To die. Like you said, nothing of value was lost. Aizawa coldly said back, returning his word to Toshinori. Toshinori's face quickly turned red from anger as he tried to shove Cemento's grip, but his grip proved to be stronger than what he expected. Aizawa, however, remains in his position, watching as the skinny blonde man tries to march in his direction. Alright, that's enough out of you both. Nizu stopped those two who remained standing. Namuri, sit down. Toshinori, leave this room. Sir. You clearly show that you have zero regard for Ҳамura-sensei's safety. If you won't participate in his rescue or even try to come up with a validated solution, then I suggest you leave and stop wasting everyone's time. Looking at the principal ultimatum, Toshinori then grunted and got up from his chair and made his way to the door, but not before staring at Aizawa and Midnight before closing the door from the outside, and he could hear the meeting had continued once he put his feet out of the room. It's noon and all patrol cars are parked just a few meters away from the glowing yellow sphere that covers the Moriya entire part of the city. 3 armored trucks are placed behind, acting as the main control room with few heroes placed in the scene. A few of the police are placed on standby waiting for their order coming from the higher-ups, but they can't shake the feeling inside them waiting for the sphere to crack and let loose. They already heard from their supervisor and lieutenant that the city had been infected with a biological virus that mutated the city and told to maintain their distance to keep the infection from spreading. Heroes are also placed on standby while waiting for the confirmation to engage, since they can't keep this longer than it already has. Up on the road, a white sedan is driven off and parked just in front of the armored car. The passenger comes out showing to be a woman and a pro-hero nonetheless. She walked to the armored van and knocked on the door. The sound of banging is heard from the inside, showing a lean officer with a cat for his head coming out from the surveillance van. Officer Sansa, good to see you, she extended her hand and shook his paw. Likewise, you're the pro-hero they called Echo. Officer Sansa asked, looking towards her. That's me. So what's the situation? She asked. Around 12 hours ago, the entire city populated had turned infected from an unknown source. We think that it's a work of biological weapon or someone's quirk. Able to infect the entire city for this long. It has to be someone's powerful. We were able to isolate the city for a while, but we need to make sure there's a sign of life inside the dome. So you want me to do my thing? Say no more, I got it, she said, heading towards the sphere. She walks to the sphere, places her palm on it, and emits a powerful echo blast from the inside to detect anything from the inside. Almost resembles an echo map. The echo continues 5 times, bursting from the inside as she used her echo quirk to detect all life inside the dome. Her quirk has a similar property to a sonar map. After a while, she released her palm from the outer part of the sphere and looked towards Sansa's direction with a few heroes backing him up. There's no sign of living in there. They're all dead. Sansa nodded, with the other heroes gaining a look that they could start with the extermination of the whole place. However, unnoticed by others, the cat face officer looked a bit sad, knowing that he had to report this to Tsukachi since he was asking to find the missing teacher that's trapped inside. Sansa, should we start with our counterattack? Echo asked while gathering between the other heroes along with a few police officers. He quickly went towards the group while trying to work on his words to break the news to his colleague. It's late at night, and despite the time for people to leave their office and head back to their own house, the same couldn't be said with the UA staff. Aizawa sits in his office alone with a somber look around his face. The office itself is dark with no lighting anywhere except the moon shines throughout the window. After hearing the news from Tsukachi, who has one of his subordinates in charge of the investigation on the location, it's almost like someone had just twisted his intestines so hard that he could cry from pain. The news has come to hit them that there's no sign of living anywhere in the area except the undead. The stillness that filled the conference room the afternoon was more oppressive than Aizawa imagined it would be. Every person in the room seemed to be expecting something to happen at that moment, almost begging for someone to inform them that the detective is misspoken and soothe the dark thoughts that flood their minds. Ҳамura-sensei has passed. The moment those words left the mouth of the detective when they received the call, everything came to a halt right at the moment. Nizu, who sits in the middle of the room, shows a shocking face around him after hearing the news, knowing that his presumption has turned into a reality. They haven't informed the whole school about the passing of the recent teacher, but they decided that they will gather everyone in the gym for the news. Midnight, who heard the news, immediately excused herself to leave, trying to process it, with Mike coming in behind, trying to check on her condition. Just like many others, she had adored 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲. The 18-plus heroine had taken a shine to the new heroic teacher early in the year. Aizawa had seen her stay after class to give him some pep talk on how to teach his class. It was something he knew she viewed as one of the highlights of her day. But now those days seem to be over, knowing that it's the end of it. Even Aizawa, who didn't show it to the rest of them, seems to be taken back the most, knowing not only did he lose a colleague from work but also his nephew. That's why he decided to stay in his office and not wanting to go home or do some patrol. Right in front of him, a bottle of alcohol is placed on the desk, waiting to get drunk. Seeing the bottle right there reminds him of the time he went back to depression, knowing that it's just a repeat of what happened last year. He sits on the floor with his back touching the wall while looking at the bottle, almost tempted to open it. Lowering his head, he knows that it's only a matter of time before he opens that bottle and drinks its contents. Suddenly, the school is interrupted by the alarms. Aizawa, who heard it, got up and quickly made his way out. The whole area is covered in red alarm lights as they quickly run towards the gate. What the hell is going on? Aizawa pressed on his communicator, trying to speak to whoever was responding. There's an intruder, Aizawa. On the front gate. Power loader reported. Making his turn, Aizawa sprints towards the gate, passing with Mike and ectoplasm along the way. The three of them are making a run towards it, and they already saw Midnight coming from the west along with Snipe and 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃 coming from the west. They looked at the steel door in front of them and heard a loud banging coming from the outside, almost like someone was trying to bust the door from the outside or something. They looked to each other, knowing that the timing of the attack itself couldn't get any worse since Nizu isn't here. Both of you, go to the dorms and try to calm the situation. We can't have students running around. Aizawa turned his head towards Mike and ectoplasm as they nodded while making a run towards the dorm. Namuri, you put the intruder to sleep while 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃 and I are gonna subdue them. They nodded. The sound of banging is coming louder, knowing that whoever is on the outside of the gate has to be strong or big. Power loader, open the front gate. Once Aizawa instructed, the gate slowly opened with them readying their quirk, and saw the intruder happen to be the only one. They can't get a good view, but it's a man from the way he's dressed, but the problem lies on who's come knocking. It was covered in dirt and BLD, with a strong stench on him, with his hair and clothes covered in dirt and BLD from top to bottom, but they could still see his face with those blue eyes covered around his face, along with heavy breathing sound from his mouth. He's leaned on a wall with one hand for support, limping his way towards the entrance gate. Aizawa, who was at the front of the pack, gasped, trying to believe that he wasn't dreaming that the man standing in front of them happened to be his once presumed dead nephew of his. Out of instinct, Aizawa holds his scarf around his neck while the other hand is holding the blade he kept in his back pocket. His mind is conflicted about whether to choose to take him on inside or to kill him. He saw the two on his behind having the same thought, with Midnight holding her 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗃 and trying to suppress her tears from doing the unthinkable. Aizawa follows, brandishing his knife ready to do what's necessary, but when they come upon the supposed 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃 covered in dirt and BLD, he raises his right hand slowly, trying to reach them. They slowly backed away, watching his hand trying to reach them. His right hand is trying to reach them, only to find that he's slowly showing his middle finger towards them. Plus, staring down at the three of them, Izuku spits at Aizawa, watching him pointing his blade at him before smirking, Aizawa, if we're gonna go that way, you'll need a bigger knife. Aizawa put his knife back while trying to reach his arm and place it down to his shoulder, with Midnight taking the right side, trying to carry him to the recovery girl, and called Nizu to withhold the funeral ceremony, but underneath his scarf, he was smiling in relief, knowing that he was still alive. Beep, 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 the sound of the morning clock alarm rings through the morning stand, showing the time at 10:00 in the morning. The alarm continued to beep every second before it turned off by being thrown into the bed wall, crashing it. In the large round bed lies someone wrapped in a fancy white blanket, covering his head away from the sunlight slipping through the curtain. The sound of his snort filled the room, with a few bottles of alcohol lying around the floor and clothes on the floor. The door of his room is knocked from the outside, and a woman dressed in a maid uniform carrying a tray of food. She walks to the room and opens the drapes, letting the sunlight enter the dark room. "Morning, 𝗵𝗃, your breakfast is ready," she greets him, waking him up from his bed. As the sun rose over the room, the boy let out a yawn and a stretch. The cozy penthouse building he lived in was illuminated with the rising sun. The blonde-haired teen got out of bed and made his way toward the drawer to reach over to his phone. "What time is it, Yolanda?" he grudgingly asked, rubbing his eyes, still feeling hangover from last night's party. "It's already 10 o'clock, sir," she politely replied, placing the tray on his bed and opening the lid. His eyes didn't take off from his phone screen, checking over to his social media, looking at his last night's party on his social account. "Your father has requested an online meeting with you at noon, saying it's urgent." He lazily nodded before ushering her to leave the room while he took a bite of his breakfast and shoved a spoonful of scrambled egg into his mouth while grabbing a remote to his flat screen and playing a shooting game with his console. After finishing with his breakfast, he continued to play the game wearing his headset for about an hour until there was a notification for live video chat coming from his father. He pressed the button, accepting the call, showing what appeared to be a Japanese man wearing a formal suit with tie. The screen is divided, with the upper part being the game he's playing and the below is his father. "I asked that you call me an hour ago." He angrily berates him. "Sorry, Dad, guess I must have forgotten about it," Asano lazily replied before yawning while continuing to play with his console. However, he doesn't seem to be pleased with the answer that's been given by his son before angrily spoke to him. "Then explain this to me." He showed his phone of his.